Welcome then to the playoffs here in CCT Season 2 Europe Series 17. Bit of a mouthful, but I guess we can focus on the Counter-Strike more than anything. I'm joined by Naokai and Anders. And Anders, it's a bad time at the moment for Danish Counter-Strike. How does that make you feel internally?
No, it's rough. Like, I don't know what's going on. Even the players that should be playing well just aren't. It's a mess out here. I'm not gonna lie about that. Danish Counter-Strike is at an all-time low. It seems. It's messed up. Maybe I need to go into coaching. Maybe that could be a way to solve this problem. You know.
That doesn't help anything. That makes everything worse. Nao, UK Counter-Strike isn't much better. When will you be going full South African to save yourself?
Yeah, at this point, I feel like at least that's like somewhat of a stable scene. You kind of know what's going on there. UK CS is in a bad spot. I mean, yeah, we can kind of joke about Anders and Danish Counter-Strike, but I think Alan, me and yourself, we are definitely in a worse scene, especially recently. Let's put it that way. So, what isn't looking bad though, of course, is this bracket as we get ready for playoffs.
Yeah, it's indeed. Stacked brackets and big teams coming in. Our first game will be Partisan Fnatic. Nao, who's winning the tournament?
Do you know what? It's actually a pretty difficult prediction. My internal instincts actually just want to go Ents. I just seem to have a real soft spot for them. But there's actually a couple of sleeper teams here that are definitely worth kind of shouting out. I think 500 is probably one. Recently been looking seriously scary. So they're always a kind of difficult team to play against. And then also Spirit Academy, man. These guys are been cooking, and they've just been playing a LAN yesterday, also been cooking as well. So I don't know, it's tough to call, but I would probably throw out Ent as my favorite.
Sashi, Anders, are they the future? Are they the saviors? Are they the heroes that you need?
I mean, we've seen like a really broad spectrum of performances from Sashi. Like sometimes it is really sick, and they have like 2 or 3 players that just are popping off. But man, the low points are way too low right now. I would not be picking Sashi for this one. I am kind of in the same either ends of 500. Emotionally, probably maybe a little bit on the 500 side. I just think this team is really fun to watch. I actually got a chance to cast. I think it was Gun 5 taking out Sinners the other day. And honestly, one of those Gun 5 kids, Fine Shine, looked insane. So I'm kind of low-key hoping that we get a chance to see them a little bit too, just because that's fun. But I doubt if they're going to win the whole thing. Yeah, it's really, really tough to predict, no question about it. And I mean, one of the things some of these teams struggle with is consistency. So, I would have said Bait as well, I think, is a really strong team. I don't think you can overlook them. I keep saying it, but every time I predict them to do something cool, they kind of end up falling. But I think they're a better team than people give them credit for,
Anders Curse there coming into play. Let's focus in on our first game of the day. Partisan Fnatic. Fnatic looking a little bit different, aren't they, from the team we saw last year? Body's gone. Nork had a brief stint. He's out. They've swapped coach as well. Keita's departed this lineup. A couple Ukrainians added into the mix. Crims just sticks around forever, guys. he's never going to leave, apparently. 8 years now on the team, giving Rain a run for his money. For time on one lineup. How are we seeing this new Fnatic lineup, Nao? Are we thinking top team again? Are we still thinking it's a rebuilding phase? Where is this team headed?
I mean, I still think they're probably like one change away from being like super solid, and what that is, I don't really know just yet. But I think for me, this is the first time in a while I've actually been kind of excited about a Fnatic roster. I like what I see, right? I think, for me, you're looking at Blame F, who's looked incredible, especially since just playing in this side. He's getting a lot of resources, it's working well for him. But the 2 new guys they picked up, Fear, really solid IGL. We saw what he could do with that Passion UA roster, the heights that he took essentially a bunch of no-namers to, right? And has made them into kind of their own bona fide superstars. Jambo, of course, was an AWPer who was touted for Falcons at one point, right? So, he's obviously sort of helped those guys a lot. Bermalov on the other side too. Any player that gets picked up by Miles and XT are guaranteed gold. It's kind of just how it works, right? And I think he's another one for me that's exactly the same. He's a very, very solid AWPer, incredibly flashy when he gets going. The only thing for him, he's young. I think he's only like just turned 17. It's about just finding a little bit of consistency. He sometimes can like drop 30 kills on the map and then 8 in the second, right? We need to just find a little bit of a middle ground there, I think, for Bermalov for me. But as a whole, I'm much more excited than this lineup than the Afro and Body lineup, which just felt super stagnant. It felt like there was just nothing really to like love there. This at least excites me. Young guys who are got a bit of drive here in a big organization.
On the reverse, we've got Partisan. Serbian team, of course. A lot of these players have been around for a long time, especially someone like Emmy. For me, this is always a sleeper squad. They always do damage, and you'll know this over the years, Anders. Yep. Teams with players from this region go under the radar, but they are such good individual players. You can't mess around with these guys. They will take your head off.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great summary of some of these guys. You know, like they really can just have those games, and I think they're the kind of people, either they've been playing Counter-Strike for a really long time, or they just play a lot of Counter-Strike, and then as a result, they're always in pretty good form. They always are going to be dangerous. You can't really underestimate them. I agree. This could be, one of those easy upset kind of teams, and it's one of the things that makes it so hard to play some of this online Counter-Strike. Maybe especially for a team like Fnatic, if they've got dreams of sort of like, oh, maybe we can make it back into Tier 1 and all the rest of it. Then like this is exactly the kind of team you don't want to run into along the way, because suddenly they're like, they're tripping you up in the middle of, you focusing on, the Ences and the 500s maybe of the bracket, but you have to get past a team like Partisan first.
Rough times. Should be an exciting game. Emmy versus Matty's here on our head-to-head. Something we should discuss, though, is obviously change of the way the circuit works for this year. Focus on results rather than being in partner leagues like Fnatic were last year. If you're looking at these teams, Neo, Fnatic especially, they've got to get off to a good start of the year. If their ranking slips, they're in big trouble to just get into tournaments in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're literally Fnatic they're on the cusp of invites, right? Normally, it's basically somewhere in the region, like top 24 teams get invited to the big events, like your Katos and your Colognes. They find themselves currently 26th. When you include that, above that, at one point there was Furia female as well. Of course, it can't play because of the Furia main team roster there as well. That's kind of essentially like them being 25th, which is one spot away. So you're spot on, right? I mean, we're talking if Fnatic make one good deep run, they don't even need to win the thing. If they just make a deep run here in the CCT playoffs, get towards like even just like a semi-final, their ranking should go up just enough to climb inside of what's needed. You got above them, you got Passion UA, you got BetBoom, right? Two teams that have also had up and down performances. I think BetBoom just really look like they're starting to soar a little bit. At the same time, though, failed on qualification to Dallas last night, so they're in a bit of a weird spot. Passion UA, with their rebuild they're going for, same thing, up and down performances. I think Fnatic are in a prime position to punish some of these teams above and genuinely could get themselves in towards these top tier 1 LAN events, which is ultimately what they're looking for.
Veto on the horizon. I still haven't covered a train, guys. And
Denied.
I'm going to be disappointed because Partisan's going to ban it, so I'm still upset. I don't think there's going to be any massive surprises in this veto. I imagine for a team like Fnatic, surely they're still learning their veto, working out what they lean into, where their strengths, their roles might not even be set down. So I think for them, there's just a lot to learn. But on the same angle as we just had, Anders, for Partisan, a lot of these, let's say, lesser known teams, now is their moment, isn't it, to strike and get ranking points, get into events. If they can get a deep run here, they'll jump up a little bit. They need to make the most of this change if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say just, looking at the map pool here, like, it's a brutal fact that Nuke is the deciding map for Partisan. I think that's going to be like a Fnatic, as far as I can tell. That's a map that they win quite a bit and also play quite a bit, even in the last 2 months or so. So, like, I would say that could be a little bit tough. If Partisan want to sneak away like a big upset here, I imagine it's going to have to be like a 2-0 for them. I don't see them winning that third map. I knew I could be wrong, but I think that's a hard map to finish on.
Who's winning now? Is it just going to be Fnatic or Serb's going to give us a run?
I think Partisan really have a lot to like. I mean, I really like the addition of kind of Vladimir towards this team, but I think, as much as Dragon takes a lot of the limelight being this sort of star player in a sense, I think Kindo seems really solid for me. Kind of a young guy coming through the scene who's super crisp. I mean, you touched on it. These guys rip heads. So this has been a good map for them, that Inferno, but I think maybe there's a little bit of a caveat in terms of the quality of teams they're beating. Lasercat, Cybershock recently, not fantastic. Tail end, and these are kind of wins at the tail end of last year as well. So I think that Inferno, as much as like 100% win rate for Partisan, you can look at those stats. I think it's actually a little bit feeble there. There's a real world that Fnatic just come in, show their prowess, and they could 2-0 this, in my opinion.
On the same line of thinking, Anders, is this a game where Fnatic just play decently good Counter-Strike on the same page, make good calls, that they can just lock Partisan out of this series?
That they should be able to, right? And I mean, they've got Mr. Consistent in Crims. You just know he's always going to be there doing good work, and that should the team can kind of stabilize around that. Like, I think I imagine that the longer it goes on, Crims is always going to be there, and then the question is like how many more people will join him. Can we get some more players in there? So yeah, if I had to make a pick, I definitely would be Fnatic for me. Yeah, but I mean, again, I could see like a sneaky map in there. Like, I could see kind of like a 2-1 affair, just with a bit of a weird start or whatever. So, I'm not rock solid on it. Again, these online games are really hard to predict. But if I had to make a guess, I'd say Fnatic win this one.
Let's focus in on some of these players because they've got kind of interesting storylines. Let's start with Blame F. Polarizing player, I think, would be a fair assessment of his career up to this point, at least within the last few years. It's almost inevitable, it seems, when he's on a team that he will be by far and away the best player statistically. And despite that, a lot of people feel that he takes up too much space. He's a commanding figure, and other people have to give him room, give him resources. But do you not feel like at this sort of level, just banking on the Blame F factor, isn't that a surefire way to get good results?
More or less. I think that's also what Fnatic have kind of been doing as well. Just give him all the resources, let him play his game. And statistically, he's been working. Averaging 1.26 for the last 3 months is not bad. But Anders, it looks like we're live. So, Alan, we'll leave you for now as we get things underway. Map number 1, Mirage, to kickstart things. I think Fnatic play a good Mirage. I've been liking what I've seen. 2 times I've caught them. It's the 2 wins they've got as well. So, we'll see how they fare here. Partisan are a decent side on their day, but this is a big matchup for them.
Well, right now, looked like they were expecting some kind of a push coming into the top mid position. Deep Molotov goes in towards the window. It's a nice idea. And a smoke off towards the catwalk position. So actually, I kind of love this, but what a quick boost. Oh my god, Dragon. Deleting a couple of players like it was nothing. We did say he is a bit of a potential star, and you could see how that works out. Emmy's going to be taking down Bermalov, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 5. You know what? The grenade usage here for Fnatic was... It was everything they would have wanted, right? They got rid of the window with the Molotov. They got rid of the cap position where there were 2 players with the smoke. But then that boost was so quickly assembled. And the headshots obviously even more perfect. What a way to get wrecked.
It's seriously crisp. And now down to Fear and Blame F. And I don't even know what they can do out of this one. A bomb plant would be nice, but it's basically feels unrecoverable. Lovely setup here. Emmy should get overlooked, and he will. So down goes Blame F, and it's Fear left all alone. This might be a flawless round for Partisan, and it will. What a start for Partisan. Flawless on that pistol. I mean, that is as good as it gets. Into your opponent's map pick, and just kickstart the momentum nice and early. Alan brought it up on the desk. These guys can rip heads, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, super well played. And it's also just an understanding of what you're seeing from the CT side, right? When that window gets Molotoved and the catwalk gets smoked, you kind of know that they're going to be diving towards that connector. So making the quick call, like reading the grenade usage very well and adjusting accordingly, I think is it's just good to see. You know, it means that the team is kind of fired up and awake right at the start. Like, and we've seen this many times in MR12, how a slow start sometimes could be a bit unrecoverable. So this idea where you come into a match, you're like, oh yeah, the first like 5 or 6 rounds we weren't really feeling it, but then we got into it. It's like, yeah, but that might be too late. So I appreciate seeing a team come in really hot and just look like they know what they're doing here. There was a human pyramid being assembled down in the underpass, and absolutely nothing came of it, but I appreciate it anyway. You know, it's just fun to see. Oh no.
Money here for the MP9 is good. Yeah, the team kill's unfortunate, but we should be okay to clear it up, and we are. Fortunate way for him to fall. Kindo's getting too many kills in that round, and they thought it was unfair, so he gets dropped by his teammate. In the end, though, good stuff. 2-0 start, and a 3rd round AWP here as well. Fan of this. Kindo is seriously crisp. He's someone who's got a lot to offer up in terms of just being young, quite flashy in his own regards, and I think in probably the head-to-head, I'd probably currently favor him over Bermalov in that sense.
Damn, okay.
And I'm excited to see what he can do. I mean, this is a lineup Partisan that have been slowly scaling up in tail end of last year into 2025, and well, Fnatic, as much as they're obviously the favourites here, they've got a tough task themselves. Matties for the first, catches Emmy, flashbang does nothing.
That's another Molotov into the window in the middle, so just kind of curious to see if that's something that they're going to double down on. I guess obviously the meta for the longest time in the world has been just smoking the window. So curious if we're going to be seeing a change of maybe Fnatic are trying to bring something a little bit different into it. See how that works out for them in the long run. I might go back and watch some Fnatic demos just for the fun of it, just to see how long that's been going on for. Maybe I'm missing out on some of that info, but it seems like that's a less usual way to do it. Normally, you see those Molotovs, in the middle of a round when you're coming back from somewhere else, and you're like, oh, we don't have too many smokes. Let's just use a Molotov instead. BlameF is going to get caught here by Dragon, so very nicely done. And that's so, now they're under pressure here, Fnatic. They've got 50 seconds. They've lost an entire arm of the map right here, so they pretty much need to go right now. The bomb is here on that catwalk position, and Fear is going to get a good headshot, but still down to 40 seconds. They got to be very careful. And they are walking back to the A bomb site, because that's actually where Crims is also sneaking out of the palace, and even more than that, getting close to Kindo here matters. He thought he had the element of surprise, and he almost did, but instead he goes down, and now we're in a really awkward position here. 20 seconds, and swinging wide is Collins. He's going to take down Bermilov, denying the bomb plant, and they should be wrecking around here. I don't see Fnatic coming back into this one.
I love these sort of proactive CT positions, though, pushing apartments, pushing in towards ramp. However, it's a 1v2, and Vladim's only got an MP9. This could be a little funky here. One in towards back default, one moving over towards ramp. This could be a little weird. Isolating this fight is quite difficult. Here's taking damage. The MP9 could find him, and it will. Oh, jumping tag as well. Surely not. Vladden, how has he gone away with that? A jumping shot on towards Crims. He wins the 1v2, and he recovers the AWP.
All right, welcome to Serbian Counter-Strike, lads. This is unbelievable. I said they weren't going to lose the 2-on-3, but you know what? They absolutely probably should have at the end there. Yeah, I thought Collins was going to play a lot more defensive on the ramp, because again, with the time that was left there, it seemed like that, just wait and let your teammates isolate the connector and CT spawn, and probably you would have been fine. But yeah, there was a way out, and it was a jumping MP9. What a ridiculous display right off the bat here. Going to be going into round number 4, and Fnatic, they're not going to be happy about that, but not much they could do in this round. The spray down is perfect for Dragon. Headshots, and a shot with Kindo on that AWP, meaning it's suddenly well, call it a 1 versus 5. My God, they just hit so hard here for Partisan. It's beautiful Counter-Strike, though. This is the kind of stuff that's just fun to watch,
It's just so confident. They just back themselves. I mean, also, as well, on the flip side, you look at these sort of puggy map picks like your Mirages and your Infernos, and you see the inherent risks here just because, as much as Fnatic have been looking good in it and probably feeling quite confident, Partisan are going to have incredible depth in terms of how to play this map. There's nothing new on Mirage these days, and it just gives you a lot to work with in terms of if you can get out the gates nice and early, a pistol round, early gun rounds, it gives you so much momentum. It's a pure confidence game that's being played by Partisan right now, and everybody's having their moments. 6-1 for Dragon, 5-2 for Kindo, 4-0 for Vladden. I mean, a beautiful display. Fnatic are left reeling. They come back in towards round number 5. It's, for the most part, low by bar BlameF, who brings out an AK-47.
Yeah, the hero AK. I mean, you guys did talk about it a little bit in the pregame, right? How Fnatic like to put a lot of resources into BlameF to try and make him shine. Obviously, at this stage, it's a 0-4 scoreline for him, but that might just be a reflection of the fact that, in general, Partisan they've been blowing them up for the minute. So, see if BlameF can find a way to negotiate this round a little bit better. Bomb is quite far back. It's not really a big deal. Again, the chances that they win this round are kind of low, but we'll see. I always get nervous when there are way too many people in the middle and that bomb is really far away. Because sometimes what I feel like is that if you get some success in here, you'd want to be able to act on that and maybe a little bit quicker. And sometimes when the bomb is miles away, it's it could delay any forward movement in that sense. So we'll see. 50 seconds though. Actually, BlameF has got into a really cool position here. This is not bad at all.
Question is, what do we do with it though? BlameF is up close. And he's holding for exactly this. I should come over, but it won't affect them. He's way too close, but he shoots. Now his position is known. This is a little dicey. He might need some support here. He doesn't really have it. Still, 1-for-1's not bad. And the M4s rotate over at the perfect time. Collins for both. There was a moment that was looking scary.
Yeah, there was, but also like a great display in a round of what happens when you don't have the utility to, to block off that connector or catwalk to try and actually make it up. Like, you are going to get shot in the back almost every single time, so doesn't help that that BlameF, to really make that work, he probably has to get like pretty much an instant headshot on Emmy before they can make it work. So yeah, nicely done from Partisan. They just look sharp. They look fired up right now. Fnatic kind of nowhere to be seen. They have a total of 5 kills in 5 rounds.
This is, yeah, it's rough. Especially when you've got your main man 0-5 too. And that'll blame F, and Bermalov's exactly the same. It's not a nice spot to be in. But full buy back in for Fnatic. AWP in play for Bermalov too. This confident style of Counter-Strike from Partisan, it's refreshing, and it's a bit of a joy to watch as well. No one wants to check ramp. There is one in there. He's playing the open angle, so he really backs himself.
Ooh. Imagine if you hit that flick. It's going to be a super normal A execute. You guys know what this looks like already, so I don't have to talk to you guys through it. Blowing open the smoke a little bit, and BlameF was ready, so he's going to get the first kill of the round, the first kill of the match for him as well. Bomb, a little bit delayed, but they will find a way to get the job done. Emmy drops quite low on that one. Not really any grenades in the afterplant here for Fnatic, so it's a little bit risky if they lose a player or two. We'll see how much Partisan want to go for it. They got some money in the bank, right? So I expect them to at least get close to this one and kind of see what's available. Flash, how deep is it going to get? Deep enough, surely, to absolutely wreck Crims, but somehow it doesn't matter. He's still able to get the kill on Vladden, and suddenly 3 versus 4, and obviously too much time has passed. Even Emmy goes down sticking around. It's a bit of a shame. So first round on the board for Fnatic. Yeah, I don't know. If Crims dies there, maybe they can do the retake. It's not locked in, though.
Yeah, for a moment, it felt a little dicey. In the end, it's all right. But even still, for Fnatic, you get a first round on the board. That's great. We're still looking at a little bit more, though. We probably need to, for this first off, this T side, I want to look at probably bare minimum 5 rounds from Fnatic, just to have the foundations to work with, then heading on to what is generally seen as the more favorable CT side on Mirage. And it's a big ask. Partisan, sure, pick up their first loss. It might be a little bit of a shock, but knowing them and the way they've been playing so far, I don't think it's going to affect any sort of that confidence that we've spoken of. A little still in play for Fear. All buys in response. Kindo playing up towards shore here. Little move in towards underpass, but BlameF waiting. You need that top mid support for BlameF to really be able to activate in towards under. And at the moment, actually, Fear pulls away from that. So they'll retract from under, and probably smartly so. If you don't have top mid control, pushing under is a massive risk.
Yeah, it can be. I was going to say, it's interesting to see Kindo to watch that catwalk, because if they swap positions here, then Vladden can go a lot closer to the A-bomb side. It's not a classic way to hold this, so you almost just have one on B, and you're in a different kind of position. So yeah, they just wanted the early peek in the middle. He doesn't quite get that shot, and they're going to try and run him down. Look at the speed behind this. I like the idea for Fnatic. 1 kill, and they might be done. Yeah, this should be plenty enough to win the round here. Dragon gets a stray headshot there, but I don't think Partisan are going to want to go for this retake. So that's a great read for Fnatic. They kind of understood the situation. As soon as that shot misses, they're like, all right, let's go. And it looked to me also like maybe Vladden was a bit confused about where he was going to take that next fight, because he was being pushed on catwalk as well.
Yeah, fantastic mid-rounding. Credit where it's due. There was a moment there that was looking a little dicey. They were kind of retracting off mid, and that in itself felt like it could open up an opportunity for Partisan with that control to rotate through, but I think you're right. The 3 remaining here just save. They've still got plenty of cash left on hand, right? Kindo goes back in towards the AWP, no bother. Dragon's saving the AK here, but he got 7,600 left in the wallet, so they're sitting fine. They're not too worried, but at the same time, a CT economy can be super feeble, and you just don't want to risk losing it later down the line when it might be required best of you. So again, good back-to-back rounds for Fnatic. Maybe a little bit of a slow start, but it feels like they're really waking up in towards this game themselves.
Yeah,
I mean, worry a little bit. Just don't let Fnatic get, that snowball going. As much as they've obviously started slow, when they're a side who get in towards that real run of form, they're an incredibly difficult side to stop, and that's probably the worst-case scenario for Partisan.
Yeah, I mean, also, The economy question is slowly going to start to build into it. Obviously, the good news is they've been saving some of the rifles in the round that they've lost here, so that does help to make things a little bit more reasonable. Mattis peeking into that position again. They must have known the AWP was alive, so a bit risky perhaps, and Dragon is going to go find him as he was, you know, getting ready to maybe set up a grenade or two. He ends up going down instead.
MF towards under. As a support now through mid as Fear. We'll play up close towards Com. Collins didn't realize there, but he very nearly peeked to his death. It's a great timing on the grenade, though. A lot of damage, swing and a find. Fear goes down. Blame F has to trade, but it's easier said than done. Left eye peek for him. Does not work. And Kindo at range on Ticket. Catches Bermalov. And now Crims, Mr. Reliable, we called him, and he needs a 1v4 here at 11 HP.
Yeah, the spam coming through. He kind of knew there was someone down there, but it was either going to be the M4 or the grenade to take care of him. So, very nicely done. And, you know, we just said it, like, don't let Fnatic back into the game too much. So, for Partisan to win a round like this one, huge, absolutely for them. Just, you know, like, don't get him too warmed up. Keep them in a position where you have the upper hand. Then already at 6 rounds, I would say it's a really, really decent start. There is still a chance to kind of, like, for things to get out of control, but you know, so far, so good.
Yeah. Not too worried just yet. Window. Towards short again. He's been doing good work from here. Head spotted. Takes a pop shot. Doesn't quite connect. But I'm just worried about whether Kindo's going to be diving in towards grenades there. I feel like staying in towards ladder is probably the best place for him to stay, but he will just completely retract. So mid's lost. He was crossing window as they were trying to break open that smoke, so he nearly gets caught, but lucky man to get out. No reposition. Molotov down and start that jump in towards window. Dragon also not going to stick around too, so they're giving up this control to Fnatic if they want it.
Minute on the clock here. Bomb in middle, so definitely feeling like a bit of a connector push here. They are boosting into the window, or at least they're looking for somebody here. Down to 50 seconds. A very, very slow round coming out from the T side, which could be absolutely fine, but yeah, getting through this connector position is everything to them right now, and no one spotted them yet. It's a good little flick there as Crims does go down, and should be a bit of a tell already. Molotov goes towards the catwalk position, so again, more indication that they actually want to hit this A-bomb site to just try and create a little bit of cover so they don't get shot in the back again. Down to 25 seconds now, and Collins just tucked in the back of the bomb site, waiting for his time to strike here. And they're really running the clock down low. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this Dragon. It's a good shot. Now, they will find one, but Kindo actually comes in, just silent. Role-playing a bit of James Bond there with the silencer. Gets 2 kills with the USP. This is kind of an insane spray for Dragon. I don't know how he hits that, but he does. And in the end, you could see 7 seconds there. So just even if one thing goes wrong, apart from the headshots, Fnatic would have lost that round.
Yeah, everything had to be kind of perfectly aligned for them. That was basically a near impossible round to lose if you're Partisan there. The setup they had, especially that firebox angle, that alone would catch most players rotating in. And it's good as a bit of an insurance policy. Missed shot by Kindo. Like he was on there, unfortunate for him. It will allow Blame F to very rapidly scale in towards short, and that will catch Collins off guard. Instantly traded, and down goes Bermalov too, so this lesser buy is being put to bed, but not without a fight.
You need something right now, don't you? So they can get some deagle shots of another bomb plant, whatever it takes here. Just try and get back into this one. Nice. Incendiary into the corner. It's going to burn up Fear. And they pretty much know where they both are, so no more surprises here for Partisan. They should be able to isolate this position with no issue whatsoever. Dragon, he's very sharp in this game right now. He's 11-2, and Kindo's 11-3. Just to also just point out, like, that last round, again, another problem for Fnatic is the fact that when they go connector, this time they threw the Molotov to the catwalk position, but
yeah,
again, like, a Molotov is not a smoke. It doesn't cover it. If you want to do those kind of pushes, like, and you need to have more security there. And Dragon taking out Blamef also in this round. So, just in general, like, they seem to have some trouble. Like, they get mid-position, but I won't really call it mid-control.
Yes.
To draw a distinction there.
I guess the small thing for them in that round where it's a hero AK and nothing really else around it. a bomb plant is not terrible. Bomb plant, a couple of kills as well, is not terrible. It's maybe a bit of a silver lining, but I think we're at that point now where that's no longer good enough. Maybe we're still in the early parts of this half, we can say, all right, we'll take those, but we actually won't. But at the moment, oh my god, Kindo up close. Shot rattles past the head just there, and he'll get out. Unspotted in towards Palace. They've got to be expecting the A here, and here it comes.
Yeah, Emmy chucked down. He's so flashed, but somehow he still gets the kill. 12 bullets left. They're all around him, and yeah, maybe a little bit of panic there. They're actually bumping into each other in the smoke of Dragon. He's so quick. I don't even know how he realized, but Crims maybe should have had that kill. He pushed behind them somehow. Gun barrel showing in fear, thinks, okay, it's my time to strike, and he does get that one. So another 3 versus 3. The bomb is down. Mats is here, almost, I would say, overextending in that fight. But he gets the job done, and Kindo and Collins, I mean, they have so much money. I would say you could just go for this one, and no matter what, you're going to be able to buy in the next round, so it probably doesn't even matter. Headshot on Matsis, leaving Bermilov alone, and he gets jumped by Kindo. I can't believe it. They're able to reclaim the bomb site. That's a huge 3-3 that goes the way of Partisan. Again, just they look so much sharper and focused right now than Fnatic do.
Their shots are unbelievably crisp. I mean, 9 rounds in this first half. Part of me wants to just already chalk up Mirage as a loss for Fnatic. This is a unstoppable Partisan right now. Not pulling any punches. They are looking so crisp. And everything that Fnatic are trying, all these gimmicks, the dives out of Palace, they're all still falling flat. Like, how Emmy gets away with that first kill, I have no idea. But yes, the 2 guys that are highlighted coming in towards this game of Dragon and Kindo who are stepping up, they're always the superstars for this team, but my god, they're looking good right now. Nate breaks up in the smoke. One there, in towards top mid. The double orb setup is spicy, especially when Dragon is as crisp as he has. He's not often somebody you see on the orb, but he's not bad when he picks it up.
More problems for Fnatic. It's not what they need right now. They're trying to get a 3rd round, to get anything cooking in this first half here. Dragon gets another shot, slowing them down. Yeah, get rid of him and try and get that bomb planted. Put a little bit of pressure on the CT side. Collins sneaking right on the edge of the smoke. And blame F in a 1 versus 3. This is absolutely a beautiful display coming out from our Serbian friends. And yeah, this first half could not have been really any better for them. Blame F surely going down here, and he will be. Dragon ends the half at a 15-3 scoreline. That's completely outrageous.
It's just decimation here in the server. 10 rounds on the CT side. This is done. There's no way. Fnatic to get back in towards this game would require something ridiculous. If that's going to be a possibility, I really do not know. I mean, yeah, to get back into this, if they were able to pull it off, Fnatic, that'd be one of the best retake or kind of resurgences back into a game that I've seen in a long time. And it all starts, if they can get a pistol round, the force behind it, the first gun round, then we can start maybe entertaining that narrative. But, I mean, to be perfectly honest, until it gets like a 10-8 scoreline, I'm not a believer just yet.
It's such a long ways away. You have to agree with that. And see if they can find a way to play it through here. Second half pistol is coming up, and Vlad, it's ice cold.
Bye-bye.
Crims just wanted to take a little peek into the palace, just wanted to look at the throw pillows up there, but instead, he's dead and gone. They haven't really noticed that there's a guy down there, but they will, and unfortunately for BlameF, lurking around like that, it's all well and good if you've got some teammates that are distracting, but there's no other teammates nearby that are drawing any attention anywhere else, so eventually they definitely will check it, and this is such a clean round. I don't even know what to say. I can't even really finish my little speech here before we're done. It's
so effective what we're seeing. This one's done. Pistol 1 by Partisan. Do you just force it if you're Fnatic? It's just kind of like a why not? I feel like it's basically, you've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like, I don't like the force buys on CT side, but on this one, I can give him a pass. You have to gamble. You have to try and take a risk and just say, I don't know, maybe we can pull this back off. It's going to be an insane task without a shadow of a doubt, but let's see. MP9 across the board, bar Matties in towards a 5-7. It's still a pretty scary buy, but it's double AK, double Galil on the flip side, and even those Galils can be super scary, and especially considering that 4 out of 5 don't even have head armor as well. It shouldn't be that hard for Partisan to get the 12th here.
No, definitely not. I agree though as well. Like it would require not probably one, but like 4 or 5 different miracles to get back into a game like this. You might as well start with the MP9s. You know, even if you win this round, like you're still gonna probably lose the map. So you just have to, yeah, you just have to try something here, whatever it takes, really. Mid push and Partisan kind of, you know, very smartly waiting. They have nothing to lose but waiting, except maybe for a little bit of time. But ultimately, who cares about that? Aladdin actually winning that fight against Crims too. Oh, it's so brutal to look at the scoreline here for the Fnatic side. That they're getting so little in terms of kills that it's not even like a great conversation, you know. Yeah, it's over before it even got started.
12-2. 10 map points for Partisan on your opponent's map pick isn't bad. That is for sure. Once again, you force buy back in. You got no choice here. Got a FAMAS, triple MP9, and a Eagle. 2-13. To a 14 for Bermalov, may I say. Let me correct myself nice and quickly. Matties for 2. So we're trying to fight in towards midi. Guess support here as well. The Deagle. Alright, this one's actually been a fight. It's still 2 versus 2. And one should be done towards mid. They are. Last man of Crims is 1 point of HP as well. And now a dead man. What a map. 13-2. Just decimation and 17 kills apiece as well for Kindo and Dragon. What a showing from those two. What a showing from everybody involved from Partisan. That was unbelievably quick.
I mean, they don't even really show up in that game. Like, Fnatic just... I don't know what it is, right? But it is interesting when you see how 2 different teams can show up, and one is somehow incredibly fired up. Like, I don't know if they were out running at like 5 a.m. or doing push-ups or something, but like, you know, like they just show up and they're so sharp, they're ready to play, and you can kind of see. And the other team, you know, not to say Fnatic, obviously they take these games seriously. They have to. We already covered how much it means in terms of the rankings and everything else, but you know, you're not seeing that energy at the start of the game, and they just get crushed. Like, they can't even make it back. What a wild way to get started.
Yeah, what a showing. I mean, that is seriously impressive. You got your own map pick coming up next as well of Inferno to follow that. I mean, you're loving life, right? Where you're currently standing, you know, you've got an incredibly dominant Mirage. You know, Inferno is sort of, I guess, strategically played so similarly to, you know, map 1 and map 2 of that. All expectations should be now that Partisan walk in towards our second map and just do exactly the same. Fnatic, they need to use this, what, 10-15 minute break in between maps and have a really difficult conversation, but it has to be a complete reset. And basically the way to go about it is just say, forget about it. We've got to move forward 1 round at a time, 1 map at a time. That's how we get back into the series. We can't dwell on the past for now. We'll come back to it at a later stage. But either way, a brutally brilliant performance coming through from Partisan. And I guess we'll throw it over to Alan to break down what was ultimately a very quick map of CS. Alan, what have you got for us?
Funny, blink and you missed that one. I think you guys summed it up pretty well. Absolute domination, start to finish. I thought the way that Partisan played that CT side was fabulous. They gave so many different looks to their opponents. I think Emmy probably deserves a lot of credit for some of that CT side calling. There was maybe 1 or 2 rounds during the entire half where Fnatic made a call, they caught a site lesser defended and had an easier time. Otherwise, they're running into players, they were facing mid pushes, they were seemingly never having tabs on where Kindo was with that AWP, and it just made it ever so difficult. So I think Fnatic had their work cut out. It's probably a two-folded sort of first half there, where on the one side, Fnatic, maybe the communication wasn't brilliant, maybe the calling, maybe, as I said, they're really struggling to just find a way to play or call into areas of the map that were less defended. But on the reverse, Partisan were absolutely fabulous. I mean, individually, Dragon was an absolute monster during that first half. He was so good, taking his opportunities to play off spawns, to get aggressive mid. Couple rounds as well where they aggressed B apartments, and he just absolutely annihilated the Fnatic player, trying to lock down that area of the map. And as soon as you win those sort of fights in the extremities, that's information, that's space, that funnels Fnatic into other areas of the map. And Partisan was so good at moving between parts of the round, of getting a kill early and saying, okay, that means that Fnatic now, they can't go in this direction, they've got to go this way. Let's rotate, let's use our util to block off the likely avenues now for Fnatic. So it really did fit very well together. Kindo has said was fabulous too. Dynamic on that orb made it very difficult for Fnatic to read where he was playing, and all in all, that's what Partisan should look like. I mean, I wish there was more to say about this first map, but it was so short. Fnatic didn't really get anything going. It's hard to even look at them and say, you know, this aspect worked, this didn't work, because it was such a fundamental kind of systemic collapse on that first map. And I certainly wonder from a leadership perspective, from a coaching perspective, what do they even discuss between this first and second map? Because that should have been their winning map in this series. It was their map pick, and it was just a disaster from start to finish, and they just struggled so much to find anything. So I guess going from here into map number 2, this Inferno, just gotta reset, focus on the game plan going into Inferno. They probably knew that Partisan was going to pick it, so hopefully they got some good prep. But yeah, all in all, a very tough first map, and I guess for Partisan, you don't need to change anything. You got a hella good win rate on Inferno so far this year. Fnatic haven't played it so much, but they have won a couple games, so it's not like it's going to be a walkover. But if it's anything like that first map, it's hard for us to sit here and say Partisan is not going to win it. So short and sweet, map number 1. Next up is Inferno. Hopefully there's more to talk about in that one, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. So quick break, and we're back. It's Inferno to see if Partisan can get this done in 2. We'll see you then. Mirage done and dusted. That was a bit of a smackdown from Partizan, 13-2. That was Fnatic's pick. So even more painful for the international mix. Next up, it's Inferno. It's a fabulous map for Partizan. Yes, Fnatic have played a couple good maps recently. So maybe form is okay. But guys, based off what we saw on map 1, the scale, the absolute enormity of the change Fnatic needs to make to be competitive, let alone win this map, is big. They need to have some very important conversations, don't they, between these maps?
Absolutely. I mean, probably we need to just say, like, that never happened, I think is probably the way to go about it, and just completely forget. I think you kind of got to go and say, forget about it. It's not a thing. It didn't happen. We have protocols for Inferno. We can play this map. Yes, it's their map pick, but we're going to have no issues here. There's going to be a lot of, we look towards the more veteran players in the team, the Blame F and the Crims, and say, right, you guys need to really help out here. The youngsters were struggling, no two ways about it. Fear it is moments here and there, but man, what they need to do to now get back in towards this series is so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know what the protocols are for a team like this. You know, the problem is you're playing online as well. Like, you know, do you stay in the team speak and have like a chat, or do people just get up and leave and then it's silence until you get back and sit down and try and play the next map? Like, there's got to be a way to try and recover this, right? Because if it's just like every man for himself and people are a little bit tilted and it's kind of like, okay, what the hell is going on? That it's gonna be really rough. So hopefully Fnatic have some more leadership and a better chance to kind of get into this one. You know, the story is the same every time. You know, you win a pistol. You know, you get off a bit of a roll, you can put that first map behind you. But obviously, you know, if Partizan come in hitting the same kind of shots they were in the opening map, then it's going to be hard for Fnatic to forget about what's going on there on Mirage.
Individually for Fnatic, Nao, are we looking at Blame F? Are we saying it's just, you know, across the board we need a better performance? Who are the players that could save them in this series?
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, basically, if we're going to put it simple, everybody. But yeah, Blame F, you know, for him, 4 and 14, you know, we're probably expecting way better numbers, or we're wanting way better numbers, but like, nobody had a good game. Herbalov went 2 and 14, Blame F went 4 and 14. The best they got was Matty's on 8 kills. I mean, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. It has to be a complete team-wide performance. You know, we can kind of pick on individuals and say these are meant to be our kind of primary point of finding firepower, but I think without a doubt, it has to be a complete kind of change up in every single way. And actually, probably you're looking on the flip side and saying, we need a little bit more on a Castle, right? The coach, he needs, you know, we could have had a couple more pauses early to break that momentum. We need to just try and completely change the kind of the formation of the side. Nothing was working. The ideas were stale. The individuals obviously were really off their day. I don't really know what the protocol is here. I mean, I guess to be fair, Alan, this is probably a good question for you. When you were back in your coaching days, you know, it always happened. Endpoint losing these big maps badly. what would
We lost the whole maps.
what would your kind of idea be? What would you do to kind of say, right, map 2, let's go?
My philosophy was always, let's focus on the process. So rather than, I mean, some players go for more of an emotive angle, or coaches will go from, you know, they'll try and fire their players up. They make some like epic shocks style speech. But for me, it was more like, okay, what's the plan? How are we actually going to win this map? Rather than, and using that to offset the emotional pain and suffering. And we certainly had a good bout of that. Plenty of lost maps. But yeah, I mean, certainly for a team like Fnatic, especially where they are as a team, I would have thought that they're in a place where there's so much new stuff they're doing. There's so many new rounds they're running. There's so many things going on that if you focus everything on for map 2 on, let's try and execute that. Let's see what works. Let's, you know, run these new rounds. Let's get used to these positions. That should take your mind off it. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's on the players to focus up. For Partizan, Anders, more of the same. More big individual performances. Is that how they're going to win this series?
We're going to find out right now, Alan. But yeah, I mean, if they change nothing and just keep playing the same way, they are going to blow Fnatic out of the water. So I'm excited. Let's get into this one. Thank you, Alan. And let's see how we can get this one underway. Fnatic going to be starting on the TT side, Partizan on the T side. And we're on the second map here for this best of 3. If you're just joining us, big welcome. We've got lots of Counter-Strike coming up for the day, so you're not going to be bored, you know. Emmy's already looking for some action up here, and if he would have landed that shot, that could have actually been the end of the round. But Crims is still alive.
Yeah, Crims quite smartly just pulling away from that. He just realizes it's not a fight that he wants to be taking because he's alone towards his B site. Fnatic have done some sort of pistol round prep, which leads them to believe it's going towards A, but I think Partan is going to double pump fake and go in for this B hit, and Crims is under a lot of pressure. And we have some Utah as well. 2 nades, 2 smokes. This could be brutal for him.
Yeah. All he has to do is get a kill and stay alive. That he knows that if they come, he's alone, and he's not here to try and, like, you know, get every single one of them. And yeah, failing the kill, staying alive is the other important part, right? Because the alternative is that he leaves his team in a 4-on-5 in the afterplant, and nobody likes that. From Partisan, I love this though. Yeah, go push him. Go try and see if you can find it. It's going to be a trade, but that is still worth it here. Puts a lot of pressure on. The smoke actually goes super deep here for Partisan, so really trying to stop them from even getting close to the retake. And you can see how awkward it is.
Actually, just rely on the mechanics. I don't even think, you know, Partisan, not that they kind of can't, but they weren't required to ever do any sort of really detailed calling or very specific, you know, set round. They could come into rounds and say, let's just default out the gates, see what we get, and react off the back of that. And for the most part, it was working. Bermalov gets the first, but he sticks around a little too long as well, as Kindo will trade, and Collins finds Crims, and a lot more damage dealt towards Matties as well. It's going to make this a tough force by round for Fnatic.
I kind of like the attempt, you know, try and get something back. If you win a round like this one, pushing down the middle and kind of, you know, do it a bit aggressively, that is the kind of thing that's probably getting the team a bit fired up. So I don't really mind that they try it. I think it's worth a shot. And I mean, on a map like this one, MP9s and 5.7s, they're not even much of a downgrade, right? It's one of the big complaints about Inferno is that everything is kind of a little bit choked up, and, you know, you're going to be in close range fights almost everywhere. But it's an undefended bomb site, so they're going to be planting the bomb, and that's it. Fnatic are going to carry these pistols and the MP9 into the next round.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. I think it's the main thing. There's no need to hunt on the flip side as well for Partisan. Bomb will go down. Round 1, nice and easy, but still a bit of a worry in the sense of, for Fnatic, because this was a force buy, we got to utilize these guns in towards the next Scout MP9 5.7. Not exactly something you really want to hedge your bets on. So Partisan with a 2-0 start, the third feels expected, then probably a fourth behind it because money gets a little weird. So it's an interesting kind of position that Fnatic are in. And one of the reasons, again, as I'll always mention, why I don't like these CT force buys when you lose the pistol. You put yourself in a horrible position to start off a map, and in MR12, you really can't afford to do that anymore. We know how brutal it makes things. So, Partisan not slowing down by any means compared to what we saw in towards that first map of Mirage, and why we were quite sort of hesitantly alluding that this could actually just be a rapid 2-0 at this rate. Just the level and the pace that Partisan are playing at, not pulling any punches. They look well in doubt the better side, and it seems like the plan and the synergy between this side is tenfold what we're seeing over towards Fnatic. So, tough thing for them. I feel like as well, if Fnatic go in towards their first true gun round in this next round, number 4, they lose that, I'd love to see an early pause after Castle. Just slow it down. Don't allow Partisan to roll through the rounds again as it did in towards Mirage. Yeah,
I would agree. I think that is something that is probably going to be needed to try and make sure that things don't get out of control. It can also be interesting, right? Because obviously if you take a pause but you have nothing much to say, then, you know, that can also feel a bit awkward, right? So there's gotta be like a real appeal here to Fnatic if it goes that way. Really get fired up and kind of like have a bit of a plan here. Aggressive push with the flashbang as well. It's a nice idea, and they get a team kill for it. Not what they were looking for.
No. Not at all. You hate to see it.
I was looking one of these days at like the flash over the wall, like the retaking of Top Banana.
Sure.
I swear I was looking through like G2 and I can't remember what other teams. I could find almost no rounds where those flashbangs work. Like it's weird because I know I've obviously casted them. I've seen them, right? I have a lot of memories of that flash setup working, and when I look through the demos, like, I can't find it. Like, it's just, it feels like every time either nobody's there, or, like, people don't get flashed properly and you just die anyway, or there are, like, 3 people and you flash one of them and then the other 2 kill you. Like, I'm starting to be... I'm growing in suspicion of that Top Banana retake, even though it's one of my favorite things, you know?
Yeah, maybe we have a bit of an agenda to start selling here. these don't work. Stop wasting your time.
Yeah, at least I'm at least going to try and research it a bit more, just because I am a bit confused. Like, it's one of the things I found myself repeating over the years. You know, like, oh yeah, top banana retakes, those are really sick. Like, that's, you know, and you know, the logic of it makes a lot of sense, because if you can reclaim that on the CT side, then you know a lot about what the Ts are doing. Like, it's all right there, but the way that people are doing it right now, I feel like it's, at least from the data that I've seen, doesn't seem to be doing as much as I was really expecting. So, anyways, the first rifle round that's coming out here for the Fnatic side, we've got the AWP on Bermalov, or we had, because Collins is just out there. I just don't think Bermalov was even anticipating or thinking about the fact that someone could have just walked that whole way up with no notice. So he gets caught off guard. Fear is the same, and they've almost lost this round. I mean, Fnatic would actually be risking a lot trying to retake this. I know it'd be the most deflating feeling in the world to have to save this round, but it's probably the better choice.
Well, let's see. I mean, I think you're right. I feel like keeping on to what you've got is probably the way to go about it. I feel like the way they're angling now with Crimson Matty sort of pulling away, this might be the case. They're going to leave Blame F there for now, but the only way you can make this sort of a round work is if somebody got a really early kill before the bomb goes down. But I think now for Blame F, use that CT smoke as an escape plan, get out of there, group up with the rest of the team over towards A, and just use this buy back in towards the next. But again, right, first gun round doesn't go successfully. A 4-0 start for Partizan. This is where, if I'm a coach at least, I'm just trying to just say, right, guys, what is going wrong here? We have to cut this off now. Because we just know that Partizan, as we saw map number 1, you give them like 3 or 4 rounds in a row, they are near impossible to stop.
Yeah,
like, it's tough. I mean, the good news is Bermalov's got more kills than the first map already, so that's a positive.
Yeah, you've got to find some way to make this work for yourselves, right? Try and see if you can get this done. But if I'm looking at Partisan for the last 2 months, right? They've played no Inferno whatsoever. But if I look back at the last 6 months, right? They've actually played it 6 times, and the win rate's like 83%. So they definitely know how to play the map. It's just not been a map they've had a chance to play this year in officials. But I mean, right now that doesn't seem to be a problem for them at all. And honestly, the way that some of these people are dying, right? Like, Bermalov just kind of, like, just ultimately not ready. Like, that can't happen, right? And then Fear is alone in the map. He just also dies with, there's just no defense, right? And, yeah, like, that's your only job when you're at this bomb site is essentially to be ready no matter what. And the sneaking through there for Collins was obviously really sick, and they just didn't see it coming, but that's kind of unforgivable. We can't be having that, Fnatic, is what I'm trying to say.
You're spot on. You're spot on. So, as we mentioned, that triple save means you can rebuy back in. Got no issues, which is good to see. Now what? Come back in towards this short control that he wants to take. And he's going to bank over. Interesting, catches that ledge, so it doesn't really do anything. Feels like a bit of a wasted HE, but for the most part, Partan, they don't mind too much. Still got plenty of util in the back pocket. Under a minute now, though. I think back towards B, it is just Fear here. And this has been something that Fnatic have been doing quite a lot, right? We've seen it with just one man alone towards B and hope they can sort of survive the onslaught. And also what we've seen so far is that it's not working.
Okay, Fear jiggling the position, throws out an incendiary. As we all know, people don't care about incendiaries because... like,
That might be the round.
That is, I mean, again, it should be, right? Especially because Vladin is here in the middle. Crims, he's going to get the kill, but does that change their mind? The bomb is only just planted, but it's so easy to lose this round and throw every single rifle away. And that early kill is one of those kills where you're like, ooh, now you feel you're motivated to do it again. But at the same time, you might have just motivated yourself into losing the rest of your economy here. So we're going to see how this one plays out. They do have a kit on BlameF, and that might be the big ticket to try and get back into the round. But I'm not going to lie, it won't be easy. Now, the third player or fourth player for Partisan is miles away. So they are really only 3 people at the bomb site, and they're not ready for this very late push that's coming in. Oh, that's shocking. A bit of a slip up here for Partisan that was not needed. They assumed that, you know, Fnatic are going to go for another save, no question, and they get jumped right as they're about to escape the bombs. That's wild.
That's rough. That is seriously rough, yeah. That's actually the first mistake we've seen, really, from Partisan all series long. Rare to see it as well, you know. Partisan have been so clean, but I think that's probably the first time we've seen them where, because of how easy this whole series has been, they're just so maybe overly confident, and it cost them. Tough one to see. Again, not the end of the world. You still got a 3-round buffer zone. You still got a full buy-in towards the next, and money left over for the next probably 2 rounds to follow over that. So you're not left reeling, but it is still just a little bit of a faux pas. Matty's under pressure, but he will get caught. Vladden holding W1 to that fight. Colin's going to get one of his own as well. Beautiful stuff. There's the flashbang, though, and Fear will net his. So Banana Control taken back by Fnatic.
4 vs 3. See if they can do anything more here. What a rush around the corner in Emmy. He's going to clean up the bomb site. Crim's alone back there, and this is more misery, right? Like, you win that round, and not to say that it wasn't a good play from Fnatic, but it's also a bit of a gimmick. You're only going to be allowed to do that once and a half, you know? So what's next? Like, if you go right back to losing, then, like, it kind of is all for nothing, you know? This is... Honestly, again, like, it's a bit depressing to talk about the Fnatic side. So, I mean, like, for Partisan, like, I'm just, again, I'm blown away by the sharpness with which they're showing up to the game for. That's awesome.
What a response as well. You have a little bit of a kind of a faux pas in the previous round, and you respond well, right? You know, they were just a little bit lackadaisical prior, and they make it work following it. So, put the pressure right back on towards Fnatic. Granted, thankfully for them, they can reinvest, so it's not the end of the world, but still, they're in a bit of a dire spot here. You're 4 rounds in the hole. We do get that first pause out there for Fnatic, so I like seeing it, you know, early like this. Just give yourself a chance to shut down this momentum of Partisan. Give yourself a chance to ice them out a little bit, but also to really get Castle on towards the mic, say, this is the plan in this round. We've got to clean up a few things. You know, we're running out of chances rapidly to make it stick, and you know, an early exit here in the first round of the playoffs was definitely not on the cards for Fnatic. And we were bringing it up on the desk with Alan, and we were talking about it and saying that, you know, for Fnatic, they want to go deep in this tournament. They're just shy of tier 1 invites, being kind of 26th ranked in the world VRS. And an early exit into playoffs is definitely not going to help.
No, it won't. And in a way, this is, you know, it's a big topic, obviously, like, you know, but in a way, this is kind of like the brutality of the circuit that, in a way, I kind of enjoy. Like, you know, should you be playing in big tournaments if you can't, you know, put together like a really, really good lineup and make it sing? I mean, the answer should obviously be no, right? And unfortunately, for like a lot of Go, it was a lot of teams like Fnatic and a lot of other teams, you know, kind of fielding teams where like, oh yeah, we're always in the rebuilding stage. We're never really performing like to a high enough level. And, you know, there are a lot of criticisms, and I think a lot of really good criticism of the VRS system right now, obviously. But this side of it is like, this is like a hard encounter with reality in some sense for Fnatic, and it should be, right? Like, you can't beat Partisan, then like you need to either make a change or you need to work a lot harder to make sure that you are just ultimately ready for these kind of games. There's no other way, right?
Let's see. Matty's playing up close. Oh, he nearly works out for the first. He will get a swing on towards Emmy. Of course, napping a little bit, but Bermalov overextends. Down he goes. Does Scrims get cleared? Yes, but not well enough. This Dragon will fall. Numbers favour that of Fnatic, and they'll be doubled down as well as Vladden. Swinging out from Balk. Down he goes. And 2 remaining alive, especially with the ult so low. Can they even do anything here?
Shouldn't really be able to, right? So just again, for Fnatic, we're at the rebuilding stage still. Try and get a couple of more, you know, rounds here. Don't lose too many rifles in this one. It should be locked in more or less. And with Collins going down and the only real health they had left there. So yeah, 3 people surviving on the Fnatic team. I won't say it's like a, you know, it's not a turnaround moment. But, you know, do it a couple of more times and it'll be more interesting.
Kinder saves. AWP, plenty of cash to go around though for Partisan, so not reeling by that round loss. And this is the issue with Fnatic. It's good, you call attack pause, you immediately get around to follow it, right? So whatever was said in that attack pause has obviously worked out for the better. But we need consistency. You've touched on it. Multiple rounds in a row are required here. Let's see if they've got it in the locker. I mean, it is a mammoth task ahead of them.
Oh, no question about that. Round number 8. We're seeing all the usual grenades being thrown out left and right here. Collins going to be diving around that smoke. That smoke is so cool because it kind of hugs the left-hand side of the banana position. Molotov, or grenade there, not obviously meant to go that way, but yeah, like the CTs can't see much down, but you can sneak around on the T side, so it kind of sets you up for an aggressive move if you want to. A lot of teams are doing it now. Spray comes through, and it's absolutely fine. I think they were so low on health already that they just never were going to survive that encounter. Trying to win this fight is Dragon, and eventually he will get the job done. So, you know, Crim's still alone over here. There is a way to lose this round for Fnatic in spite of the great start. Flash going over. Dragon should be dead in this encounter. He walks right into the crosshair. And again, because Kindo is already low on health here, it should be a done deal.
It should be, and now it most definitely is. Kindo, even saving here is going to be really difficult. 50 seconds to try and evade for Fnatic. It should be impossible. He should go down, and I think Fnatic, this is a prime time where you should be calling for a hunt as well. Try and find that AWP. He's so low already, and Crim's making that move. Kindo, does he clear close left? He does, and he'll get that shot. So staying alive for now. There's a flank coming through. That should catch him a fear. Should be in the operative word. 20 seconds he's got left to try and stay alive here. Granted, there is still money. It's not the end of the world, but down he goes. Yes, Fear looked like he was waiting for the knife, but Kindo turns around, so that'll dispel any of those plans. Fnatic, back-to-back rounds. This is a rarity. This is a weird feeling. Fnatic finding success and form is something we're not used to so far in this series, and neither are Partisan. They're going to call for a pause of their own, and sort of understandably so.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is they've probably already done enough on the T side to make this a successful half, right? So
yeah,
for Fnatic, I think the real celebration moment for them is if they can make this a 7-5 half. Just win every single round from here on out and get to the second half feeling, you know, reinvigorated. I would say Partisan win anything more here, it's once again kind of disaster zone coming out for Fnatic. So I like it though. Again, like it's got to start somewhere. Every interesting comeback always, you know, you're in this position and then suddenly it's a slow turnaround and like it's got to begin at some stage. But man, it's been hard to find the impressive moments. Blame's still like 1 in 3, right? We said at the start, like he's been the guy who's been getting a lot of the resources and kind of, you know, typically has a really high rating for this team, but we're not seeing it right now. They need more of it. Nice shot onto Dragon. He's putting a lot of speed behind it. I feel like if he hadn't got contacted there, maybe he just keeps going and tries to run down Crims. That would have been, I think, an interesting round to spot. But he's going to get smoked off instead, and yeah, be careful with that. So some pressure in the A apartments, but ultimately they're being slowed down a bit.
You definitely feel the Partisan, these rounds are becoming much harder to find. They can't just rely off their raw mechanics anymore, and they've got to find ways to outcall Fear now, which easier said than done when he gets going too. Kindo just gets out there. I don't know, it might not be the same security for him or Matty's. That's a bad time to look into a second mid. It's unfortunate, he just gets caught. The idea of pushing mid there felt quite nice, but as he checks in towards second mid, Vladin perfectly pops up to catch him, and now we've got a bit of an interesting spot. It's Partisan in a numbers advantage situation, but the HP worse off, especially for Vlad and Dragon, so it still could swing the other way. It looks like a group to finish towards the A site is the plan here. Fear's rotating over, but will he make it in time?
Yeah, it's down to Mr. Reliable again. Crims with the flashbang's insane, and Vermilov, he's so low on health. He should be dead. There is a little bit of backup coming through, but it's been smoked off for the minute, and there's Vermilov quick in the grave, leaving it to Blamef and Fear. Trying to see if he could find anything over here, but Blamef is so far away. Bomb is going to be planted here. It's an HE going down. They have another Molotov, actually, an incendiary grenade as well that they've stolen, so they should be able to buy enough time. And yeah, he's already run 8. He's already set. That's it. Like, we're not even going to get close to this one, so yeah, for Mattis, I'd be so curious about the theory of him going down in the middle. I feel like that's the kind of play that maybe makes more sense to me if you are having a great match where you're like, okay, we're gonna take a couple of risks, we're gonna bully them, you know, they feel uncomfortable. I imagine when you're this far behind and you lost the first map and everything else, losing a player and suddenly making it 4 and 5 at the start of the round might make your team feel like, God, you know, like, why are we doing this, you know? It must have been a bit of a plan, but yeah, absolutely caught out.
So, Crims as well for one there, but it was such a big ask. He was so blind. Unfortunately, on towards the side for Bermalov. Just no chance. Basically, 3 different angles to fight from there. So at least for Partizan, you've guaranteed bare minimum a tied game at the turn of the half. That's a nice position to be in. It's more so now, can we get just that one extra? Guarantee a lead. We know how clean their pistols have been as well, and that alone should be the securing factor. Deep in towards mid. Kindo going to get caught there. Double nade setup. My Matties and Crims will catch him off guard, so great start for Fnatic.
Collins just banking on knowing the angle well enough. How sick would that have been? All right, he spots out Bermalov, and the grenade is going to be pretty quickly following. Oh, and he gets him right on top. Collins, you absolute nerd. That is... that's a sign that you've been playing way too much Inferno. Well played.
What's he do now, though? Flashing towards top banana. He's waiting for a peek. He gets a flash of his own. Collins catches Fear. We're back into a 3 versus 3. Sure, Collins is barely alive, but this round's still doable.
They might not suspect that there's a third person here. They actually are checking it.
No way.
Wow, this is so impressive. I feel like they should have had that kill every single time. It seems like Blamev's going to do a fine job at holding, but... I mean, again, the care with which to check it. I don't even want to point it out. Like, they're going to know as well. They in the back of their minds, they know that that's a round that they at least should be very close to. Probably even like get the bomb plant or whatever. It's just about killing Blamef in that corner. So, interesting stuff. Well played. I guess, yeah, he was assisted on that kill earlier, Blamef. So, regardless, they would have known that he was probably around here somewhere.
Yeah. It gets so unfortunate. Honestly, if they kill Blamef there as well, there's a real world that round flips the other way. But Fnatic survive a scare. Bit of a sigh of relief for them as well. Coming into us next round, we've got just a 1 AK, double Galil, double Tech 9. Oh, Kindo as well. Spams the smoke, down goes Blamef. Brutal way for Fnatic to start against this sort of half buy.
You hate to see it, don't you? Again, it's all on this for Fnatic here. Best they could do is a 6-6 scoreline at the end of the half, which, I don't know, you can live with it. You can make it work. I wouldn't say I'd be really happy. I feel like they're in a hard game regardless, but it has to start somewhere. Losing Blamef, though. Even if Collins takes a fair bit of damage for it, we'll see how this one plays out. They are starting to investigate the A apartments, which no matter what you're doing, you can't really let the CTs have that much control. So if there are any CTs up there, you've got to find out, because if you're executing onto the B bomb site and there are CTs there, they can be behind you really quickly, or there could be a big stack at the B bomb site. Right now, the stack is near. It's Fear, and he's alone, traded out, and I don't know about that. Again, you're playing that position alone. You're risking the entire round based on, you know, your ability to win not just one fight there, but like a lot more than that. He wasn't just jiggling the corner, right? He's really fighting that.
Yeah, that's not an easy one to play from. 3 versus 4, but Collins so low, it feels difficult. Missed shot by Bermalov. He takes a slight tag. Bomb will go down, and I mean, Vladin for him, it's just about, can he get anything with the hunt? Who cares if he loses a Tech 9? I know he doesn't have great economy left over, but even going like 1-for-1 would be huge. He should go down, and he will. So Crims lurking around, we'll see him off. But yeah, like you said, they're not going for this. So Partizan going to guarantee that 7th, which for them, very happy spot it puts them in. And once again, a very worrying predicament still for Fnatic. It's been better, without a doubt. But still not convinced just yet. So much more has to be done before we even believe in the possibility of getting back into this. And for Fnatic, I think regardless of how this half finishes, it's got to be about getting that pistol round. That's the thing that's eluding them. And it makes, I mean, a lot of people be speaking about it online, that if you lose both pistols, your chances of winning the map are unbelievably slim just outright. And I think Fnatic have kind of seen the brute force of that, really.
Yeah, this is turning into a really shocking affair. 7-4, Partizan just, you know, fighting on. Obviously, the start of the show right now is Collins working that banana position. It's been really fun to watch, right? He's got the confidence. He's got a little bit of support every once in a while with the flashbang, but again, he's just in there fighting left and right. This time, the incendiaries, they do take him very, very low. And again, that's kind of part and parcel for playing that banana position. Nice shot from Bermilov. Ready for Dragon to be there. So this could be finally another round for Fnatic. If they get a 5 again, you know, take whatever you can at this stage. It's the rebuild is still... It's a long ways away, in my opinion. But, yeah, you know, it's got to start it now.
Yeah, we really needed that more than anything. Banana control lost here, and this is difficult for Partizan. Util they have to expend just to get back in towards the position is tough, and it doesn't help with a Matty's double. Lovely work. Emmy and Collins both get clipped.
2 people left here. Kind of stuck in the middle. Fnatic don't really have to do much, right? This is a round where they can actually just hang out a little bit, wait for someone to show. You know, you should be able to trade your way through this round on protocol alone, more or less. So
yeah,
we'll see how well they do. Latin goes down. It'll be up to Kindo. It's a nice little setup here, getting a couple of kills. A 1 versus 5, remember. He's got 30 seconds left, so yeah, might as well just keep on going. You're not going to get any more time in this round, really. Can't check the corner. I don't even blame him for it. Again, like, to win a round like this one, you probably have to make a bunch of assumptions and, you know, get a little bit lucky. And, like, there's a whole bunch of things. So, I don't even blame him for it. It's going to be a 7-5 first half in favor of Partizan. Again, just really great work from them. And we need Fnatic to win the pistol and wake up.
Exactly. I feel like if we can get in that spot, you win a pistol, the force fight behind it, then we're cooking. Then this map really starts to open up. And then we can entertain that conversation of a map 3, right? But it's the flip side to it of if you lose the pistol, which so far Fnatic have lost all 3, that's it, right? That puts Partizan most likely up to 9 rounds. Fnatic have been enjoying the force by second round, so maybe even 10 rounds as well. It's not a spot you want to be in. I think the Partizan, sure, it's been not as dominant as that Mirage, but it's still feeling pretty okay. This round here, for me, feels like it could be basically everything. As much as it feels, you know, it's only halfway through this map, and it's still pretty early doors. It genuinely could dictate how this map goes, just because of the task that would be ahead of Fnatic to get back into this game, if they were to lose this.
Yeah, I kind of agree. By the way, we've got 3 sets of dualies. There is so many pistols on the CT side. I'm ready for it. Let's see if they can actually do it. Crims is here with the Molotov, but he's going to walk straight into a bullet. So dead instead. And Vladin, do you want to risk it? He does. Not necessarily supporting that decision. I feel like that's a very, very risky move. But now they could easily give it the bomb plant here. They probably will. And Dragon has to stay alive. That's the most important thing. Now, at least it was Vladin who actually got the kill, so they might not know that the Dragon is up here. Even if they suspect it, they don't necessarily have confirmation yet. So 4 versus 4. Bit of an afterplant scenario. Molotov back there, I guess, is not going to be put into play. Nobody knows that it was even there. Nice sneak out, and Dragon will open it up to take down Bermilov. 4 versus 3 now. Bit of a smoke to block them off in the pits. And Collins, what are you doing? Mattis and Blamev left, and they are just getting run down. There's no respect, and there shouldn't be either. Partizan just looking like the much superior team in this game.
Oh, that is ridiculous. What a round. What a round. That shot from Collins, I have to see that again. So he jiggle peeks out, throws the smoke down, and then says, hang on, I did just see one mini pit. Let me just take another look and see what I can do here. And what a shot he hits. Here it is. So jiggles out, spots him in, gets the smoke down, and says, hang on, like, that's not plumed yet. Let me just take a little pop shot. Just deletes fear. Ridiculous shot, and another fantastic pistol. 4 pistols. For Fnatic, a bomb plant does generally mean a force buy to follow this. So this one is a force buy that I can at least get behind. It's an understandable one. But, Anders, same predicament here. Fnatic, if they lose this force buy, like they've lost their last few force buys as well, Partizan not only get a 9th, they basically get gifted a 10th in a bit of a 2-for-1 special. So it still is really toeing the line on this sort of make or break territory.
Yeah, you know, again, I sound like a broken record, right? But for Fnatic, it is about winning rounds like this. It's about getting the team fired up. Like, there's a very, I would say, clear lack of energy. So I don't mind that they risk it, but you know, on the one side, sure, maybe you win it and then you're laughing and you're saying, yeah, let's go, now we're back, boys. But if you lose it, you're like, okay, it's another risk that doesn't pay off. What are we doing, you know? Yeah, I support it, but let's see if they can actually convert it into something. What an enormous stack going on here as well from Partizan. They've got the 3 people on the short side of mid, and then Emmy hanging around the arts position, so we'll see if they're going to be able to make a breakthrough here. Bermalov thinking about it with a deagle in hand. All he needs is one good headshot, and it actually could break apart a lot here because Crim's also thinking about it up in the apps. He could be jumping out to you know, reposition some of this defense a little bit. They're going to swing into it. There's so many people here, and so far Crims hasn't been activated, and he won't be. Kindo, he fell back in time to catch him. That's a super nice move. He knew what was coming next. From the mid push, he'd already read it. Very, very smart.
Still dicey. HP Akindo is on the brink of this being a 1 versus 1, but Blamef's walking into the flank, and here comes Collins. A slide upgrade for that Galil too. And then 4 in the end, both ways. Partizan. Big round to win. And also to deny a bomb going down in this one too, just puts the money back to square one for Fnatic. Back to nothing. And this is where, again, we talk about this side just having that cutting edge. If Fnatic want chances, they've got to win rounds like that, and they just can't. They can't fathom converting those sort of ones. So we've got a bit of a bonus Galil. Hero Galil here. It's going to be difficult. Poor Bermalov as well. The nade is beautiful. Tags up to 3, and Bermalov gets spammed to the smoke. So a great start again for Partizan. They are just...
Yeah.
Oh, they're just decimating. There's just no competition.
It really doesn't feel like it. It's not the first time that we've seen it. It won't be the last either, but...
No.
But the energy to, like... how you get into a game and, like... how sharp the team looks, it can carry such a long way. Because I have no doubt that if we replay this game tomorrow and Fnatic, you know, had a bit of a different conversation, or there was like, you know, it was just the sun was shining a little bit brighter wherever they are in the world, like, you know, like, this could be a very, very different game. It's not like the individuals on Fnatic are somehow so bad that this just can't work. It's just that today it is definitely not the focus for the game that you'd want to see. And unfortunately, again, these online games really matter, right? It's a long grind. You're not just automatically at all the big tournaments anymore. You can't just show up like that. It's going to be really tough to get into it, and that's just how it is. So you have to, yeah, you have to play all of these games like it is, you know, super serious, and it really matters because it does. Fear is going to be the last one here, and obviously, there's not much you could do to steal that Galil away. Emmy, doesn't really matter if he wins the fight or not. Fear is solo already, and going to be 20 seconds for him to try and run back to the B bomb site. I'd give it a, you know, 99, you know, 0.9% that he wins this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A bomb plant for you, Sunshine, I have to say. Yeah, okay. Collins, he was taking his sweet time. I wasn't sure if he was going to allow him that plant. Thankfully, he doesn't. You know, as a whole, it's still a slightly expensive round, considering what they had, but Partizan, they've doubled the score of Fnatic now at a 10-5, and they're 3 rounds away from a 2-0 here to kickstart the playoffs in an incredibly quick best of 3. I'm going to get Partizan into all attack pause, though. They're second. And they want to just a brief moment to talk prior to heading in towards a really important round. This is make or break territory for Fnatic. You lose this, you're playing for overtime, and of course we know how big of an arse that is with the lack of consistency in format for them. So it is very much now or never for this Fnatic side, who have offered up very little in this game. And of course, with Fear dropping a Galil over in that previous round, his money shot, so just a Tech 9 for him alongside the AKs. Tough spot, to say the least. Fnatic, their game plan, whatever they're trying, is just simply not working.
Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, we expected so much more, didn't we?
Yeah, and I don't even know. Like, there just aren't many good talking points at the moment. Even in terms of, you know, like if you're gonna be, because obviously some games do just start bad. I mean, for every team that's gonna be the case. But then where's your player who can, you know, who can sort of flex into it and say, okay, you know, guys, watch this, you know, let me get this quick double, triple, or whatever, you know, like I'm gonna play my way back in, and then you can all be very excited. I feel like even just in terms of that, like hasn't been a lot. Like nobody's stepping up to make the difference here. Matt is at 12 kills. You know what? Fair play. That's not bad at all considering where they are at the moment. But I feel like, again, we're not talking about, you know, big 1v3 clutches or any kind of crazy double openings. It's just It's a bit too flat, all of it, isn't it? Smoke up there for Emmy. And as a result of him having to throw that, should be somebody joining him eventually. It feels like they're sticking on that four-man A defense, which I guess you can. I would say it's potentially a bit of a risk. He does have one incendiary, which we just know the incendiary is probably not going to slow anyone down. So, okay, now the rotation started to get there. Actually, it's a very good call for Partisan is what it looks like. I was going to say, if it's just him and the incendiary, I'm not giving him a lot of big chances, but with the backup here already, it could actually be crazy. Look at the rotation. They got almost 4 people at the B bomb site. I don't know how they know, but they've got an insane read here, Partisan. This could be a slaughter for Fnatic instead. The CT side doing a really fine job. Now, the trade will still favor Fnatic, and that's actually a great work for them. But they might still not expect that there are more people here. Boost on over, running, stopping the bomb plant with 10 seconds on the clock, and suddenly it's a 2v2. Do you want to go for it again? The smoke is fading. Colin's going to get that one, and now he does get the defuse, or the bomb plant at the very least, but Bermalov in a 1 versus 2, and you can almost feel the panic. He tries to go for that spray, and he's got the lower health here as well. Sits straight on it. Oh, he's going to go for it, surely. Bermalov knows it doesn't matter. Collins comes in with a double, and now will be another round. You can see the reaction there from Bermalov as well. They are just bullying them. Partisan. I don't know how they knew, but that's an insane rotation.
Yeah, so well done. I think the execute actually had some decent legs behind it. That boost up does so well. And even Vladden finding that lurking player, it makes such a big impact because it gives them that space to even just have put a bit of pressure on towards Bermalov, which they do. And Collins, I thought he was going to stick it the whole way, and he gets pretty close to doing exactly that. Regardless, round going the way of Partisan. For me, it's got to be done, surely. 11-5 right now. We can buy back in, sure. Lost bonus plus bomb plant keeps the funds available for Fnatic, but it just does not matter. The feeling of this game is super one-sided. And a bit of chip damage as the spam is actually pretty successful. Softens up BlameF, Fear, and Bermalov especially. And it puts BlameF and Bermalov in that spot where they're one-tappable with the M4. So, be an interesting one. Fnatic, not the start that they would want just yet. Re-smoking towards long. Try scaling towards A here, and Dragon's going to try and keep them at bay.
Yeah, I actually would love some sort of, some aggressive pop like this towards the, the arch position. Just, I feel like at this stage, you even emotionally, you just have to play your way in. Like, I don't know if they're giving too much respect. I doubt that we're talking about like them being scared of Partisan. I feel like with the level of experience here, that's probably not a word I would want to use, but there's something here where like it's all a little bit too quiet and a little bit too weird, as evidenced by the fact that Matsis just gets peeked from the short position and killed with nobody covering him. Bermalov goes down next like it was nothing. Like, it's a mess beyond belief. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Just all over the place. It feels like the mid to late rounding for Fnatic is just so chaotic. Sometimes you can have that situation where there's too many cooks in the kitchen. It feels like maybe not enough here. The ideas are all over the spot. BlameF going to get caught. Down to Fear and Crims. As Fear gets 1. Crims has been spotted 2, and the swing from Emmy is delectable. Map and series point over towards Partisan for them. 12-5. And sure, it's been a little better by Fnatic, but barely. A brutal display from a Partisan side who have just looked great all the way throughout. And are showing that they maybe actually kind of a real dark horse in this sort of playoffs. The level they're playing at right now is incredible. And you look over towards Fnatic too, to make matters worse, right? It's triple Mac 10, double Galil to try and save you at a 12-5 scoreline. Good luck.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to construct anything like a story. Sometimes as casters we like to like, oh, but what if this, and what if they did this thing, and it just feels like that's not happening here. Whatever the what if is real far away here. Bermalov, it's a nice flash, and again I would say like, yeah, put some speed behind some of these rounds. Like, get out there and fight. Like, get out of the comfort zone a little bit. Try and see if you can't make something work, because this slow counter-strike is getting punished so hard. Mac 10 to get down Vladden is a good idea. And I think Kindo, yeah, up here with the AWP, I mean, it should be, right? As much as they've been winning, it's better to just fight another day, and that's what they'll do.
We've got so many rounds spare, right? Just save, go again. It's just not the end of the world. And, well, 6th for Fnatic is maybe a slight little save face, but again, still so much more has to be done before we're even remotely convinced. I think that's nice, right? I think you're spot on. I think some of these slightly quicker rounds, just change the tempo up a little bit, put a bit more of that pressure on in any way you can. You cannot just be playing these defaults, which, first of all, obviously aren't working, if we're just being completely honest. But secondly, too, you've got nothing to lose at this point. Let's just take a couple of risks, couple of gambles, play a little bit looser, maybe back yourselves on your own fundamentals and your mechanics, sort of something that Partisan have been relying on quite a lot and obviously very effectively. Try and beat them at their own game. They have some good individuals. We know this. They haven't really shown up, unfortunately. AMF 8 and 10 for him. It's only Matty's in double-digit kills as we head into the 19th round of play.
It's wild. I mean, the one reason why you might not just want to like play crazy Counter-Strike is because it also feels like you're sort of giving up on the game plan. You know, you're saying, oh, the game plan was never good enough, and you know, like we're not even going to give it a shot. And like that probably is a little bit deflating here. Nice couple of kills to start the round with. Very aggressive, and again, kind of putting some speed behind it and following that template a little bit of saying we are just going to be, you know, bullying our way through. Like, let's go. Now we're just playing kind of fun Counter-Strike. Oh, yeah. God, Emmy. He's going to get caught again. It's like the third connection, this time a headshot. But, so, like, honestly, in terms of getting more rounds or even, you know, even into, you know, Crazy World, making it back to 12 and tying up the game and into overtime, this is, like, probably the more likely way to do it. It's just hard to know what it does mentally to a team on the long stretch. Like, if I'm a leader or if I'm a coaching staff on this team and we have to concede that, hey, our protocol and our idea and like what we're trying to build for this team long term is getting crushed, and we just have to throw it away and play, you know, like a much more puggy, screamy kind of version of Counter-Strike, like that does kind of feel like you're sacrificing the long-term vision for some short-term success. And I can understand why that feels bad, but you know, right now, it's, at least from a viewership point of view, it's more fun to watch if Fnatic do the other thing, you know?
Exactly. Oh, we shall see. 5 rounds. Fnatic have got to try and recover. That's just to take us to overtime. It's not impossible as well. I mean, granted, still very improbable. I think it's probably the way to put about it, but it's definitely not impossible. There's still a world. Considering that Partisan have only got a double M4 A1S to work with, this is the one. You find this round here. Put up to an 8th. It's only a couple of gun rounds then being the difference. And at least at this sort of slightly more carefree style of play from Fnatic, you can maybe start to believe a little bit. Map control. Very aggressive. Some nice shots there. Great one on Blame F as he catches Dragon. 4 will be recovered nonetheless, but good opener.
Yeah, absolutely is. About time that we get a chance to say, I don't think, have we had, like, I can't remember even highlighting or casting even one Blame F kill in this game so far. Like, there's obviously been some, but I feel like normally he's actually an incredibly fun player to watch when things are going well, right? Like, he's one of those, like, super elusive players that you would never want to be in a 1v1 against Blame F with 20 seconds left in the round. Yeah. You just know, like, he's somehow going to find a way to make it work. And that's fun to watch, but, I mean, obviously that's a far stretch from what we're seeing here. Looks like a bit of an attempt to maybe get control of this arch position. I like the idea. I think they were going to bring the bomb back. For some reason, Fnatic are nervous about pushing into the site. Partisan have had some really good rotation, so I imagine they're scared that it's going to be more of a stack, but obviously they can't know what we knew, which is that it was completely empty the whole time. They still should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's some spam through the smoke, but it's a USP on that corner.
Can't imagine this being anything. If Emmy can get 1 kill as a little consolation for himself, that'd be nice, but to be. So, 2 rifles. If they can stay alive, I don't think Partisan are too upset about this. Long move, and okay, now a recoverable gun as well. AK scooped up, and you're technically upgraded if you're Partisan, if you're being honest, right? You came in with 2 rifles and nothing else, and you're hopefully now about to save with 3. And I think they probably should be fine in saving as well. They're all the way over towards the A site, and there's no real move, it seems, for now at least, to hunt. So for Partisan, you're not too annoyed, you're not too worried just yet. I don't think I'll start entertaining that discussion until about 12 to 10, but Never know as well. Fnatic are looking a lot better in these last 3 or 4 rounds, which feels like they've finally figured out a game plan that works for them of kind of just fighting fire with fire. Part-time are going relentlessly quick and backing themselves in the head-to-heads, and Fnatic, it's taken them an age to figure it out, but they're now doing the same, and it is starting to work. The only issue is there's no room for error. One missed fight, one, sloppy trade or transfer, and that could be enough for Part-time to close out the map in the series. And, yeah, we say goodbye to Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's always worth, keeping in mind too. The closer you get to the goal here, the more the weight of, that one mistake is going to be on you. Oh, Emmy, that's a very nice push.
Vermilon.
Yeah, trying to see if he can find his way right on the edge. And again, it's a pretty normal strategy for the T side, but he just got completely called out there. Crims is looking to see if he can make a sneak in to wrap around. He's actually got a teammate with him. I love this play right here. Mattis, he should be able to get this round almost for free, yeah. Quick double headshot. You could see nobody was thinking about that from the Partisan side. And that's a job done. Nicely played.
Yeah, it's a rough oversight there, unfortunately. Fnatic up to 9. 3 save for Part-time. With 3 saving plus loss bonus, we can buy back in, so it's alright. But, yeah, man. Difficult position that we are in, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, like we said, even if the scoreline is looking a bit better and everything else, I think when we get to like the 12-10 kind of scoreline, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a couple of mistakes for Fnatic. That's typically where things start to slip up just a little bit.
Yeah. All right. So
I mean,
I don't know about you. I'm a little worried now, at least partially. I'm starting to think about that OT that is looming. I think Part-time are as well. They've got 1 pause left, and it might be a time to start using it, maybe.
Man, this is yeah, pick it up. I can respect this. Try to find a way to steer the ship to victory here. If you're a Partisan, you do need to get that job done. But if it goes into overtime, I mean, again, for Fnatic, like, it would be kind of a crazy story if they were able to find a way to turn it around, because it's looked miserable at this stage. So, I guess we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to.
Pause concluded. And we set back into the buy. Kindo, the AWP. Rifles alongside it. A little bit of a quieter showing by Dragon in this map. It's Collins who's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, so all we need though is just that one moment by Dragon, who we know has the ability to do so. We'll change things out. Even with the opening kill in that previous round, it still wasn't enough for Partizan. That little overlook of that bulk play costing the round entirely. He goes over. A lot of damage dealt early by the util to both Collins and Vladin. Gonna flash in and spam. And now the banana control is still with Partizan, but with the HP damage dealt towards Collins, he might want to retract out of this. I don't think it's worth sticking around.
No, probably not. Alright, gonna leave Collins here a little bit alone. Some utility, which, sure, like, if Fnatic are going by the protocols, you're gonna try and put some pressure on him to use that. Actually, Emmy's coming back rather quickly, so interesting position. Under a minute now, and Kindo, little flick to take down Crims. That is a very important kill, and the question for Fnatic is, what do you do here? Do you just try and speed up while you can? Oh, they're going to lose Mattis in the middle as well. That is a bit of a disaster, and they're blocked off with a smoke on the side, so yeah, you can try and go for a boost. I mean, I guess that is a play, but we're down to, again, some potential gimmicks to make this work. A smoke actually coming in all the way from the arch position to re-smoke this one. That is so brutal. What a great tool for Partisan to have.
Stop. Molly down. Does actually get extinguished immediately by the smoke in front. But 20 seconds, we've got to go. 3v5, 20 seconds. This is feeling done. There's 3 players here to meet them. This is really rough. 10 seconds.
Yeah, there should be no way, right? 9 seconds. I feel right. Like, there's not even close to this one. Still have to clear the entire site, trying to plant the bomb at the same time, and sure, they get the kills, but there is not enough time for a bomb plant any longer. So Fnatic after a bit of a brief, won't even really call it a comeback, by like a little sign of life for like 2 or 3 or 4 rounds there. And that was all they could really muster, I think, in this entire best of 3. That is kind of shocking.
Yeah, I mean, what a display from Partan, I think. Fundamentally, they were the better side without a doubt. And if we can get this throughout the playoffs, it could be genuinely a wild kind of dark horse story. But for Fnatic, the early exit in the first round of this playoffs was most definitely just not what we expected. But I think, unfortunately, was deservedly so. They didn't step up in any way that gives any sort of form. 11 rounds across 2 maps, simply not good enough. And sure, it was a little better in towards that second, but it was ultimately a cosmetic comeback of all regards. So, a brilliant 2-0, I think, by Partan. They've showcased just how strong they can be. And it's not only just, a 1 or 2 man show. We saw Dragon, Kindo, Collins all have their moments as well. I mean, this is a side that have a lot to offer up here. They're a real scary team when they play at that level. I'm hoping we get to see more of them in these sort of tournaments. We kind of touched on it. This is the first Inferno. It's one of their best maps. But the first time we've seen it played in 2025. I want to see these guys at more tournaments. They're playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Like, very inspiring stuff, and just like super motivated. Fnatic, on the other hand, looking real rough. Alan, what's your take on this game? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was entertaining. It wasn't very long. It was a pretty quick affair, but yeah, I just listened to you guys. The Partisan team, I think a lot of people sleep on a team like this. I think there's a lot of worlds where these sort of players could have done a bad News Eagles. Like, a lot of these teams are around a similar level, and it just took a few to have a breakout. But yeah, they played excellent today. They made Fnatic look amateur, frankly, for a lot of this series. I thought Dragon was fabulous. Kindo had a great first map. Collins is a player I've heard a lot about over the last few years, and he was an absolute monster there on that second. So, yeah, great for Partisan, but I guess on the Fnatic angle, we spoke about it in the pre-game, they need a good start to this season. They've had roster moves, that drops their ranking. Their ranking is probably likely to drop a little bit further. They've probably got, 1 to 2 months to put in real results, or they'll slip out of that cusp. They'll get less invites, and that is a scary spiral. They have not got a lot of time to figure this out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there's also that kind of thing looming as well of, if we have just 1 or 2 bad tournaments and that rank spirals, we could be talking, a few months down the line about them missing the cutoff for the major as well, right? So you really have to be super careful with not only the games you choose to play, but then the results that you're putting up and the way they played today for Fnatic. That isn't a team that deserved to be at the major. They did not show up in any way at all. So, a rough display without a shadow of a doubt. And I think for Fnatic, there's a lot that they really have to look back and learn from that series, because they got outplayed with not even that fantastic of a game plan, because it wasn't required from Partisan. They were so happy just to play that at times like a bit of a pug, and it was working.
It looked brilliant. Commiserations then to Fnatic. Partisan will progress through to the quarterfinals, the round of 8. They will play the winner of Nexus Fireflux. Our next game of the day is Guns 5. I say Guns because it's easier. Versus Bait. Bait, a team that had a pretty good end to last season. Of course, we'll get into the real pre-game guys in about an hour, but it's hard to look at that series, I think, and say it's not just going to be Bait, is it? Right, Bait surely are the better team going into that.
Yeah, I mean, this should be, I think, in terms of experience and, like, some of the XNIP guys are playing pretty well. I will say this, like, I mean, again, like, this Fine Shine kid was super fun. I guess, my guess would be for Gun 5, the consistency is going to be, like, the all-time hard thing to kind of nail down. And in the best of 3, like, you're not going to win from 1 or 2 people having like a really sick, half of Counter-Strike. So my guess would be Bait, but I don't know. Again, like, it's very hard to predict. I would have said Fnatic probably should have won that last game, and what do I know?
You know loads of things, Anders. Not all of them useful, but lots of things. All illuminated in your dreams, of course.
Yeah.
For us to see on the socials. Right. About an hour break, guys. So a little bit extended, but we'll be back at about 1:45 Central Europe for that Bait Guns 5 game. Take a break and join us back for that. We'll see you then. Time then for the second series of the day here in the playoffs of the 17th edition of the European Series here in Europe for Season 2. We've already had one game today that saw Partizan absolutely decimating Fnatic. Hopefully, if for nothing else, we're going to have a bit of a more competitive affair this time around. We've got Gun 5 up against Bait. Of course, Bait, a much more recognizable name. And given the way the bracket's shaping out, they've got a good chance actually to make a deep run here. So, guys, coming into this one, spoke about a little bit earlier, Bait are definitely clear favourites, but if you want to look at it from a different perspective, Guns have definitely got some hot prospect players, some exciting young names. Of course, this kind of scene is known for a lot of turnover of players. One of these guys could be a star of the future, couldn't they?
Absolutely. I mean, I like this team a lot. And as you caught one of them really, like yesterday, I think it was, right? Like really recently. But Gun 5 have been slowly moving up the ranks a little bit, putting some sort of exciting names in the, I guess, the forefront of our minds. The one guy that I always highlight is Zello. He got I think it was a ball prediction from Donk, rightfully so as well. He's super talented. When he gets going, so difficult to play against. But this Gun 5 side there, just full of firepower.
I mean, when I was watching them, you're right, yesterday, Feinstein was the one that was like really taking over the game in terms of just like wild AWP play. Now, whether it's sustainable over a longer period of time, like the problem is with that kind of opening, sometimes it isn't, but it was incredibly entertaining. So I want to see more. I hope we get to see more like that because it was really cool.
A little bit raw, this team. I've watched them a little bit in the past. Not with this 5, but with 4 of the 5. And they've got skills. They've got punch. If they get taken out of the way they want to play, sometimes it can go wrong. But it's definitely a team you don't want to sleep on. It's definitely a team that can do damage. Lackey there, in-game leader for this team. Fairly experienced now, at least calling at this sort of level. Transitioned away from Entropic and then became an in-game leader for this sort of squad. So, you know, there is some depth to this team. Even though maybe they lack the big star names of their adversaries. Let's take a look at Bait. Of course, a little bit more well-known. They had a really great end to the year last year. Good placement at Elisa. Then they came second at Challenger Katowice. Some well-known names here. NPL, obviously, off the back of the stint in Na'Vi, Headtrick, NIP. So, yeah, this team, better-known names. Anybody else, Neo, that definitely deserves a shout-out on this squad?
I think, especially recently now, Kenzazor, right? New in towards the side, replacing Captain Kirker. I don't think Captain Kirker was bad. It just feels unfortunately for him, like a direct upgrade. Kenzazor seems like a really talented guy. He's played a decent amount of Counter-Strike as well at a pretty good tier 2 level. And I think he himself has got a lot to offer up. So I'm hoping that if we can get him online, not all of the onus on the firepower and the rifling core is on MPL, which has sort of been the case in the past. Has been sort of MPL, very much MPL, a lot of head trick as well, and then it dips off quite sort of quickly off the back of that. So I'm looking for more out from Kenzazor to hopefully try and bolster up the firepower. But yeah, as a squad, I like these guys a lot.
Did we enjoy the storyline, Anders, of NPL head trick getting their shots maybe a little bit too early in the big teams, then having to go down a level, and now playing themselves back into form their own way? They're not like the fifth piece that just plays where everyone else has to go. They build the teams around themselves, and they look great.
Yeah, I think that's probably the more reasonable story. I think the more hysterical story is probably like the, anti-NIP story, which I think has is more headline grabbing. I like the way you phrase that, Alan, though. I mean, it is a bit ridiculous. Like, obviously, the community, and I mean, even I think broadcasting in general, like I've done my fair share of laughing at NIP in this sense, but I mean, like, it's probably more complicated than that. Some people also like to point out, sometimes when you leave a team, like, you are so much more motivated to like really show what you can do, right? Like, you feel like I'm gonna really prove to them that they were wrong or whatever. So anyway, like, I mean, I think it's a sick comeback story, right? Like, it kind of proves, they've got some real talent here, and they can play some really cool Counter-Strike. I actually think the Spade team is, like, it's a fun team to watch. Like, if you kind of, if you're looking for like a new team to root for that isn't like, in the top 5 or whatever, this is like a really fun little project to follow, in my opinion. So I could see them winning this game, and in my opinion, they should be able to go pretty deep in these CCT tournaments, in my opinion.
I mean, we talk about these teams on the cusp now of getting a lot of invites. They are ranked 28th with Valve, so it's pretty conceivable that a couple small good results could get them just over the threshold, especially for the events that somehow the other teams might turn down. A good result here, Neo, that might just be enough. And then as soon as you get into the big ones, then it's easier. That transition is brutal trying to get into the big events.
It is that big thing at the moment, right? It's about just getting over the cart, getting over that slight fine line to get those direct invites to big tournaments. I think beta aside, at least for me, it feels like they deserve it, right? We saw the level of Counter-Strike they were playing tail end of last year, like you brought up. They looked like a side that could compete with these tier 1 teams, that could play that kind of quite exciting new brand of Counter-Strike, which you don't see all too often as well. So, it's obviously good for the individual players to prove that they're at that level, despite their kind of previous teams. That's the thing, your time on NIP does not count if you're head trick. But as a whole, for Bait, they're proving as an org that they've got a lot to offer up, and I think that's, for me, is really cool.
It's been fun. It's been fun to see them. They're such a young team. NPL surprises me a lot, where it's like, he's so young, yet he's the best player on this team. He's the in-game leader. He plays all the important positions. I mean, it just gets to a point, Anders, where it's just ridiculous. Like, he just is the center of the universe, apparently, in a way that you wouldn't have believed actually watching his Na'Vi stint. And Na'Vi, he looked obviously a much higher level, but so out of sorts. And he comes down to this team, and it's just like he's in utter command. He is the focal point of the entire squad.
Yeah, I mean, if he can make it work, right? Like, if he's comfortable with it, obviously it is a lot to throw on one player. But, I mean, if he's got the respect of the team and they kind of trust him to lift all those roles at the same time, like, I mean, I would also say, like, there's a good chance you're going to be the first point of criticism if any one of those things goes wrong, right? So, like, there's a lot of focus on you. But, I mean, I think it's kind of sick. Like I said, I think, these guys they're passionate about Counter-Strike. You can tell when you watch them play. So I'm excited for this game. I think this could be like a really, if nothing else, like a really entertaining game. There might be some mistakes here or there. Unfortunately for you, Alan, again, Train is banned out. Rip,
I know.
But,
it's very upsetting.
What can we do?
I mean, looking at the stats, the way they've vetoed in the past, it's pretty clear that both teams wouldn't play Train. I mean, I think there's a pretty good argument, Guns here being the underdog. Maybe they should have just floated Train and taken away a Mirage, for example, taken away a map that's really strong for Bait. I think they might have missed the trick here.
We should get the Mirage here picked by Bait. It's a very good map for them. Yeah, there we go. Very good map for them. It's all right for kind of Gunfire, and I think for me, the way I look at it, again, because it's Mirage, as we saw in that previous series, if sometimes you're just feeling it on the day, it doesn't really make a difference in terms of statistics, but I think you're spot on, right? Float that train, get rid of Mirage, make the veto process a little harder for Bait. It feels like the handshake here is going to be the Ancient as the decider, in all honesty. I mean, there's a couple of different ways you could go about, but I think with Anubis going out, it makes a lot of sense to me. I think like Anubis, it's not bad for kind of both teams. It's a little better for Gun 5. Bait, no point risking it. Ancient, stronger map for both of these two sides. A strong part of their map pool that is very often floated. But all in all, I think it's a pretty solid map pool. This is, for me, a veto that feels like it should go 3 if both teams play to the level that they're at, unlike sort of Fnatic earlier.
We talk about Bait and we say they're in good form. We like their prospects moving forward. In this series, guys, what would you like to see from Bait to make you feel confident this team is on the right trajectory? Is it a clean sweep here? Is it a 2-0? Is it good communication? What do we need to see from Bait to feel like this is a team that can go to big events and have good performances?
I think for my money, unfortunately, playing up against, Gun 5 or Guns, it's going to be a lot harder to do this kind of thing. But, like, I would like to see, the kind of fundamentals that can be replicated into the big tournaments. Because in a way, if you come in here and you just sort of, you go out and you slay them on 2 maps, but it's like, it's like the run and gun crazy Counter-Strike, then sure, that'll get you deeper in this tournament maybe for right now, but that has like a really quick expiration date on it. So it'd be cool to see them. Just try to set up some of the fundamentals, like watch them make some good mid-round calls and kind of like, something that can be built on into the future. That'd be nice to see. Yeah, that's kind of my big wish, I guess.
Similar camp, Neo?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the way I lean in this series is probably always going to be Bait in terms of my favorites, but Gun 5 have been impressing. They've been picking up decent wins, or he's making fairly solid runs. They've been playing within kind of these open quals and doing quite well. So I always think they're a really scary side to the part, especially if they play to a level that kind of know they can, right? I think it's about the ceiling of the side being very high, but unfortunately the floor at times kind of being a little low. So you never really know what to get off of Gun 5, but Bait can't underestimate them.
Game's underway. Take it away, lads.
Yes, sir. We are going to get into it. It's Gunfire versus Bait. We're going to be starting on Nuke once again. Big welcome to everybody. I'm watching you guys over in the Twitch chat, for better or worse. It's part of my job, you know. Keep an eye on you guys throughout. So, we'll see how Bait can do this, or if Gunfire are going to find an interesting upset. Like I said, they already beat Sinners, which a lot of people thought wasn't going to happen. So I'm quite curious how big the ceiling is for them here, or how tall the ceiling is. Going to be mostly in the yard, with NPL just playing this corner. We'll see no pop flash for it, so they're going to be running right into him, and it will be a fairly quick kill to take down Cello to begin with. So 4 versus 5 now, and Alex up on the hut here. Interesting challenge. They do pick up the bomb once again. They're a bit dangerous in the 4 versus 3. And if one more shot lands, and it will, Kansas or taking down Selter, and that might be a bit of an issue. It is a team kill as well with the P250. Let's see if Fine Shine can actually do something here. 3 bullets left, and that is not enough to get the kills.
Yeah, unfortunate. If he had a little bit more left in the mag, there might have been a chance to potentially get those guys swinging on our main, but all in all, good start. NPL gets his, gets back, and even though he kind of gets traded more or less instantly off the back of it, the setup towards the A site, really strong. Gun5 went for that contact play towards outside, and it does get some leg room in terms of space, but there was no real angle of where we go past them. We get past red. Do we cross down secret? No, we can't really get in towards main, and they sort of try to relentlessly push in towards that top site, and it just doesn't work out for them. So Bait, good start for them on the pistol. No bomb plant either. Means Gun5 can't buy. So Bait should get a second without really having to work too hard for it. Now a chance on the flip side of Bait building up a nice start to the CT side. We need to see them put up a good amount of rounds. Sort of bare minimum 7, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. It's a good... Feel pretty safe when you're up there, so... The Eagles have already rung out, so maybe a little bit careful here. Selter, not so much. Walks in with a knife in hand and gets butchered by that MP9. It's... S-Time coming in with at least the 1 Deagle headshot. This round should, again, already be on lock here. So it's just a question of, you know, could they find a little bit more with the SMGs? And how much are they going to lose here on the Bait side? It should hopefully not more than maybe one more person. But, yeah, there was a real chance there. Alex showing more of himself than I think he realized. So now it's down to... I keep calling this guy CeeLo. I don't know if what the correct pronunciation is, but that's what I settled on last time, I think.
Yeah, I've been going Zelo as well. I think Zelo, Zello, I've heard kind of 2 people. I think Zelo seems like it's right at the very least, but very talented when he gets going. It's just, the only issue is that, you know, he was touted as a sort of next up player, kind of the big name on Gun5, got this bold prediction nomination, and, you know, he started making a bit of a name for themselves, but unfortunately, the last 2 games that I've casted of Gun5, prior to this one, both times he's gone missing. Gun5 have lost. So I feel like the issue is that as much as he's really talented, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, a lot of resources given towards him. If he struggles, who does the team? Nice opener though by Center. But Borlaki gets caught by the HE on the retreat.
I think they went yard with essentially no smoke. So that's such a... That is such a crazy play. I mean... Again, that's the kind of high confidence. We are just not going to respect anything that you guys do Counter-Strike, and it's very hard to deal with. So, yeah, Bait kind of, I don't think really necessarily ready for that much aggression at the start of the round. And given the fact that they had mostly MP9s from us up against the AKs, that's a very tough fight to win in the yard. So, it's not done yet. They are a little bit tagged up. There is a way to lose this, especially with Alex playing right underneath. He might get a free kill, but he's going to lose a teammate beforehand. Wow, great positioning for S-Time. That's an easy position to take 1 step forward and you die for nothing. Instead here, head trick in a 1 versus 4, which awkwardly kind of is winnable. It would be even more winnable if he had the kit, obviously, but there kind of is a way to do this, especially if he finds Selter first, who's got the health for it. But, oh, they're already checking. They're so aware that he could be here. That's really nice.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get too much. An extra kill at the very most, maybe on towards Selter. There it is. And he'll get out. He knows it's an impossible task there. Trying to make it a little expensive if he could, but all in all for Bait, that was a bonus round, so I'm not going to read too heavily into it, but for the most part, really good response from Gun5. Also, maybe laugh a little bit at Fine Shine. As he's moving out towards the A site, he takes probably like 40 damage or so from his own team's grenade, but surviving just about is all that really matters. Nice round. Nonetheless, Zelo on that big flank, guessing towards Heaven. Tadime does very, very solid work as well from Heaven as he comes to support him, pushing through outside. And a nice round for Gun 5. And if they can get 5 rounds on their T side, I'm pretty happy. I feel like that's a very workable amount on Nuke, generally speaking. And to get your first gun round this early in is exactly what you want to see. Of course, being that a bonus round before, they buy back in. Rifles brought out. No AWP in play just yet for Headtrick. I think he's going to want to try and get out as soon as on this CT side. And maybe really test what Fine Shine sort of level is looking like.
I mean, I think they should. He was so much fun to watch last time, so yeah, let's hope that we're going to see more of it. CeeLo is going to get caught trying to see if he can make his way past, but MPL was hiding there, and now they're walking into a bit of a crossfire. Headtrick with a good kill. I probably don't want to see him repeat this, but he will anyway. Fineshine takes him down. Again, that's a 5-on-3. You don't really need to take any more fights. Your teammate on the ramp had kind of already disappeared from that position, so yeah, I would call that a bit of a mistake from Headtrick.
Yeah, just a little tiny overextension, but at least enough that he gives Gun 5 a chance here. Hey, Legwell spotted there. Yeah, I feel like that was maybe conned by somebody else. Tadime luckily doesn't get punished. Like Kenzor probably also should have been able to see him, but maybe he dips away as he jiggle peeks out, and that might have cost him there. Wait, got a find by Lackey. Looking for 2. We'll get it as well. This round looking like it is done here. 1v3 for Alex. And a big ask. He's close enough in the rotate. Extra plant open towards single door, and this is a really good hold. He's spotted, he's dropped. Lackey, it's a masterful round. Led and seen off by him. Gun 5, back-to-back gun rounds. That is really nice to see.
Yeah, a 5 versus 3. And you know what? This just to echo the conversation we're having in the pregame about some of the stuff, right? These are the kind of things for the bait side. Like, the harder the competition gets, like, the deeper you play, if you want to make it a big tournament or whatever, you give the opportunity for a team to come back. I mean, already Gun 5 took the opportunity and won the round, but the truth is, like, you know, the better the team, the more you're going to get punished for these kind of things. So you might as well kind of learn early on, just don't do it. Like, win those 5-on-3s. Those are the easiest rounds in the game for you to pick up. And when you give a chance to get back in, it's a bit of a shame. So hopefully they can make up for it. But it's not going to be in this round. They have pistols now.
Yeah, not expecting a lot here. Any consolation kills would be nice, but even that feels relatively unlikely with the minimal level of investment they've got. 2 upgraded pistols is all we're working with. And Endersaw, Alex, both seen off already. Headtrick, backside, got to try and do a lot of work here. Gets 1, but that'll be just about it. Last man remaining, a Sentinel out and a USP. No chance in hell. Bomb goes down, and that will be the round. He's seen off as well by Lackey. Simple stuff. Very easy round to sort of mount in Gun 5's favor. And, you know, 3 on the trot already on this T-side is really good work. It's exactly what you want to see. This is their map pick. They've got a lot to prove on it, and so far a lot to like. And, of course, an early pause by Bait. I feel like you can kind of understand this to a degree, right? This is a Bait side who, yes, they started well with that pistol, but these gun rounds have amounted to nothing.
Yeah, but you know, feeling perhaps a bit flat right now. We'll see. We'll see if Bait can find a way to recover some of this, because, you know, again, you can have some bumps in the road and it could be okay, but it's going to be down to the how much of a recovery they're going to be able to have. And it would be nice if it could start pretty much right away here, because after this buy, it's not a lot in the tank, is it? They don't have a kit in this one. They've got some utility, but if Gun 5 play a slow round here, then really, you know, pretty quickly early on here, Bait shouldn't have many more grenades left. So we'll see how they do on the T side if they want to play a bit of a slower round here. If they can guess the economy, they have, you know, potentially an advantage to build just from waiting a little bit. Oh, look at CeeLo. He's not waiting for much.
So confident, genuinely. If he can find that level, that form of him that I know, it'll be super difficult to play against. Got the support of Seltzer out here, and they're going to cross with those smokes now. They don't have to commit towards Secret. Even this garage control is pretty huge. Oh, and 1 spotted. Yeah, Zila, good work. There's a tiny gap to work with, and it's enough.
1 down already. A minute and 10 seconds. It's going to be Lackey catching his Sentinel, trying to see if he could just take a peek in there. That often happens, by the way, as you guys maybe know, when you lose a player on the CT side early, you kind of want like the rest of the 4 people that are alive, they want to take another risk because how else do you get back into the round? And sometimes it ends up like that. You're peeking for information, you end up dying, and then the round is over. And it is, so good stuff here. Gun5 taking the sweet time planting the bomb, but I can respect that. Might as well keep it cool and make sure there's nobody hiding in any corners down at that B-bomb site. It's going to be a 4-2 scoreline.
Yeah, good work that they're in. This is a nice position now. You're already putting up a very stellar T side. And the fact that it's just 4 on the trot showing how strong this nuke is. Just a little bit off their game so far for Bait. It's just coming down to these opening kills. I mean, Zelo, really good work from him, but it's Lackey's and Porter kill on towards ramp. Gives them a lot of room to work with. And super simple stuff. So, they're going for the hunt here. Do actually like this call. You've got money to work with. Why not? Why not try and put a bit of pressure on right at the tail end? Any kill here you find could be huge. Flash around this corner. Oh, and Alex will survive the scare. Lackey gets sent in. Didn't really have the support there. So the hunt doesn't go successfully, but the round does. Gun5 up to a 4th. It is a good spot. Wouldn't mind a pause maybe in towards the next true gun round. Maybe this one or Bait, but it seems like they're just going to let this one play out. You lose this, though. Gun5 not only find 5, but they probably get the 6th as well with the economy getting shot. And it's a difficult position to kind of justify not trying to slow this game down in terms of its momentum.
Again, though, confident Counter-Strike is just a lot more fun to watch. So seeing them out in the yard here, you could see just no fear in anything that they're doing. I think if Fine Shine could have landed the jump there, he would have been up on the box, just out in the open, ready to swing against anybody with this AWP. So there is a player that's sneaking up by the stairs here. So they got to be a bit careful. Normally you'd say, okay, where's the Molotov to sort of make sure that Hetrick isn't just able to stand up and get the kill. And actually it's even more dangerous. Yeah, Hetrick, this is great timing. They're distracted a little bit now. Gonna find a free kill on Fine Shine, and I would say some of the fundamentals here for Gun5 kind of falling apart. It's fine to be confident in the yard, but you can't have your AWP sneaking up to the stairs there alone, and with really nobody there to watch him either. So, yeah, that's maybe too much. CeeLo in a 1 versus 4, gonna be quick, and if you could have had that shot, you know what? It could have been absolutely entertaining. You will anyway. My God, look at it. It's not that far from him also taking down MPL. That's scary.
Yeah, it looked like it was a very simple round for Bait, but it did have a moment there where I felt like it could have opened back up. I think you're right. Gun5, the protocols get broken down way too easily. Too many angles just go completely unchecked. Garage and Secret, both not looked for. Lackey very much could have had the chance of the double, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. Bait, thankfully for them, going to just respond, and now doing it on a gun round, I think is good proof to themselves that, all right, we can start to fight up against them. And like you said, you're just in this sort of confident Counter-Strike. That is exactly what we want to see. Know that Bait can do exactly the same thing. They can play this very puggy style if they want as well. And I think that's a good way to go about it. We saw Fnatic do it tail end of that second map of fighting fire with fire. I think sometimes when a team are as relentless as Gun5 are feeling so far, it's a good way to go about it.
Yeah, they need to find a way to try and get back into this a little bit early here. Get the money up and running on Bait. That would be nice. They do have the AK, obviously, and the AWP on Hetrick, so they've got some hardware to work with, but the funds to back it up just aren't there yet. So we need, some more victories, and hopefully some where they survive with a couple of more members. That'd be really nice. Just 2 in the last round, so that is a bit sketchy here. Alex, classic jump, going to be Molotov off this position, and okay, he's going to try and play on the other side. We'll see if they realize or not. 40 seconds left in this round, and we're still down below. Lackey with a good peek in here. So, going to take the face right off of Hetrick. That's pretty sick. A trade comes in. We're down to 30 seconds. The bomb is still down here. It's S-time to really open it up, and there's should be a chance here for a bomb plant. Essential. Could he hold it alone? He can actually get the kill onto Fine Shine. So at least there's that. 2 versus 2 now, and a lot of chaos in this one. Still no bomb plant.
Grenade. This all will avoid the bulk of it. He wants to swing out. He denies that bomb going down. How? How did Zidane not trade him? It didn't even look like he was blind. I had no idea how he's not even stopped him before to kind of deny that bomb plant, but how he's also 180'd and found that kill. I mean, great work nonetheless, but it felt like Saddam should have been trading that. I have no idea what goes wrong.
Yeah, I can't explain that either. Like, it's very confusing. Is it the wall that's covering him? Like, I truly don't know. That should have been, at a very minimum, a trade. Like, he might still have lost a round of time alone, but that is shocking. 4-4 now. Very, very close round there. Bait managed to pick it up, but again, not with a lot of people alive, and with the bomb. Well, I mean, without the bomb plant, even they're going to be able to put their money into this one. So yeah, the pressure is really on here still for Bait, even if they are winning some of these rounds.
My God, yeah, that was a weird one to let slip. It felt like it was in a really decent spot, all in all. Bait given a bit of an opportunity. So tied 4 apiece. We go back into the investment for Gun 5 and hope out for Fine Shine. Anyone in the server with it. We haven't seen Hedrick pick it up just yet. I haven't really had the money to do so, to be perfectly honest, but that'd be a good opportunity. I haven't been able to catch Fine Shine on this side just yet, but I can see why you touted him. Nice shot, good reaction towards the Sential.
He was so flashy last time, and also one of those players where it feels like sort of the more pressure you put on, the more dangerous he becomes on some level.
Sure.
CeeLo's sneaking down here, and, you know, I like the communication here from Gun 5. Just kind of calling a freeze, waiting for people to show up. There's Fine Shine taking down Hetrick. Alex was nearly the last defender there. There is another player hanging out in control, and he should be traded out. Okay. Took a moment, but they managed to find the 3 versus 1, so that should be no problem. NPL actually showing up for the fight anyway, which is kind of interesting. I think they know. They don't actually. So this could be scary. S-Time is there, and if he wasn't, though, who knows what could have happened. But I would say this is a nice round out of Gun 5. I like it. Like, the slowdown waiting for CeeLo to come in from the other side of the map is very nice.
A nice call to pause there as well, even in that 3 versus 1. It's just about doing your due diligence and making sure that there isn't a risk and there isn't that kind of inherent chance of making a non-existent round possible. Gun 5, they hit my magic number at least on T-side. I always think 5 rounds is enough. Especially if you get a pistol, this sort of game's completely in your control. Any more that Gun 5 get would really help, and it also very much helps that Bait's economy shattered. You should be getting a 6th here. Guaranteeing a tie game on a T-side of nuke on statistically one of the most T-sided maps in the pool isn't bad. Pressure onto Dime, and down he goes. This lobby crunch is looking a little scary.
Yeah, they usually are, but I mean, I feel like if it's only one player going down, they should be okay. They should be able to handle it. But yeah, we've seen it before, right? Suddenly, you lose 1 or 2 players, and there's no recovering the round. Alex here gets the job done. Picks up an AK. You could make, I think, a decent argument that saving this AK is probably the right choice here. Imagine what would have to happen for Alex to get enough of an impact that they could actually defuse the bomb.
The only world he sticks around to actually give this a go is if he gets gifted probably actually just 2 quick kills, but even just the 1, you're probably saying it's not even worthwhile. I can understand leaving the pistols around. Why not? We saw sometimes these ones can be a little weird if you can find some timing. Lackey is holding for a save a Fine Shine, and that will be just the AK staying alive. He's only got a tiny amount of HP at 28. Even that alone could be a little funky here. Alex being flanked. He's hearing these steps, but he goes down to the bomb. It doesn't really matter in the end. It's dives to the bomb or to the player, but either way, there was no way he was surviving at the end there. And probably actually should have got out a little earlier. Gun 5 on that 6th. Little harder fought, but round is a round all the same. 6 rounds T-side. You've guaranteed bare minimum tie game. That is a great start to your map pick. And Bait, for me, still not playing to the level that we know they can play at.
No, definitely not. It's been a rough start, right? And you know, shows in the economy, shows the number of kills here. Where's the impact? It's also playing on the CT side. Sometimes, you know, right off the bat, you're not making all the decisions. Although Nuke is a map where you have a lot more liberties to decide to take some fights if you really want to. It's one of the more forgiving maps for that kind of a thing. So, yeah, it's on Bait to try and tie up this game. Make it a 6-6 at the end of the half, and, you know, not like they lost the map yet, but you got to be careful. MPL in a position where, man, I've seen so many flashbangs thrown to different corners to this area to just completely nuke this guy. So we'll see if Gun 5 want to try and do that. So far, they're going to go for the smoke off instead, although even that sometimes is followed up with flashes and pushes through the smoke. So that smoke is not necessarily an indication that nobody's going to be pushing this position, although nicely done. Finds the timing and the angle to take down Seltzer and Headtrick. And he's been studying something there because S-Time goes down right through the smoke, and Essential, a bit of work there. He sticks his ground, which is something that we sometimes are critical of, but he's going to do just fine here. CeeLo and Fine Shine, and he does get traded out. I was going to say, maybe be careful about peeking him. Again, he is a pretty aggressive AWP player, but this round should be done, and it will be. Bates will pick it up, and they absolutely needed this one. They steal a couple of AKs. It's a pretty good look for them going into round number 12 here.
Yeah, there was a moment that potentially could have been a little awkward, but in the end, nice work. So this is that back and forth game that we were actually hoping for. We never got it in towards our previous series. One of the quickest series that I've casted in a while as well. This one's at least got something behind it. Gun 5 going to go for their second time out, though. So using 2 out of 3 this early on, especially when you're, you know, not in a bad spot by any means, at least for my books. I mean, it does feel maybe a little bit maybe presumptuous, but we'll see. It's, they've obviously spotted something, or there's something that worries them, but I think it's this final round. We've got Galil and AK with Lackey and a few upgraded pistols. It's a tough one to convert here, but for Gun 5, probably the best way to go about it is try and play it just a little bit quicker, a little bit loose, and hope that you can, as a pack, overwhelm one player, get some space, pick up their gun, and sort of move from there.
It's not a bad plan, you know. We'll see if they actually can execute it to that level. Lackey with the AK. And Fine Shine with just a Galil for now. Okay, setting up in the lobby. Hoping to spot somebody out here. We do have the Deagle up front as well, and with some shots ringing through, I don't know. Repositioning now on the other side of the squeak door. All you really need is one bit of timing. He's actually going to go down the vent. There's nobody down there for the CT side. This is, yeah, an interesting thing. Are they going to notice? Are they going to realize? Wait a minute. Alex might have to call it out. Hopefully he does and says, you know, there could be someone down here. We don't know for sure, so you've got to be careful on that ramp. But we'll see how far this goes.
Goes. Nice work, Lackey. And he goes, and would have liked the trade there. They're going to swing behind it. Oh, Fine Shine gets blinded up, but he will get the kill nonetheless. And now you've got to get past the AWP and Headtrick. Nice shot for Sadime. Not a bad response with the Deagle. This is still a potentially doable 3 versus 3 here. The firepower is way less for Gun 5, but a good chance and the bomb will go down.
Yeah, it is actually doable. Bit of a grenade, Fine Shine. He's so aggressive. He's got no health, and he just runs him down. What an absurd way to play that position. You've got a health disadvantage. You've got a Galil instead, and you just flash your way in and take the fight straight to their faces. That is pretty ballsy. Now, going to try and tap this defuse, but he should be able to come through the smoke. Oh, he's just holding it in. There's no fakes, no nothing. And unfortunately with S-Time, he just doesn't take the peek. I feel like that would have been possible, but yeah, tough round to lose at the end here. Still, I think they should be fine with how this first half played out on the T side. That's not bad at all for Gun 5.
Yeah, I still think, for me, 6 rounds I'm pretty happy with. I think the only thing they'll be maybe a little concerned about is just the fact that they lost a bit of that control towards the tail end of the half, and they're worried that maybe Bait are ramping up in towards this series. And still, this first round ultimately is very important, especially if Bait are to find it on this T side and they sort of kickstart their rerun a little bit in the same vein that Gun 5 started this map. Things get a little dicey. This is Gun 5's map pick, and if Bait are able to scalp it away, that map number 2 we know is very strong for them. I mean, Alan brought it up at the desk, and maybe where we were talking about Gun 5 playing with the veto a little bit, they didn't. They played it safe, and it could be costly if this one is too slit. CeeLo, other ideas. He'll get one, but only. Oh, it's a beautiful ramp pop. 3 quick kills in succession.
Yeah, that'll get the job done. Fine Shine and S-Time. Okay, coming back up the vent. Surprised that you even get to live through that one. S-Time trying to do a little bit of damage here. They've realized by now that the bomb has actually gone to the A-bomb site and unfortunately caught in the yard. is fine shine by Kenzisor. So everything's gone according to plan here. And I think for Bait, super important, right? They want a strong start in the second half. They want to regain, you know, maybe a bit of momentum that was taken away from them at the start here. So yeah, you got to try something. And they're going to hunt him down. It's a great job. It's a great round. And I think we could have a really even game on our hands now.
That pistol for Bait. It is wild. This could be with gun 5, you know, you could maybe sort of understand that, you know, that there's 2 out of 3 tac pulls, especially towards the tail end, right on that round number 12, of why they were so worried about the potential of Bait tying the game up. And here it is, right? You know, you started well, you get a pistol to get to kick things off, and should get a second behind it, no bother. We haven't really gone for a buy here. The gun 5 side. Smoke's going to go down. The boost is a nice idea, but none of there's a smoke in pairing your vision. I don't know if this little gimmick's going to really amount to all too much. It definitely isn't. Zelo jumps up to get even more clear of a view, but it leaves him so exposed.
Oh, some damage to the smoke. And I'm able to catch him outside here. No real danger. Double suits in play. So we know pretty hard to find a position to actually make that work, but whenever it does work, it, you know, puts a smile on your face. It's like a nice little distraction from the rest of the game, so I appreciate it if we can get at least one of those. They're actually both doubled up down here, so not really a position for us to use regularly, and so far it's just the USPs out. Bait being very careful in this round. And again, I mean, we saw how they lost the 3v5 on the CT side. I don't mind that they're careful. Just don't lose these rounds. It's just, you know, it makes the game so much harder if you're giving away the rounds that you're like 99% predicted to win.
Yeah. Just lucky. A consolation would be nice. And no, Kenzor hunt. Still a slightly odd game that's progressing here, but gun 5, this gun round is incredibly important. You lose this one and baking it all the way up to double digits before the next reinvestment, and that for us is maybe leaving things a little too late. Unfortunately, this pause is not of a tactical nature, it's a technical one, so I have to wait and see. Hopefully only a brief one. I've not seen anyone drop out, which is good signs. Headtrick still sat their headphones on, and I hear typing. Typing's generally a good sign that stuff's about to restart, and there it is.
Okay,
Back
yeah.
on the way.
As long as everybody's on the server, we're not anywhere near panicking yet. So, you know, we'll take it. We'll take it. Short little break from the action, and then we dive right back in. 8-6. We've got Kenzisor rocking up with 13 kills. Headtrick not far behind that 11. But you know, the rest of the squad is kind of there for Bait. So I don't know. This is shaping up to potentially be a pretty decent second half, I would say. A lot is going to be decided in this round, as you guys know, with the low economy on gun 5 here. If they lose this round, it could be brutal. They could end up exactly where Bait were at the start of the first half, where you just have not a lot to fight with.
It does feel very much in the old sort of make or break territory, flashing towards ramp, and Bait got a lot of early space in. You can even see sort of Fine Shine, he doesn't want to fight this. He knows it's not worth that engagement. Potential of losing his life. What you want just, flashbang comes round. You haven't committed here. And I like the pause by Bait. Early control taken, and then you just wait and see what gun 5's reaction looks like.
It's a long wait at the moment here. Just hoping that there's going to be a peak, but Fine Shine, for all of his fireworks, respectfully just waiting to see if anyone's going to come peek him. Down below, they have a double setup on the defense, so they should be ready. Again, just, you know, try and do some damage, try and get a kill or two, maybe make it so that the afterplant is a little bit more doable if things go wrong. It's a very deep Molotov, and he is definitely dead here. Nice way to deal with Celta. And that's not the best start here with the defense. 30 seconds now. Bomb being carried across, and Lackey hoping to get some sense of where that bomb is, but he doesn't actually go for the spray through. Important catch here for S-Time, because that way they can at least focus on the retake if they want to. I mean, it's still kind of risky, to be honest, and they're already walking away. Yeah, fair enough. They're not even going to go for it.
I don't blame them. I think for gun 5, just reset going towards the next. Taking your casualty, there's no way you're going to pull off a retake it. Even just in terms of the util alone, it's so limited. Smoke flash and a nade is all you're working with. Exit kills with a fine shine could be something, however. Oh no, it's empty Owl. He was holding just in case. And it works. 3 rounds ahead now for Bait. On this T side, they are really rolling with the punches. Nothing that Gun5 are throwing at them is making them feel uncomfortable. And this is a Gun5 side who are running out of time now. We have some saves, sure, so we can, you know, go for some level of a reinvestment, which is going to happen. They've got this one last tack pause. I wouldn't mind Gun5 calling it.
It's getting a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? 3-round gap. And slowly but surely, Bait look like a team that's kind of warming up into this. All the standard protocols here. You guys are used to seeing them. It's going to be 1 in lobby, 4 in the yard. So they're going to be smoking this off. And the timing of when you throw these grenades on the CT side is a bit of a lottery, it feels like. Sometimes, you know, you wait. Sometimes it's a bit early. A lot of teams, it's the AWP player that's kind of grenading themselves in for a shot, but there are no ops on the CT side yet, so instead we got Fine Shine down here, and he will be traded out, so that's absolutely fine from the point of view of Bait. They're happy to deal with that. See how quick they're going to be. They are actually speeding up behind this Lackey. Window's already blown open, so he's going to come back in, and a nice headshot to take down, head trick, so 1-man lead now for Gun5, who desperately need this. They must win this round, otherwise I think it's going to spiral out of control.
Send the out. Catch one. Will. Lackey just lazily walking past, and down he goes. 3 versus 3 with MPL barely alive, but still doable here. It's a dicey spot. Gun5, even if you are to win this as well, if Gun5 take even just like the one more casualty, it's going to put a bit of a dampener on terms of that rebuy, and they're going to get space towards A. So
yeah,
could be a plan here. Celta goes down, and now this round's on.
This is the kind of mentality that you want to see out of a team like Bait. They slow it down. They play around the fact that it's very hard to hold anything on Nuke if the T's are suddenly behind enemy lines, and they definitely were in this round. You can see Gun5, they slip out just a little bit. They kind of lose track of where exactly are they, and then there's this position and vent for you to walk out. CeeLo trying to get that shot in, and would have got the kill if he had. I don't know if they realize how low they are here. Alex grenaded, but it doesn't even matter. A 1 versus 3. I don't know why they're fighting him. That makes no sense whatsoever. Just leave him alone. He's never going to be able to win it if you just wait. And now he goes straight for the defuse. He should be checked, but NPL is too far away. This is an absolutely absurd scenario.
Wow.
Gun5 with CeeLo winning a 1 versus 3, but that is all just down to kind of a failure on Bait's side, unfortunately. Like, it's really sick for CeeLo, but if they disconnect their keyboards and mice, they just win the round.
Yeah. Yeah, they overcook it massively. And I think you probably have to look in the calling department as well. There's just no need to fight there. If they just stand still, they're winning that round, like you said. And I don't know why they even give them the fights. The time was so far ticked already before they even had the question about wanting to give that retake a go. Bait should be sitting on 10 right now, but they have actually given a bit of a lifeline to Gun5. Unfortunately, that lifeline also includes MPL, who's DC. Now he's back, but that's tough, man. That really is not a good round to lose. And that could be the round alone that just spurs a bit of confidence back in towards Gun5 and saying, all right, we can actually do something here. Like I touched on a bit earlier, though, the casualties they took will force somebody to take a hit in terms of the buys, and that'll be, well, what was Lackey and Celta, I think, in towards MP9s of some sort. They've got to have at least 2 brought forward. That will hurt. But even still for Gun5, that could be a bit of a saving grace in this map for them, which has been struggling on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, again, just to you know, draw a bit of a perspective out to the future of a Bait, you know, again, even if they make it back and they win this map and we're all saying, okay, you know, they made it through, losing that round and losing the 3v5 in the first half, that's easily the difference between winning or losing against, you know, a stronger team. Like, let's say you go a little bit further and you end up playing like a Heroic or a Big at some point. Like, those teams will crush you if you fail on those points. I do like this, though. Aggressive lobby push. Head trick. Didn't seem like he was aware that someone could have been that far up, but it's a bit weird to see. Alex trying to fight his way back in the round, and for some reason we've ended up in 2 versus 2. And actually, never mind, make it a 2 versus 1 now as Celta gets the jump on Kentasaur.
Who goes eerily quiet as well with MPL. It is doable if he could get that first. That was the full HP play. If he gets that, it gives himself a real chance, but not to be. Gun 5 back to back. And this, again, starts to now feel a little awkward. Things are potentially slipping from what felt like bait, really simply just waltzing into closing this out, and have now made life very difficult for themselves. It's a 1-round game, and we're going to get attack pause out for bait, understandably so. A lot they have to do to sort of reignite the confidence for us.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, unfortunately, they've kind of done it to themselves. There's no other way to put it. Hopefully, it was one of those like really big learning lessons. I would have expected that they already knew by now. But again, I think we're collecting some evidence that that's not the case. Yeah, I still think that 5-on-3 in the first half, and then this other round was like, those are big indications that if you wanted to know sort of how far along is the team, how are things going, you'd have to be at least a little bit worried for something like that. But we'll see if they can make a little bit of a bounce back. They've also had some decent rounds, and again, showing some good understanding, I would say, of the T side of Nuke, so it's not all bad. Oh, here we go. Speed. Oh, trying to make the jump down. I do like this, but unfortunately, I think they're missing like one essential grenade there. There's a flashbang you can throw from Squeak that goes into Mini, and it is a really efficient grenade that a lot of the top teams throw, and without it, you kind of get slaughtered.
Wow. Well, yeah, it was, you know, a nice idea. You may as well go for some level of a gamble, but in the end, not to be. All tied square, 9-all. And for Bait, who have lost control of what felt like a... You know, they were coasting. And times are looking a little difficult now. This could be where Gun 5 get back into it. They spiraled when the guns were in play in a really good way. Earlier, that's a mistake by Celta. I think you thought the door was open. It wasn't. It's actually a kind of an awkward smoke too, because that one in front of it, there's a world you could actually sneak forward through it down towards Vent. Something he now has to really keep his attention drawn to.
Just patiently waiting here. Could be an aggressive move coming out. And we know Gun 5 is a team that, you know, that would make those kind of a plays. I respect the fact that they're waiting here. Gonna put out the smokes in yard. They don't necessarily have that much to follow them up with, so they probably have to make a move either through the smokes or behind the smokes, but they can't re-establish this wall. Okay, they're gonna actually just walk the line here. No grenades being thrown to blow them open, which in itself is interesting. So Gun 5 just had to concede the fact that they could be going downstairs. We don't really know. They do have a player in position to maybe catch. I think it's Celta who's down there just watching that the stairs.
He looked towards outside. He actually... There's a world in which if he gets just that one kill towards outside, it does give more room for Celta for 4. All right, well, that's the round very quickly put on its head. Oh, Bait, this is brutal, these last few rounds. Completely losing control of this game. And then the lack of trade there. Celta should never get away with more than at most 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, what do I know about Counter-Strike at all? Like, I was about to say he's made a big mistake in walking up from the stairs into the hallway like that. You know, that's, you know, but apparently it wasn't. He just found a way to get every single one of them. That's really ridiculous. And again, like, now, you know, you're starting to stack up a couple of different things. You know, I don't want to keep repeating it all day long, but, you know, the 5 versus 3... The 1 versus 3 against CeeLo, and then suddenly you throw in like a super random round like this one, and how much can you overcome? Like, eventually the other team is going to win behind this stuff, and that is kind of how this is playing out at the moment. Suddenly it's a 10-9 lead in favor of Gun 5, and they're loving life.
Yeah, this loss of control for Bait, you can see them panicking here. I'm going to go for a pause, and we don't really have the buy to work with. It looks like Hero AK is going to be the play. And small amount of investments around it, but my god, how rapidly this game got flipped on its head. We should be talking about where it was, what, like 10-7 for bait, but instead they're 10-9 down. Economy shattered, should be an 11th. Might be a world in which if they want to win Nuke, they might have to fight for it in overtime. On 5, such a good response, and credit to them, they never gave up. It looked like they had checked out mentally, even just a little bit. They found a way to punish. This is wild.
Comeback is definitely on for them. But I mean, the same goes for Gun 5, right? And they, unfortunately for some of these teams, this is where they struggle. This is exactly where they get a bit too aggressive. They're a little bit too hyped up. They feel like, okay, we've got it, boys, let's go. And then suddenly, you give up a round like this one. So I would actually, you know, from a viewership point of view, maybe not the most exciting part, but I'd love to see them play a very, very defensive round here. Let's see CeeLo's just, you know, keeping an eye on this. I don't really mind it. That's maybe okay. Oh, hold on. You're going to see the shoulder. Alex with the opening kill. He's going to be taking on Selcher as well, and they're going to be able to trade their way through. Doesn't matter that Alex goes down. This is at least a bomb plant. And see how much more it's going to be. CeeLo kind of occupied fighting out here. If he can't win this fight, he can. Again, I would probably say for NPL, you need to fight that. Like, you've got the 4-on-2. Even if you just stay alive, you're going to be a problem for CeeLo at some point. But now, they probably should try and go for a retake here. Like, it is a bit risky, no question about it, but at the same time, you don't want to let Bait get away with this one. It's Fine Shine taking down Essential, and we're back into a 2v2. Wide swing, and a good spacing and timing between those two. That's pretty sick. It should be enough to win this round. We'll see if Fine Shine can live up to the hype here as he gets one, actually tags two, and he nearly could have had it. Another bullet, and it would have been. You could see how exciting it could be, but it's not enough to win the round. It will actually be Bait to walk away with it.
Oh, man. That's so close. I do get what you mean, though. This Fine Shine guy, he's flashy, isn't he? He's got these moments where they just kind of make you believe for a moment. He's been probably got some good numbers so far. Leading the way for Gun 5. Yeah, Bait. Bit of a predicament that maybe the crisis has been averted, but I need to see probably a couple more rounds in a row before I'm even sort of feeling like they're out of the woods here. Fine Shine wants to play up close. This is so ballsy, and it might just work. It does. Head trick. Just turns around for a brief moment, and it cost him his life.
A tied game here. What a way to get this started. Bates. Do they have what it takes to get back in? Well, it's going to be a free kill here for MPL. CeeLo just not ready for that at all, but Lucky's going to get just as free of a kill himself, so a bit of an interesting trade back and forth to begin round number 21 with Alex. It's, you know what, would you guess it, another free kill. Sadime might try and double it up, and he will. We've got nothing but free kills so far in this round. What's happening? Nobody is checking anything. Oh no, that's rough. Alex is on his own, and at least he's got a chance here. Bomb is right in front of him. 1 versus 2 now that he got that kill. See if he can go even further.
He doesn't spill down. Yeah, he was so tunnel visioned in there. Gun 5 back in the lead as they respond once fourth. 11-10. We are getting the competition that we sorely lacked in towards that first series. You know, as you mentioned, a dominant display by Parton. There was no competition. This, on the flip side, is something completely else.
Yeah, that Fnatic game was brutal.
And again, look at this now, right? You know, for Bait, if called, you know, you've got an incredibly difficult decision to make as an IGL. Do we play for overtime with a full buy, or do we try and play for the win here? And they've gone for option 2, but it does mean that it's an AK double glil Mach 10 Tech 9. It's not fantastic.
Yeah, anything but, you might say. Let's see if it's enough,
he gets
though.
out.
He does. He just barely lives. Does he want to recommit to it? Yeah, he's not that scared. At least he's going to get a little bit of information to play with. Now, some of them have made their way down the secret stairs. Alex is going to reclaim that AK-47. That's surely going to be important. Do they have what it takes to make it past here? Flash instead of smoke to try and get on over. But, oh, if you stop to fight in this yard, you are always going to be re-peaked like that. A minute on the clock, and even though, again, they're downstairs, can they make enough of an effort to get the bomb planted?
Yeah. Looking around towards outside, and he is so low. Bomb goes down. I mean, he's meant to be a bit of an insurance policy to cash rotations. It'll bank around. That could do a good chunk, and it will. Fine Shine, going to be tagged up, but it's an AWP, so doesn't make too big of a difference. This angle by Kenzazor is difficult to clear, especially if he has support, but there is a move from single door, and Kenzazor deals with it well. And a second behind it, looking for another. Jumping down, Celta will deliver. 1 versus 1, NPL and him are both low. And NPL wants to just toy with his food a little bit. Opening the door, dragging him off the bomb. And Celta just going to hold it, but NPL swing. And a miss. He might just have time. It's close.
I think he just
got it.
Oh, wow. I truly can't believe that. That's a wild round to be winning. There's been a couple of them. I mean, again, like, you know, you'd favor NPL in that fight every single time, but
yeah,
Bait are giving up some really, really critical rounds here. That's 12-10 with Gun 5 potentially stealing away Nuke here. This is unbelievable. I really can't. I mean, again, you could almost see the building of the disaster at the beginning. Bait would have won this game already if not for the mistakes that they themselves made. That's kind of the truth of it. And that's a hard lesson to learn right now.
Final attack pause is going to be called here. Both sides using all three. On 5. Close it out here. Of course, with that bomb plan, there is a buy for Bait, but map point on your map pick and the recovery from Gun 5 has been excellent, considering the position they were in, considering they should have been 10-7 down. The fact that they, again, you know, all fingers sort of point that one round where Zila pulls off a 1v3, right? That's where everything kick-started for Gun 5. And I think for Bait, if you're going to look back in this map and say, where did it go wrong? That has to be the round. Why did we fight? We didn't need to. Like that was cost them in the tail end. And PL flying towards our side. I mean, he's going to get that secret. First of all, unchecked, but so quickly as well.
Yeah, it's really fun when you can get down here. Now, obviously, the problem is there are doors and windows down there, and if you're, you know, if you don't have the coordination down, they're going to be able to hear you breaking those open. There are ways to do it. I mean, we saw it for IEM, where you time the window blowing open with grenades on the upper bomb side, or maybe even door openings. People have done it in the past, although the problem is the squeak door is almost always blown open, so maybe you can't open that one, but there are ways to sort of synchronize audio so that you can actually get through. Doesn't matter because NPL just had to wait, and the kill was going to come to him. He has Fine Shine, and they will be able to trade him out. Doesn't get the second kill that he needed here. Bait fighting for overtime, and honestly, the start of this fight is pretty good for them. Better be careful here as well. I'd say might have actually been worth saving, and might still be worth saving. They don't have a lot of money here. You might end up going to overtime just for like a funds. Nice shot onto Kenzazor, though. It is a bit of a start, and now they're going to be convinced of the retake anyway, because there's a 2v2 here at this stage. Head Trick missing a shot and does get dropped a little bit low. They don't have a smoker or anything like that, but an HE to try and do some damage. Bomb is ticking away, and they're wasting time right now. They need to find these kills, get on that defuse. There's one, and now it's a 1 versus 1, as Alex does shoot him in the back with a FAMAS, throws on a Molotov, and that is enough to waste all the time here. It's really close, but unfortunately for Gun 5, it's a lot of money down the drain here. And that could be overtime for Bait.
Potentially. An AK is a small silver lining scooped up at the end there, but really well done from Alex. The second head trick dies, he peeks out, Molly on the bomb, and just knows that alone should be enough. Oh, overtime. I think it's probably got to happen. Look at what we've got in terms of the finances. An AK. That is it, basically. Some upgraded pistols alongside it. If Bait lose this round, I'm going to forget the 1v3 and say, how did we lose this? The investment they've got in comparison, this should be overtime every day of the week. 5-7's a scary, sure, but this would be a terrible one to lose. Look at this from Lackey, though. He softens them up. He'll get the first. He won't be able to get a second. Tucked himself in.
Oh.
Gets one. Gets out. Oh, Anders, oh.
Yeah, it suddenly got a lot more serious, didn't it? 4 versus 3. Again, I would say for Gun 5, like, take the time here. Oh, what a wallbang coming through Kenzazor. That is dirty, isn't it? Going to be taking down Fine Shine as well. Celta and CeeLo left. 2 versus 3. Bit of a turnaround. Kenzazor, you know, showing what he's about. He's got 20 kills. Yeah, he's bailing them out of this one for sure, trying to see if they could get...
No, you're all right. Really well done by Kenzazor. He has bailed them out in a bit of a dicey spot there. But for Bait, maybe not all doom and gloom off the back of where we were. Still, probably should have closed out in regulation earlier, but it's probably a point now as we head into towards overtime. I don't have to harp on about all too much. A full reset here. Both sides as well get an extra attack pause. They used all of theirs in regulation. Another chance to have a crack at it. But even still, a tough one to call. I mean, for Bait, they definitely had some real high moments, but some of these lows on its east side were tough to see. And Zelo going to try and respond very quickly. An aggressive move outside. MPL gets caught.
Yeah, couldn't make it work. Oh, what a timing. Alex making his way into the vent just before Celta trying it. And as a result, one will kill the other here. 3 versus 4, and Alex just running a rampage down here below. Just gets into the vent, but I'm pretty sure he heard CeeLo. He's going to come back to take the fight, and that's actually going to backfire on him a little bit here. At the same time, Hetrick kind of standing in the middle of the ramp there. Oh, no. Kenzazor probably getting a free kill against CeeLo, and now he's got plenty of time. He's going to try and mind game them by walking this way, although Fineshine already saw it coming. It's a good read. I do like the trickery from Kenzazor. That actually would have been sick if that would have worked, but it's Gun 5 to win the first round in overtime.
A very quick pause called by Bait. Like we mentioned, they do get an extra attack pause, but very quick one for them. They understand. I think to really give yourself an elevation in terms of your chances, going 2 for 1 now for them would be mammoth. This is a CT-sided map ultimately, right? And yes, both sides have had good moments on their T sides. Bait want to refine that form that should have put them into that winning spot, and they don't have many chances to do it. Of course, they've got the money. They're not opting for that T-side AWP either as well. They'd much rather keep the AKs on deck for Hetrick. Same combi set for Fineshine on the flip side. He has been really solid. Him and Zelo both having their moments to shine. Basically, everybody along Gun 5 has been stepping up. But on the flip side, you look at Bait and it's Kenzazor 22 kills. The guy I highlighted, very talented member of this side. Alex having some good moments too. And then it does actually dip off quite quickly. MPL not doing as much of the heavy lifting as we're used to. Same for Hetrick as well. And Zenthiel is generally, unfortunately, sort of one of the weaker members of this Bait side. And it is showing. Hetrick swinging a fine. Zelo will get caught. Great outside aggression from Bait. And a quick play.
Celta just, I don't know, a second off on the spray there. That would have been fun if you could have found that one. Losing CeeLo at the start of the round. Not the best that you could hope for. Fineshine, though. Good timing. Catches NPL. And if NPL would have made his way around there, obviously, as we know by now, that is such a dangerous position. Kenzazor. How did he know? He spins around with... Was that a radar? Did he show up on his... Like, his teammate was kind of looking in this direction? No, was there a shadow showing behind him? I actually love to see the replay. That's a wild reaction. Something that certainly I'm not quick enough to catch. Going to be a 4 versus 3 all of a sudden here. And what is next? Fineshine making a jump down, but they're going to run into a Senthiel here. Maybe even a chance for a double, but it still should be able to lock it down. Oh, he's pushing up in front. If he wins this fight, it might be back on, but he can't do it. And Fineshine going to get caught. What a sneak in from Alex, and quite a nice round from Bait.
Yeah, it is. I think for Bait, it starts super aggressively, very, very well, and ends up working out. But on the flip side, Gun 5, we know they got a couple of ideas. I'm assuming Kenzazor must have heard that slight noise that's made when you kind of jump up on the... what you call it, the pipe before you get up onto a silo.
Yeah, maybe.
The only thing that makes any sense to me of what he would have heard. But it must mean something. He reacts so quickly. 13 all. Around this half. Of course, the magic number we're looking for is 16. And let's make that prediction. At least for the moment. Nade bank round. Good damage, but primarily blowing open the smoke catches Alex off guard.
This time, back here hiding. He's done this before and got a double kill for it. They're surely going to remember that. You can kind of see that they are looking. They're thinking about it. Yeah, they're going to check it the old school way. Molotov to the back. Make sure. And CeeLo, you got to be careful here. Grenade. I can't believe he's taking this fight so deep. This is crazy. And he's finally going to get punished for it. That is just very, very aggressive.
It was quiet around it. 3 versus 3. Fineshine low, but with an AWP. It doesn't really make too big of a difference. Lackey down here towards this lower site. They're very spread out, Gun5. That's the one thing that worries me a little bit. You got Feinstein moving back over towards Delta. So a double stack towards this top site. And Bait not showing or giving any information away for now. They've got plenty of map to maneuver around.
Yeah, but maybe a little bit of low on time, though. 25 seconds. They are starting to make their way up. Senthiel, slowly but surely. Oh, it's a nice peek there as well. Selter in a lot of trouble, and he knows it. Grenade's going to rain down, and they're going to keep putting under pressure before backup can arrive here. Feinstein, nice mid-air shot. 10 seconds. They do make their way down. He knows someone's up there, and he wants to take the fight. Again, he's just got no fear whatsoever, but this time, he's outbattled by NPL. And now Lackey. 1 versus 2. Sneaking in through a mini position. See if he could find any kind of a breakthrough here. The smoke is up, so he's got a bit of time here where he can try and isolate one of the fights. But ultimately, when that smoke disappears, he's going to be sandwiched in, and he will. Wow, what the execution shot there. MPL shoots him in the back of the head, and Bait actually doing a fine job here in overtime.
I think honestly now as well, for Gun5, they need to be a little careful. Could be about now, maybe even in this sort of this halfway point where you've got to come up with an idea to get back in towards this game. I feel like for Bait, even just one more round now that gets found, you put that pressure on with the map pick looming in Bait's favor, and Gun5, I feel like you can't afford in this series to lose your own map pick. Not with what's coming up next. We've kind of touched on this veto a little bit and how punishing map number 2 potentially can be, right? We know statistically that Mirage has been very solid for Bait. It's been one of their best maps in the pool, and Gun5 haven't exactly flourished on it. And it was just the fact that Nuke as a whole, it's a map that Gun5 play a lot, but it's also felt, in terms of the statistics, again, like a punish pick over towards Bait. They're 1 win from 5 played on this map. Opening 1 for 1. Yeah, outside does good work. Oh my god, yeah, I was going to say, like ships in the night, that's a good push from Ascential. Feinstein gets caught. We're down to 2 already, or 1.5. Basically, as Lackey, now dead. One man with it all to do. Celta got to pull off a 1v4.
And again, I mean, if Bait haven't learned their lesson by now, you know, I don't know what to say, right? They must find a way to be able to trade this one out. Nobody fight him alone. It's just not necessary. And for now, the positions are fine. Kansas sorts a bit of an off angle, but at least you know where it is, and Hetrick's going to take him down. So I don't hate it. I think that's absolutely okay. And Bait, you know, are suddenly well on their way to winning the map here. They're actually kind of running away with the game.
Oh, it's tough. I think for Gun5, their opportunity has escaped them now, and you do worry a little bit with that Mirage looming. Can they push it towards the side of Ancient, which again feels unlikely. They've got 2 rounds to try and push it to a second OT, and then more needed after that. And for a Gun5 side who have these real periods of being kind of completely checked out, it's not going to help. Zio, that is so aggressive, and how it works, I have no idea. He was flashed as he's jumping up, and he bunny hops a little bit, and then resets himself to win the fight on MPL. Can't believe he got away with that.
Good timing. Kansas getting the kill. Ascential keeps the spray up, drops the bomb right in front of really be any better here. CeeLo is low on health. And S-Time. What could they do at this point? 2 versus 3. The fact that the bomb is known means Bait should be able to find some interesting positions here. Could be another bit of a guessing game. S-Time is saying, okay, I'm going to spend some time hoping that we get at least 1 kill, make it a 2v2. And if he keeps waiting, he's not wrong. But unfortunately, I think he's already walked away from the position, and he might just get shot in the back. Yeah, Hetrick was there. S-Time was correct, but the timing was off, and he's going to go down instead. So Bait, they'll win it in overtime on map number 1.
Well done, honestly, for Bait. There was moments there where it was looking seriously dicey, but to steal away your opponent's map pick is massively important for Bait. We kind of consider them the favorites coming in towards this series, and they just proved exactly why. You can never count them out. They have the individuals that can step up, but it's not always the MPL and Hetrick show as well, which is good to see. Kenzazor, the new man in this team, I think for me, his impact was incredible, and Gun5 couldn't deal with it. And sure, we had those great moments from Zelo, from Feinstein as well, but it just wasn't quite enough. I think for Gun5, they'll be reeling a little bit that they've let this one slip, and it could be a dicey moment in this series. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it over towards Alan on the desk, who's going to break down what we've just seen.
Yes, indeed. Brutal game right there to kick off this series. Where do we start? Let's start chronologically, I guess. First half, Gun 5, T side, CT side, bait. That was an absolutely brutal half. Gun 5 were playing so loose. They wanted so many duels. They love a good contact play. The number of rounds where they're just walking outer and trying to take fights and trying to make bait uncomfortable was pretty ridiculous. And to their credit, they made it work a fair number of times. Feinstein had some good openings, some good late rounds from Sedane, from Zello, from Zelta as well. So to get 6 out of a T side after losing pistol nonetheless was pretty impressive from Gun 5, I think. Bait, they just lost too many opening kills in the first kind of stage of that half. Cleaned it up towards the end, changed the setups a few times. They ran some nice setups on outer to counter outer control with players down secret and players back garage. So I like the adaptations, but they did make their lives pretty difficult. Now, second half started great for bait. It looks good. They're in control. I think it was 9-6 they were up. And then Zello wins a ridiculous 1 versus 3 on A. I've watched it back a few times. A couple of the guys for bait were super low. But I'm not sure bait played it too terribly. Yes, maybe the third player should have been nearer to peek off his teammates, but it was, whatever way you cut it, it was a fantastic clutch from Zello, and it was, honestly, lose that round, and it's probably a 12-7, 13-7 sort of scoreline after the ecos were taken. Few rounds later, Zelta gets a ridiculous 4K spray down in towards Secret. Absolutely ridiculous. So 2 massive outplays, for my money, played the biggest role in terms of bringing Gun 5 back into that second half. Right towards the end, Feinstein had his moments too. He almost pulled off a massive clutch as well. And it was left to bait to get it into overtime. Now, once it hit overtime, it was absolutely absurd. Kind of low buy rounds from bait kept them in the game to that point, but once we hit overtime, obviously all gun rounds, and there was so much going on. There were so many players flanking. There were so many players coming in behind. I thought Kenzie was an absolute terminator towards the late rounds in this game. He got so many critical kills. Alex had a few good rounds as well as Enfield on the side. Normally we look at this team and we say it's NPL leading the way, Hedrick as the sidekick, but actually it was the other 3 during this game that saved them going into overtime. And clearly Nuke, we can see in the stats, we can see in the last 3 to 6 months, it's not been the kindest to them, but in this game, they just found ways to win. They found ways to grind it over the line, and I think they should be quite proud of their performance, honestly, because clearly it's not their the most well-versed maps. The maps to come in Mirage and Ancient, you'll see them look a lot more comfortable, and to make it work here on Nuke when clearly some things weren't working, when some of the players we expect to be showing up weren't having their best games, is quite a big testament. So yeah, a really scrappy end to the map there. Looking ahead then, next up is going to be Mirage. I don't expect it to be a terribly similar game. I mean, I expect Gun 5 to play a very similar brand of Counter-Strike. They seem to be fairly loose, fairly contact heavy, leaning on the individuals, trying to take fights. Grouped as a team that are taking fights, give them credit, but definitely more so in that direction versus using a lot of util, trying to take space with really set plays and then playing off the back of it. It's much more of a brute force sort of manner. So I expect them to play a similar brand of Counter-Strike. I just think bait are going to look a lot cleaner than they did there on the first map in this series. They love Mirage. Great win rate on it in the last few months. They're picking against every team. They have that opportunity. They've won it against some really good teams as well. And we know on that map, NPL is going to be good. Kenzie's going to be good again. Hedrick's got opportunities on the AWP. I see very few reasons why this shouldn't be a 2-0. I think bait, despite looking pretty shaky there on map 1, map 2, they're a lot better. They should be comfortable, and they have a lot of advantages, I think, going into Mirage. So, quick break for us. When we're back, we'll get into map 2 and we'll see if bait can get it done in 2 maps and head through to the quarterfinals. Quick break and we'll see you then. Welcome back. Time for Mirage here between Gun 5 versus Bait. We just had Nuke overtime affair. Very scrappy, to put it mildly. But Bait just about squeaked it over the line. Gun 5 do lose their map pick. Now they'll go into Mirage, where Bait, for me, should be much more comfortable. The way I was framing it there between the maps, guys, was that, yes, it was a very close map. Yes, it was competitive. But I don't expect Bait to make the same mistakes. I don't expect them to look as uncomfortable. I think they'll just bring a high level to Mirage, and that will show the difference between these two teams. Do you agree with that?
I would say so. I feel like, you know, you've already touched on a little bit how good Bait have been on this map sort of historically in a way, and actually sort of how they've been able to scalp some pretty big teams. And unfortunately for Gun 5, while they've looked okay throughout periods of that nuke, I just think the inconsistencies that have been plaguing this side for a while are pretty evident there in a pretty, you know, micro look at things. And when you zoom out for the series, I don't know if I have the faith there. I feel like for me, Bait should come in towards this one and actually make Mirage look as clean as it has for a while for them.
Yeah, I want to see something similar. I mean, I feel like they also kind of like, you know, they kind of got their finger stuck in the door a couple of times there on Nuke. So hopefully they've learned from that. Like, that's a really uncomfortable experience. Like, I'm sure that's been part of the conversation for them between the maps. I hope to see none of those mistakes going into the second map.
There's one thing we can't doubt, Anders, is that this Gun 5 team, they are hella entertaining. They just play such scrappy Counter-Strike. It might not be the cleanest, but you can be guaranteed they're not going to be saving. They're not going to be playing slow. They're getting up in the face. They're doing damage. We do enjoy watching these teams, don't we?
No, it's super sick. It's entertaining. And in a way, I'd also expect maybe a little bit less out of Gun 5 at this point, you know? I don't necessarily mind if they are relying a lot more on CeeLo and Fine Shine now, in this case, too, to open up some of those rounds and be a bit more aggressive. Like, they need to do that for the minute, and if they're serious and they keep the same lineup, which I know is going to be super hard for them in general, but like, if they can, then you can start to build in some of the more core stuff later on down the road. But I think right now, like, they are just a fun team to watch, and I think it's okay to be that for a while, you know.
Is that the mentality, Neo, to go into this one as Gun 5, that you have nothing to lose? There's no reason to play under pressure. There's no reason to try and change who you're playing your game. You will win some maps playing the way they're playing. Is that the mentality?
And I think especially probably the mentality in a map like Mirage, right? You can just play a little loose. You can play it in what is their quite relentlessly aggressive win or lose kind of style. So I think you're right? You know, you have got nothing to lose. If you lose this map, you're out of the playoffs. It's as simple as that. And I think the way to go about it for Gun 5 is just say, we've got to prove to ourselves here the level that we can actually play at. And actually say that, you know, while Bait maybe, I would like to say kind of a top-end kind of gatekeeper of Tier 2 type side, Gun 5 are trying to prove that they're at that level. This is the best time. Mirage is the litmus test of a map, right? Everybody knows how to play it. There's nothing new. So because of that, it's all down to the individuals. What are your protocols like? How good are the setups and the synergy? And I think this is a time for Gun 5 to prove that they've got those levels. We know they've got the individuals. It just feels like sometimes it's only the individuals and the game plan isn't quite as formulated as Bait do have. And I think obviously that's where the credit has to go to people like MPL, for example. What he's doing in terms of not only his individual statistics, but the calling around the side is obviously doing absolute wonders.
Sounds like game is about to go live, guys. 2-0, or is there a way that this goes to a third?
2-0.
Yeah, it's got to be 2-0 for me as well. I imagine it will be. We're gonna go in and find out right now. Once again, thank you, Alan. Let's see how this one plays out. It is going to be the second map here at the best of three. Second game of the day. We've got more coming up even after what's on the channel, so you've got to stick around all day to catch some more Counter-Strike. It's Bait starting on the T side. It's Gun 5 starting on the CT side, and yeah, let's see how this one plays out. If Bait can live up to the expectations that we all have for them on the map.
Expectations for Gun 5 on the flip side, though, are potentially quite minimal. I mean, I don't really know what to expect out of these guys. I mean, it would really require something kind of special, I think, to get back into this. It's just, unfortunately, not good enough. And I think we've got to see, you know, a Gun 5 side where we need a pistol, the conversion, and then the kind of first gun round at least to just dispel any of those potential woes that you had building up off the back of Nuke. But let's get things underway.
Yeah.
It's Gun 5 on that CT side, Bait on the T side. And I did like some of the T sides that we got out for Bait as well, especially in towards overtime.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Look at this, by the way. Be
this
open.
I mean, this is just a rock solid execute. 2 smokes. One of them is going to be stopping all the players from middle from really rotating in here. See, it goes up. Fine Shine does get a couple of shots off, but yeah, good planning. The fact that there's nobody here as well. Gun 5 would have figured that out if they'd had like 5 or 10 more seconds to investigate the middle, but unfortunately they're a little bit too late here. Julie should be going down, but S-Time's doing so much damage. He slaughtered them. NPL goes down next. What an absolute and unmitigated disaster here for Bait. They get in for free. They get the bomb planted. They are up against one set of dualies there, and nobody, like, everybody's kind of asleep at the wheel here. What's going on?
It's a similar sort of round to what happened earlier when, when Celta got that quad spray down. And it's, we've got to be trading him at the sort of maximum of 1. But the fact that he's able to get away with multiple back-to-back-to-back, I mean, it never should happen. And this has happened now a couple of times to Bait. And you can see them maybe in an advantageous position, sort of take their foot off the gas. We talk about the Celta clip. We talk about the Zelo 1v3 as well. These are a few times where Bait have basically got around that's under lock and key, but they somehow still make life quite difficult for themselves. That, to me, is a real worry in itself. Well, bomb plant will mean a buy. It's not a good start for Kentador as he gets clipped, and Sentiel are going to take a tag as well, so that's tough as they try and work in towards mid.
Yeah, 1 tag, but we'll see if we could beat anything more than that. Galils are in play. I mean, these kind of rounds can be dangerous, so I don't necessarily hate it. Alex, surely going to get traded. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if it's not necessarily a bad idea. You can see he did do a lot of damage to Celta there, so there's a world in which Celta was alone. Alex could have found the kill. There could have been a bit of an opening, but I think the opportunities to upset this round are slowly but surely getting washed away here. Head trick, hoping for a deagle shot against somebody, but none are being presented at the moment, and it seems like they're just going to go in for a bit of a split palace and ramp, and S-Time here, easy pick off, and he should know the rest. Yeah, he's got a perfect read on the situation. Well, his teammates in CT spawn, maybe not quite so much, but they'll come through the round anyway. It's a lot of damage, but only the 1 kill.
Yeah, exactly. Gun 5. Nice work. Make sure that force buy just doesn't get any sort of a chance to make something of it. And of course, denying the bomb plant 2 always does help. 2-0 should be made 3. Isn't that money to buy with for Bait? So Gun 5 dispelling all the worries we had. And like I said, pistol, conversion. And now in the next round, that first gun round, if Gun 5 find that, they are flying. That's where we can once again reignite the talks of the Ancient, which is a really good handshake of a map pick for a kind of the decider. Both of these teams are super happy to play it. More so, in fact, over towards Gun 5. We've got way more reps in the last few months. Fine Shine up close, 4-1. He's got support to die, but he doesn't need it. Brilliant from him. Pistol pulled out, and Zelo will see off the last. A no-buy round gains nothing, apart from 1 consolation kill. Gun 5 don't mind too much about that. It's good money as well for the MP9, hence why we see an AWP out for Fine Shine.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice start. Like, obviously, just the 1 kill there on Bait, or 1 on Alex, 2 on Essential, so I guess 3 in total, but it's not a lot anyway. 1 or 3, who cares? They need more, and it's got to start, I think, early on here. Get into the swing of things, start to get a little bit more warmed up. Smoke in the window, Molotov underneath, and some classic mid-grenades really coming out here to try and get control of this part of the map, which so far they have. Gun 5 are saying, we're not going to be fighting it too much. And this way you want to see, again, if Bait are as good as on the map as we've been saying, this is how you want to play it. Like, get that mid-control, build and execute behind it.
Bait do have some nice protocols for this. I mean, of course, a lot of it feels like it comes around NPL, who's... Let's pick up a kill. Here's a dime. Oh, he pushes forward. He goes down, but at least Zelo will trade. 1 for 1 isn't bad there, especially considering of how low Kentazor is.
Okay, nice little comeback into the round here. Deep grenade! Oh, that's so much damage. I feel like that could have easily been a double grenade, maybe even a triple if they'd been a little bit more grouped up, but somehow they're still in this round here. 50 seconds. Fine Shine is very far away here, so if CeeLo goes down, then who knows what's going to happen. He is playing a very tough position up at the palace, so they shouldn't be able to find him. I actually like this play from him. Just try and buy time, when you hear the bomb being attempted, then you can call in your teammate, and you should be able to do it just by having a little bit of health there. And we'll see how aggressive he wants to be. He's going to plant in a safe position, and Cielo's making a lot of noise. He's going to go down. Yeah, again, waiting for a teammate there might have been the favorable position. Sure, it's a little bit scary, but now instead, it's Feinstein with a stolen. All right, he's going to steal another gun instead. Going to be an early kill here, surely, with the incendiary in the corner. Oh, and he knows. He's just pre-firing that one. That is such a great retake coming in from Feinstein.
Super well done. I don't know if I'll have time to go and pick up that AWP, but I'm sure he might try. Either way, even with an AK, you don't mind. He's trying to desperately get over there, and I don't think it's going to be the case. So, no. 4-0 start, gun 5. Sure, a buy is possible and plausible for Bait with that bomb plant, the kills that they got, but they are actually struggling here. Not looking as comfortable as to what we're used to for Bait. The caveat is that we've seen Bait start slow and still be able to react, so it's not the most damning thing in the world just yet, but you just need to be careful. Gun 5, as much as they had their woes at times and towards Nuke, of course, this isn't their map pick. Obviously going to know how to play it. Everybody does, especially this side who all sort of FBL stars in their own rights. And just all trying to get out. He will. Nice work for him. They know there's a back triple player somewhere, and he's finally dropped. Swinging out towards bench. Zelo's only good for 1. Surely unlosable now, guys. Surely.
I feel like the AK and Galil spray just didn't stop for like 10 seconds in that fight. They just kept on shooting. But yeah, the bomb gets dropped. They're trying again. Some spray through. And it's actually a lot of damage. They're dropping solo on the other side here. Head trick. Do they know that he's still back here? It might have felt like, okay, that was the one player. Okay, they're not quite sure. More grenades are raining in. Smoke in the back here. 2 versus 2. I don't think they know about head trick. They're all looking somewhere else. So a nasty surprise is waiting for them. Yeah, that's the power sometimes of having that kind of a double position. Whether it was intended or not for Bait, it's just, you can tell that the CT stop looking as soon as they get the kill.
Exactly. They overlooked it, right? They sort of thought, all right, there's a world now that we can start moving to clear these other angles. Is there a CT player under bow, because we saw a little bit earlier, and they just overlook it. And that texture angle is obviously always so scary too. It's a difficult one to properly clear, because you have to swing so deep to be able to get that player, and it just buys time for when you're back in towards triple. There's that first for Bait finally. Is it enough for them to work with for multiple in a row? Mid-presence is decent for Zelo. He's so happy to fight in these early rounds. He wants to set the tone early, and it's sort of working for him. 1 for 1, even though it's not amazing, it's actually really workable because it gets so much info for Gun 5.
It's been some very, very close rounds all of a sudden. Bomb dropped far back here in the 3v4. If they win this run, Bait, I mean, the path is right there for them to really begin to pick it up. That's the truth, you know. There's no more money left here on Gun 5. Even in this one, double MP9 and the AWP. Although it is on Feinstein, so at least I'm a little bit excited. He's playing in the dark here. You can see on the camera, it's just...
just a little bit of... tiny bit of screen light.
I like it. He's so focused in. That's nice to see. Under 50 seconds. Going to be S-Time waiting in the corner and a Senthiel going down. And that's enough. No way to lose this round.
As we said, no distractions for Feinstein there. And he was locked in, tunnel visioned in. Here's that shot. Alex, good luck saving here. There is a bit of a flank play coming through. At least somewhat of a push through apartments, but... still nothing yet. He might just escape. They actually dipped away towards underpass. So it seems like Alex will survive the hunt, at least for now. Lackey is pushing forward, but I think, again, he might just dodge it. A 5th for Gun 5. Very good start to your CT side. Bait. Slow to start once again, unfortunately, for them. This seems to be a bit of a tale. Lackey was making some noise, but it will make a difference. So... I'm worried for Bait. I wouldn't mind one of those pauses out. They were pretty, freely calling those pauses in towards map number 1. Now wouldn't be a bad time, or at least in towards the next true gun round to, again, just try and ice out your opponent a little bit. Gun 5 are really rolling with the punches at the moment, and it's doing a solid job. And there it is. Pause is going to be called for Bait. I think this is a good time. Even though there's not that much of a buy here, you've got an AWP in play. You want to try and do something with it at the very least.
Yeah, tempted to agree with that. Let's see how this one plays out. Tactical timeout to have a bit of a conversation. You do need to make some kind of an impact, and sooner rather than later. Again, this is the map pick of Bait, so we all knew they were going to be pretty decent on the map, but right now, they are being shut down in a pretty big way, and the economy for Gun 5, I mean, it's thin, it's brittle, they're barely making their way through, but they are doing a little bit of work here, so they've got a couple of AKs, actually 3 AKs picked up, and the AWP, so yeah, a big test right here. We'll see what Bait are going to be able to do. Some early grenades landing at the A ramp, while seems like Bait want to put some early pressure on. I do like the timing on that. It would have been so sick if they would have been walking through. Don't get to see nearly enough wall bangs for that particular position, but yeah, they give it a shot here. Hetrick's bring the AWP over as well. We'll see Celta while the smoke is up. Just boosted in the back line, and now he's in a strong position. They, I think, have a good read right now, Gun 5. They go and check the middle, they're going to see that there's nobody there. The smoke is getting set up by Bait at the moment, so might be a little bit of a lack of information, but Bait just pushed into this awkward corner at the moment. This is the only part of the map they control. There's really only one way out of a round like this one. Either you power through, you get a couple of kills here, and that's it. You know, you have a chance. But there's no going back on the map right now. That's going to take a long, long time. Another grenade goes up, but they decide to push right through it. And Lackey's absolutely beautiful defense. His teammate, the insurance policy, not even needed. He's just going to be spraying them down. Yeah, what a shocking result here.
This orb's not recoverable, is it? Bless him. He can't go any... Oh, he's got the orb, actually, but not going to make a difference. He survives for all of a second. CeeLo on a jumping shot to get it as well. So a slow round that, well, of course, ultimately amounts to nothing. Tough predicament, though, isn't it? I think now for Bait, where we're at, it is a dicey position that they're in. Lackey does really well. 10-2 as well for the IGLs. Not bad for him by any means. 6-1. And this map 3 really does feel like it's looming. I know it's early on, but Bait are offering up so little on this T side that makes you believe, right? And you have to, on Mirage, have good foundations, at least in this first half, on the T side, if you want a chance. And there's just nothing on offer at the moment that makes you want to believe. So for Gun 5, we said they had to completely forget about that map number 1. No matter how close it was. And oh, it's a great shot, MPL. Just when you start to not believe, MPL hits shots like that.
They need that, right? They need somebody to step it up. They're really, really short on kills. Senfiel's got 5 kills, and he's top fragging in the server for Bait at the moment. So that's not good enough here. So yeah, they get the opening. The bomb is being wheeled over. Fine Shine though, covering this position. They know there's some real danger, but good jump past, and at least for now, in a bit of a safer position. Grenade is a little bit mistimed here, so should be no problem. Hetrick taking a bit of damage. NPL pushing forward, and yeah, pretty much wins the round here for them. That's not bad. Triple. And a second round on the board for Bait. It's a start, right? But it's a very, very slow beginning for them on this map. I'm a bit surprised to see this.
It's better than nothing, I think, is kind of that thought process that we've got. But yeah, I'm with you. I really expected this to be sort of lights out for Bait. You know, they've been putting up good kind of wins on this map. I mean, in particular, we talk about kind of wins of a Paravision. We've covered Paravision a bunch of times. We know how scary this side have been looking. And that in itself is not bad. You got in kind of previous CCTs, Fireflux, they're a pretty decent mix. Sashi, they beat them 13-3 as well. Zero Tenacity, who play a lot of Counter-Strike, 13-8. You know, this has been a really strong part of the map pool. And in this year alone, you know, they've played it, what, something in the region of like 6 times with 1 loss in the last month and a bit. So all thought process was that we're going to come in towards this one and just sort of steamroll it. But it's not been the case. And I think probably credit to Gun 5 in terms of their prep. We did discuss why not maybe ban Mirage, flow to train and see what's what. But in hindsight at the moment, this is looking like a good decision. Their prep for what Bait are bringing to the table on T side has been excellent. Unfortunately, we've lost Hetrick, so hopefully we'll get him back in as soon as. But Gun 5, good spot for them. 4 rounds ahead. Still got money to buy here. This next round could be quite important. If Gun 5 do lose it, it will give Bait a bit of a springboard back in towards this game and just cut on that deficit quite quickly.
There we go. Bit of a restart. this has to be the beginning of something a little bit more impressive. But you know what? Credit to NPL for picking that up, right? We had this conversation with Fnatic in the first game that we were covering of like, where is the player that is going to step it up for Fnatic and run in and say, okay, I will find a way to win a round. Like check this out, guys, you know? Triple kill in the B bomb site, let's go. Like, you need a player to do that every once in a while. I don't care who it is, but for Bait right now, it was NPL, and hopefully they can get fired up behind that. Like, it's not done yet. Like, they're not that far behind, but it has to be a little bit more impactful what we're seeing for them in the server at the moment.
Speaking of NPL, it's going to play up close towards ramp. Early damage does tag up head trick a lot. But with an AWP, you don't mind too much. T-side AWPing on Mirage can be very difficult. Just see how he tries to play it. One of the ways in which you see good T-side AWPers play on Mirage is actually that quite loose and puggy style. Something that we would expect out of Feinstein. Maybe he could try and fight fire with fire a little bit. He's been looking good as well. Feinstein 7-3 for him. Everybody's having their moments. Bar Celta, bless him. But everybody else having their moments over towards Gun 5. And if Celta comes on the line as well, that'll worry us even more so, saying for Bait, well, you're 4 rounds behind against basically 4 players.
Also, he's anchoring the B bomb site. Like, a couple of times, it's like his teammates have said, like he's killed everyone. So he's only died 3 times. He's just not getting any fights half the time. That might be the reason. So he might not even be doing badly. He's just kind of a little bit bored out there, which is a classic B anchor experience. S-Time will get the first one. The Sentinel taking a bit of damage in return, but NPL again trying to step it up. He's trying to drag this team back into the match, but what a shot. Denying the bomb plant. It's Feinstein to pick it up on Alex, and now a little bit of panic potentially. NPL again. He's really making sure they win these rounds. A triple for him again, back-to-back rounds. Feinstein and Celta. Let's see what they could do in the retake here. Celta should be a free kill, and it will be just before the flashbang hit. That's crazy timing. Another one goes into the air, but they're going to have to tap that bomb to try and get them into a bit of a fight here. There's the first one. Feinstein, it's an easy kill. And NPL is so far away. They're going to defuse the bomb right in front of him. And Celta even gets a kill, so he's on the board for a second one there. Wow, nice retake from Gun 5 in spite of everything NPL trying to do there.
It's also a really difficult sort of retake in a sense, because there's about 5 different angles that they could be playing in that post plant. It just gets unfortunate that NPL is repositioning, and they repositions behind the smoke. So it does make that post-plant position go from being quite strong with a Palace player to actually then very weak, all in the matter of moments, which is in itself tough. But 7th for Gun 5. 5 rounds ahead now of Bait. And we will see Bait going towards their second timeout. I'm starting to lose faith here. I already kind of felt like I did lose a little bit of faith. And I know it is still very early, but for Bait, they're losing the clutches, which they were winning earlier. And things are rapidly getting out of control. If they can't convert off the back of this tack pause and Gun 5 get 8, I feel like that might be it. Yes, this map is sort of generally CT-sided, but the way it feels right now, it's a no contest from Bait on this T side. And we know Gun 5 are just so wild that you expect kind of a bit of magic from them. If this is what their CT is looking like, when you let Zelo loose on the T side to do what he wants, he might just be a monster again. Mid-control taken for Bait. Lackey. Oh my god. Has he been hurt? I think he did step there. He gets one. Can't get the second behind it.
Okay, bit of a crazy scenario in the middle. S-Time thought that was the only one. Not ready for a repeat coming in from Hetrick just before the smoke was reestablished there. Technically a 3-on-3, although a couple of players with very low health in the round. Bomb is being brought up onto the A-bomb side. Essential. Your teammates going to need a little bit of help to try and get across if they want a bomb plant. Oh my god! He's so crazy. Feinstein just walks into that jungle angle, and I don't even know how he just almost looks like he's just pre-firing the shot. I mean, but he is just lightning fast, obviously. NPL trying to bring it back once again. Another couple of headshots. It's 3 rounds in a row with NPL picking up a triple kill. They've won 1, lost 1. This one, I mean, again, they're going to have to buy him a drink later or something if this works out, because he's doing remarkable work.
He is. Feinstein. This is an isolatable duel, is how I'll put it. He swings. Oh, no, the back spotty. Now there's one is. Will he clear? I don't think you should clear into short here. Unfortunately for him, he should get caught, and he's been tagged up again. This one's done. I think he would have heard that step in towards mid, but Fine Shine now saving is actually really difficult. Did he think that little noise in towards mid was a jump window too?
Yeah, he's really not sure.
Oh my god, they're right below each other. Yeah, I was just say he did step there, so MPL will see him off. Finally, a round one. Interesting, MPL did not have to pick up the orb either. But who cares, really? Anything will be taken by Bait in a third there. If they make a 7-5 out of this, Anders, it is potentially doable.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Like, I mean, I would even say 8-4. Like, I'm gonna still say there's a chance for a bit of a comeback, but it can't be MPL, you know, doing it. Even if it's impressive, right? Like, you need something else here. Crazy scenes. 7-3 right now. We'll see what they have left in them. There is really no money left on Gun 5, so I guess that's the big headline right now. If you're a fan of Bait, you're going to be looking at that saying, oh, at least this should be finally the relief they've been looking for.
Tech pause, unfortunately. We've had a couple of them, but they've usually been resumed pretty quickly, and this one's going to be exactly the same. Just a brief one. Sometimes like ping or packet loss or something of the sort.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it seems to be returning to the right now. Ooh, it's a 4-sub as well for Gun 5. That actually paves the way for the 7-5 potential. I don't mind that they're doing this, but it is a bit risky, you know. Like you could end up regretting this.
It's true. This is potentially risky. Let's see. Alex moving us forward in towards apartments. Molotov will come down, but now doesn't need to push too far behind. And spoke down as well. Might even just try and disrespect this and get out in front. He does. I like this. He wants to try and fight because with this short play, he has to keep attention drawn. He's barreling in on this position. Celtic going to tuck over towards Truck, and he couldn't do anything.
Good start right now. Fine Shine putting under some pressure. Molotov on the one side, Galil on the other, and I mean, you hate to see people save MP9s, but it is obviously the only choice in a round like this one. If you had a kit, you know, maybe you could do some tricky plays, but I doubt that's going to get even close to it here. So there's a fourth round. Really big potential for a fifth. I mean, it's a late turnaround, and it took NPL essentially dropping, was it like 10 kills in 3 rounds to make this work?
Yeah. One. Lucky. Alright, we'll get another. Not bad. We're at least making it expensive at the end, in some regards, but another round one. And it comes back to the point that you brought up, alright, about this forced buy, and is this the right call? And obviously now you look at it and you start to question, you know, was it the right call? Just because of, I guess, sort of where we're at. You've given Bait that pathway back into this. We're going to have, of course, a back-to-back force buy with a double FAMAS MP9 and a few upgraded pistols, but Bait can find 5 here. They get that. They might start to make us believe, potentially.
Yeah. I would say it's suddenly become a little bit more of an interesting game. I was starting to feel a bit worried because it felt like, oh, we've been promised a bit more on this one, and then we're being let down potentially. But let's see how far this one can go. Grenade comes through. S-time on the other side. Got to be careful here, Bates. If you walk through that one into the 5-7, you just never really know. It's a good kill on the Celtics to begin with. NPL trying to put in even more work, and it'll only take the 1 kill this time to open it up. All right, so light day in the office for him here. Fine Shine and Lackey in a 2 versus 4. Bomb being planted even as we speak, and Fine Shine, I've been hyping it up. I feel like he's pretty good, but this is a little bit of a big ask at the moment.
5-7-2. Oh, shoulder spotted. You can catch a headshot. Maybe push forward. There's no chances. The time's already ticking. Should be dead. Then he will. Down he goes. Now FAMAS is all that's left. A 1v4 for Lackey. Okay, hang on. Hang on. No kit, but he's got to go. And it's just MP on that close left that he didn't check. Every other angle was cleared. Bait gets a 5th. I think this is still very much doable. They might have just kept themselves alive a little bit.
I think so, yeah. It's... Again, you hate to see a world in which it's down to 1 player across 3 rounds to do that. Even if they lost one of those rounds, like NPL got very, very close to winning 3 rounds in a row essentially by himself. Like that's it can't be like that. But I guess if that's what you have, then it's better to do it than not. And here we are. What an interesting way to get Bait back into the game. And I've got to say again, it's still a pretty decent lead for Gun 5. If they win the pistol here, they're still looking favorites to win the map and maybe push it on to a third. But if it is Bait that pick it up instead, I would say they stand a good chance of defending this second half. We'll see how this one plays out. We do have a kit smoke onto to Alex, and that's about it. They don't have much else. Some USPs to play around with. Let's see if they can land some good shots. CeeLo actually does live through the first contact there. And now the bomb is being planted, so it's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake.
And with the damage dealt towards CeeLo, I have a bit of a chance here. Fine shine. P250 of his has been pretty mean at times. There it is again. What a shot.
I'd like to see that. Battle continues.
Oh!
Knife! He stabs him in the corner with a flying knife. That is a wild way to get into this one. Alex trying to fight it here. Remember, he's got the kit, so if he goes down, and he does, at least the kit was going to be lost far away, but it doesn't matter because they're all dead in the end, so nobody's defusing that bomb. And it will be the round. Oh, God, that's sickening. Yeah. All right, we've got a real brutal game on our hands. People are getting one tap for P250s and stabbed. Just pushed into the corner and stabbed.
You hate to see it, but honestly, at the same time, I think now for Bait, by losing that pistol, it makes life, so difficult for yourselves. Hey, without a doubt, tough predicament for sure. I mean, Bait have gone for that force buy-in, so triple MP9. I do feel like, really, if you lose that, that is game, set, lackey. That's a bold move, and one that doesn't pay off.
It's MPL again. Eagles coming in here. Head trick. He's got the right idea, putting on a little bit of pressure. They lose Alex. Let's see. Oh, it's dead on. Perfect. He knew exactly what was waiting for him. He will eventually go down. A nice grenade is a touchdown on S-Time, and it means fine shine. 1 versus 3. He's got the better weapon, but there is a flank coming in as he's reloading. He's surely dead here. Yeah, Sential catching the perfect timing, and that is a huge round. I mean, listen. Bait gave away a couple of these rounds on Nuke, and it made it really, really interesting. Obviously, if they can steal some back here to get them back, then I guess that's like a sort of a balance in the universe kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, you're right. So if they can make some sort of weird ones work in your favor, it does put a lot of that pressure on. And of course, for Gun 5, they don't get a choice. Because of double eco and that minimal loss bonus, they have to buy themselves. And this gives Bait the opportunity, right? We're talking about you win this one, you get a 7th. Because money's broken, the 8th is there. This is probably the most important round Bait have played so far in this map. They can get round of 15 in their favor. The game is absolutely back on, and Gun 5 are under pressure. What did Gun 5 even do to try and make this one stick? Double Nade's going to come down on towards the dime. Before he even sees anybody, he starts the round at 38 points of HP. They've got mid control, which is good. Scaling to a site from here is actually, it gets increasingly difficult as the time starts to tick. Or MPL. Oh, I gotta say, I don't like this because it does get swung a lot, but thankfully he has the support there. So, dismantled that mid plate. Fine Shine gets us one consolation, but that is about it.
I mean, they're stabilizing it. It was a bit scary, but to be honest, look at the scoreline now. 7-8. Starting the comeback in a nice fashion. Lackey with 16 kills. Fine Shine with 14. But again, Celta a little bit quiet, but I mean, it could be better, there's no question, but some of this is just the fact that he was anchoring a B bomb site that was, even when they showed up, his teammates were doing all the work, so let's see if he can have a bit of a better half himself here. They need money first, and they don't really have a lot, so this should be no bomb plant and a fairly easy defense.
Oh. A little awkward.
Now.
Yeah, careful. Let's not gift the Deagle a freebie, I think is probably the way I'll go about this. Nade'll bank around and I'll softens up Fine Shine too.
Okay. They've stabilized. I was gonna say, yeah, you walk in and suddenly you lose an AK, that would be silly. But they don't. No silliness required at all. Bait one step closer to the comeback here. Tying up the game at 8-8. Their money is starting to look really good. They got like 3 AKs picked up. They don't really need the AWP yet. Like, again, AWPing on this map, I mean, it can be fine, but the problem is, like, all of the traditional AWPing spots are going to be, you know, they're going to get smoked off at the start of every round or grenaded, so typically you're just AWPing the B hallways or something like that, or, you know, you're really crazy trying to push up somewhere else, but Hetrick getting caught. Unfortunate for him, he's dead. See if Kenzisor can find an angle near the smoke. He has the right idea. Are they going to be aware of this one? Seltzer, not really, and he goes down. That's a very nice little trick there. Gets the kill, back into a 4v4. S-Time is very low on health, and now look at the lineup here. Senthio could have been easily a triple. His teammate and Alex not quite hitting the shot there, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3, and Kenzisor stay alive a little bit longer. The backup is coming. Nice little incendiary smoke behind him. He's really trying to buy the time, and he's got a perfect read on it. Takes down Lackey. It's not a bad defense there.
It's not. It's a good effort. Zelo, 1v2. He still has these up his sleeve. If he wins this, Gun 5, oh, how much it would mean to them. Is he going to clear this too? Alex does get cleared. Uh-oh. Round on. Zelo takes a lot of damage, but now he's got a completely open A site, and it's MPL in a 1v1, but he's also got a crosshair as well. Smoke down in a perfect position. Zelo's played this so well.
Yeah, very, very nice escape. Grenade on top. All right, at least they spot each other. That's going to be important here. Oh, and the spray right through. He gets the straight headshot and takes down NPL. That is a massive clutch coming through. Zelo's very well played.
Oh, man, he's done that so well. That, in particular, that second shot on towards MPL is pretty miraculous. He has 9 points of HP. He got softened up a little bit more by the nade, but the reaction there is brilliant. You can see why this guy has got these sort of bold prediction nominations, and people are really keeping their eyes on him, because that is a ridiculous 1v2 to win, and single-handedly can be the round that lifts this in Gun 5's favor. Insane.
Likely just testing the smoke. Not quite convinced that there could have been a CT pushed up there somewhere. That happens from time to time, but he's safe back there. This game is going all the way to the end, it feels like, in terms of potentially all the rounds being played. Deep nade doesn't do too much, but yeah, I mean, we had overtime on the first one. Could easily be that we end up there again, the way that this is playing out. Got the AWP on Hetrick. Nice grenade. NPL. He's doing so much work. I don't know where it came from, but he just decided to pick it up and really get the ball rolling here for the team. Is it enough to defend the bomb site? Comes down to Kenzisor. He's going to get that one, but quickly traded. MPL actually standing in the flames to try and get the job done, and they will trade their way through the remaining of the round there. Just, it's a non-stop fight for the last 10 seconds, and bait.
Ridiculous work. Ridiculous work. This is such a chaotic game of Counter-Strike so far. It's become very much worse for wear over towards Gun 5 in terms of the response into round number 19. Fine shine, hero Galil. But it's not the fact that he's just a hero buy. Everyone is invested. It's just the fact that that's the best that they can bring to the table. Pistols alongside him. Hey, another opportunity. You win a 10th there. You basically get the 11th gifted to you on a silver platter in this back and forth affair. That could be everything. Again, we spoke about this little one earlier, but genuinely this could be the one, right? Where we look at how Bait were able to just about close out this game. It could come down to really this round here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So close. Money being the main driving factor here, especially for Gun 5. If they lose this one, if they don't do enough damage, they could slip up right at the end. They're obviously going to look for a timing with the Tech-9s against the B-bomb side. We could all look at the minimap and see that. So the question is it always happens with this. It's down to the opening kill. I don't even think they care about that smoke. I don't know why they would... Yeah, just... That smoke might even just help them to run through a little bit and try and get something done, but Kenzisor, very nice defense. Absolutely perfectly done. And yeah, no fear here. That's really good to see. That's the kind of defense I actually want to see out of a team like Bait. where there's not a lot of panic, and they just get the job done.
Making the simple rounds look simple, I think, is something that reinstills confidence in this bait side. Alright. And Shiny, just trying to isolate any more kills. It's unbelievably unlikely that anything comes from this. But at least he's trying to give it a little go. But time is ticking. 12 seconds here. And you do want to be going down. I mean, you'd hope at the very least. Yeah, they're going to say, this gets enough in the end. A bomb plant would have been nice, but it was highly unlikely. And that'll be the case. That is such a big round for Bait to win. Breaks the econ at gun 5. Gets you the lead back. First had to crack into double digits. And you basically get given the 11th. Well, you should get given the 11th here. With minimal investments coming through. This is it. I mean, gun 5 essentially have one true gun round to stop Bait from taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, a bit of a disastrous moment to run out of the funds, isn't it? I mean, Gun 5 honestly playing I think a sweet match on both maps right now. Like, they're really taking the fight to Bait individually. They look decent. Yeah. Again, Cell2, unfortunately, like now I can't even make the issues. I was sweeping for him earlier, but it's 3 and 13. The B bomb site thing, forget what I said. Like, they need him because everybody else is actually doing a great job right now, but obviously it can't be like a 4 and 5 here, and it kind of feels like maybe it is. CeeLo and Fine Shine have both gone down, and they're gonna get crushed. No surprise, didn't have the funds. It's another round for Bait, as they are a couple of steps closer here to winning the entire match.
2 away. 2 ahead, of course, of Gun 5, but 2 away from taking this series in a 2-0 fashion. In where we're at, Gun 5, it's like we said, this gun round is everything. You lose this and your chances are gone. And unfortunately, while they've had some really nice moments, they've let it slip when it's mattered most. And the economy is something you can always sort of bank on. It's almost the jump up, but it's actually going to be too big of an issue. You've got a window player, a ladder player. Zealo's moved through under. Swinging out in front. That is a bold call by Sadime, and I felt like it's sort of very unnecessary.
Yeah. Bit of a risky position now. 4 versus 5. Smoke up in the window, and actually going to be boosting into the smoke, so see if they can find a position. Big lean towards the A-bomb side at the moment for Bait in terms of the defense. It's really down to just the one player on Catwalk here, which could be fine, but man, it's risky. Kansas saw. Oh, it's so awkward, but he's going to at least get the kill. CeeLo could have been the other way. And they're just going to blow this apart. That's, I mean, from that first kill, the dominoes just keep falling. Okay. Even Celta feeling empowered to go find a kill.
All right. Alex. Unlikely there's anything here, but even exit kills actually do make a bit of a difference. You've got money to work with, so I wouldn't hate the idea. Feels like, though, he's just going to stick around. I mean, he's sort of gone for that pretty simple save, but I would have liked a bit of a hunt here. With what we know about how their econ's been struggling.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make a case that that he could position himself to do a little bit, just try and take something away. They do have some money in the bank. I think that's the upside maybe for Bait in this moment. Except for MPL, who's been doing a lot of work. Everybody else has got some money to work with, so it's not disastrous yet, but again, you can kind of see that all it takes is one more slip up here for Bait, and suddenly they are going to be saving, and actually, I mean, they might not have the space for it, right? Like, that could almost be a third map, so it's come down to the wire once again at the scoreline of 11-10, moving into the 22nd round, where we're having a much closer matchup, at least. Again, that Fnatic game was just a little bit disappointing, so it's good to see that we're getting a real battle here.
Let's see. So, only a couple of rounds left in this swamp. A few, may I say, but towards mid, like, he gets sent out. No one here, though, for Bait. They've been liking to fight in towards mid, but this time they have a little bit more of a standoffish approach. No, it's something that NPL's a little scared of, understandably so. Smoke phase, no one there. Such an eerie kind of feeling in this map. It's so hard to call, and it is still recoverable by Gun 5, which would be pretty miraculous, but doable all the same.
They're getting so much control in the middle. This is what pretty much did it for them last time, and again, when you're this deep towards connector or window, all it takes is one slip-up for the CTs, and the round might be almost impossible to recover. Celta gets himself killed, and Kansas with a headshot. Hold the phone. Maybe they are bringing it back here. 50 seconds. Bomb being brought slowly in. I don't think Hetrick is thinking about this. I don't think he's even dreaming that this could happen. Is he going to be ready? At least he doesn't go straight down, but yeah, he was re-peeking for the fight into the B-bomb side. He'd heard that player. Unfortunately, there was a second player waiting for him, so it might not be fine after all. Speaking of fine, it's Fine Shine just making an escape. I thought he was going to stick around to fight because he's a bit crazy, but decides to fall back. It's definitely the more reasonable choice here. The retake is on. S-Dime, quick headshot, should be able to clear this one up. Kenzisor gets one in return. And the AK for NPL. How much can they carry? Oh, the timing is perfect. Gets it, throws in the Molotov, and burns out that AWP up. And it's another headshot for NPL on a mission to try and save this game for Bait, no matter what it costs.
Yeah, talk about kind of leading by example as well. We've highlighted NPL in terms of how important he is for this side. And it's a round like that which proves exactly it. Superb work, right? And I think everybody has them as head trick. That opener was really, really good to see. And I can saw even just there, right? The 2 kills that he finds are massive. But NPL, the first, the Molotov, the swing, and the fine. It's crisp as ever. 12-10. That's Gun 5. Call for their first attack pause. They were very happy to use them, all over the place in towards that first map. This one, they've kept hold of them, but maybe you started to use them a little too late. It's now map and series point Bait in map 2 at a 12-10 score. They got 2 rounds to close this out in regulation, or maybe, just maybe, overtime might be required.
I mean, we had it on the first map. There's no reason why we can't have it again, but it's going to be down to Gun 5 to see if they can summon the last bit of strength here. Say individually again, they've just been playing so well. Like, it's so painfully obvious. I hate to bring it up, but like, you look at Seltzer, it's like, oh, it's just one player that they're missing in the flow here, and surely they could get it. So now's your time to shine, Seltzer. Get in there. Have 1 or 2 good rounds here at the end, and that might be all your team needs. So find a way to summon that, manifest it into the game. The rest are playing what feels like absolutely fine Counter-Strike at the moment. So some basic mid-control being brought out here for Gun 5. No surprises. Looks like it's going to be an A finish with that Palace position. We'll see how it plays out. It's S-Time, I think, playing up there. Oh, but some crazy grenades. Oh, my God. More even landing, and CeeLo, he should be dead. I'm shocked. Okay, there we go. And he just picks up the AK. He's like, thanks for delivering that. I didn't want to reload the other one anyway. Lackey gets one on Kenzisor, but they're in some trouble here already.
They are. As a smoke phase head trick was, your reactions, they're good. They're very good. The second there, does he realize? Now he must do. Celta, he's thrown that utility. It can only come from one place.
Yeah, they know it's in the Palace as well. And it's head trick to pick it up, denying the overtime attempt there. And unfortunately, this time it just wasn't quite enough. Bait will make their way through, but definitely a tough fight for them. And, I think some criticism that could be leveraged their way, not least of which, if MPL doesn't go crazy and nuclear in that game at some way in the halfway point, this is going to be a third map for sure.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Really decent stuff from Bait. There's a few times throughout that series where we just keep saying, they might be done here. We might be going to, the next map of them picking up a loss, and they're able to, in a way, sort of find form out of nowhere. And I think for Gun 5, they'll be kicking themselves. They actually had a really good chance of 2-0ing this series themselves, but get caught napping. They drop off in form, and what they're able to pull off here for Bait in terms of somehow, some way, rekindling the flame a little bit, really impressive. And it's just, I think, a testament to just how difficult this side are to really put away. Brilliant work from Bait. And I think for Gun 5, it's just unfortunate. It's one of those series they're going to look back on and say, man, we actually had a chance here, but we just couldn't quite figure it out.
Yeah, that is pretty much the truth. I mean, again, I still think this Bait team has some promise for the future.
Agreed.
But you gotta hope that they're gonna be able to pick it up in a different way. So exciting times for sure, and congratulations to them for making it through.
Forward to it as well. We'll bring Alan back on as well. He can help us break this one down. But I think it's probably a story of, you know, Bait's form, but also their just inability to ever give up, it feels like, in a way. And unfortunately for Gun 5, just falling flat at some crucial moments, economy getting shattered and having no real ability to respond.
I think in this sort of matchup, Bait just have a lot of ways to win. I don't think they played their best Counter-Strike today, but they're still 2-0 this series. I will say, though, if it wasn't for NPL in that first half, I don't think they're even in the map come the second. NPL had 2 or 3 rounds where he was just the whole game. He just completely annihilated sites, opened it up completely, and of course he's calling around himself as well. So, you know, all your calls look good if you're going to kill 3 on the entries. So I think NPL held them in that game. Of course, come the second half, more of a team effort. Kenzie, Hedrick all chiming in. But yeah, I think NPL, after having a bit of a quiet first map, showed on the second that he was fabulous. We've gone for Kenzie as the MVP, though. I think Kenzie was more inconsistent. If it was just map 2, definitely NPL. But I think Kenzie had a great series, and you said from the off, Neo, that, you know, this is a player that's absolutely on the rise. He's someone who's maybe a little bit overlooked on this team, but today he showed that, you know, he can crack some heads.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Kenzie as well. I mean, I think for me, he just, unfortunately for Captain Kirk, it wasn't a bad player. It's just an upgrade. It's as simple as that. He's super talented. He's this young guy who's got a lot to give, but even still got a lot of experience as well. And yeah, he can take over a series, and I think has these moments about him. And I think it's sort of coming back to what I touched on in the pre-show. I think the nice feeling for Bait now is that in terms of the rifling core, it's just not all relied upon for NPL to drop these insane stats, which, you know, he'll still do without a shadow of a doubt. But it's the fact that we don't have to just have him. Now, you know, for a long time when Bait were finding form, especially in the tail end of 24, it was, all right, how many kills NPL and Hedrick going to get? And is it going to be enough with just these 2 popping off? Now we've got a few other, you know, options of where things come out online. I think Alex also finds some good moments as well throughout that series. And, you know, Ascentii plays anchor spot, so you can't really ask too much of him. So now you've got 2 incredibly solid riflers, a very good AWPer, and the supporting players around it. This Bait roster, super scary.
For you, Anders, they did lose the series Gun 5, but should they actually be that disappointed? Because they gave it a hella good go. They're playing a team with more experience, with better players, and they made it competitive. Should they be happy with how they played today?
I actually think so, yeah. I mean, like, taking down Sinners the other day and then into what could have, in theory, been a tour victory in their favor, right? Like, overtime on one map, if not for NPL, like we said, probably would have been Mirage going their way. Yeah, I think this is a really good sign, you know, like, a lot to be encouraged with. They look like they're playing confident Counter-Strike. Like, it's got to be a good feeling moving forwards. I actually would be pretty satisfied if I'm Gun 5 at the moment. I think that's absolutely fine. Just keep working it, and you know, again, like we talked about NPL. On the other hand, Seltzer, obviously, you know, hate to bring it up, but obviously that's on that last map. If he's just a little 10% more there across the entire Mirage, it's also going to be a different outcome.
Well, there you have it. That's our first 2 games of the day done. Bracket now is shaping up nicely as Bait progressed along as Partisan earlier. It was Fnatic to lose to them. The 2 later games today, next up will be Ents Alliance, and then to cap it off will be 9 Pandas 500. I guess that wraps it us for us guys. A bit of a break, and then we're back with Ents Alliance. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, ladies and welcome, gentlemen, back to our next game of the day here. Coffee's yet to kick in here, but we're going to be continuing with the playoffs here. We've got a round of 16. We've had a couple of games now being played out. A couple of fairly quick ones as well at that, both 2-0s, but we'll continue with what we have scheduled for today. As we'll continue to see the playoffs develop here. The bracket for now, it looks like such. Gun 5 out to debate. You have a Fnatic uninspired against Partisan, and the rest of the playoffs bracket yet to be played. Now, we're going to be hopping over towards a very interesting one here. Ends versus Lions, afterwards Eclot versus Spirit Academy as well. We've got a couple of decent games here, but I have a suspicion we might continue with a 2-0 trend here.
Yeah, I feel like that suspicion is well substantiated. If we focus our attention now to the match that's coming up next, it's going to be ENCE versus Alliance, as you said, and comparing the two teams, there's obviously a bit of a discrepancy. Not just that, but also in terms of the world rank as well as the recent games. Alliance, they've been on a bit of a losing streak. I believe they've lost like 5 games recently in a row. They've only just barely won against GTC. Well, not barely, I guess. A 2-0 still, so it's a pretty decent win regardless. But on the other side, ENCE, losing a few games against Zero Tenacity and 9, but winning in between against others. Point being, right now, ENCE seems to be a bit more stable, at least have a few more better chances, perhaps, and to not mention the fact that also, I mean, they've got the names. If we talk about the ENCE squad as a whole, if we talk about the org being a legendary one from Finland, and I think you can maybe expand on that one here, dear Nexus.
I can I can try. Now, Finnish blood, it runs fairly thin right here in ENCE. You only have the one in body, the OP of this team. And I think that is a big critique as well for the team, right? He's not really the one to bring impact. If you look at who is actually bringing the numbers on this team, it's Kaspersky and it's SDY who bring in the big numbers, right? So, from that, you have, I think, fairly decent results, right? Obviously, some pains here and there for this team. Not always being exactly what they'd want to be. I'm sure as well they would want some more better results. To which, right, you have Glaive, aspirations probably fairly high, expectations probably somewhere along those lines as well, but not really finding that success immediately, despite the way they are trying to get there, right? I've spoken pretty much about everybody, except for Natio, who I think is incredibly underrated. Has been in his time in Mouse NXT. He was really damn good. Here he's been fairly good as well, right? He's not really the star. He has those maps where he does pop off, and it does have that potential as well. But he is the sort of supportive element, a glue almost to this team, and I think puts it together very well.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, to be completely honest, ENCE has had their trouble, but we should focus also on Alliance here, the team they'll be facing off against, a fully Swedish team in fact, and it's been a long time since we've had one. Plessen, Upe, Era, Avid, and Twist, they're going to be the ones representing the squad, and everybody been around for a very long time. And if we start from the top, I mean, Plessen, he's been on the scene for the better part of the last 10 years now, almost. I mean, he started off in Fnatic, had a few bouts in between Red Reserve, Jalapenos and such, and I remember him most, probably it would be in Galaxy Racer, I think. I think that's when we saw him most, if it wasn't maybe even in Chaos in that short stance. And then if we go on to the next, of course, if we go to, let's say, Era, another player that's been around for quite a while now. I've been watching it since kind of watching his rise since the beginning of 2020, I believe, or might have been 2021 when he entered Gamer Legion. But as you said, with ENCE there were trouble. With Alliance, it's much the same right now. They haven't had as much success as they would perhaps want recently, and I think it's time to really see that Swedish CS come back in style. And even if we don't talk about Twist, who I think deserves a special shout given the fact that he's one of the more legendary players of the scene itself. I mean, if we go back days of SK, back of what was it? Godsent, I think, as well, he was a part of. So point is, there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of history here, and a lot of experience. Question is, how will it be utilized? How will Alliance fare against Ents? It's Glaive, it's Twist. They used to be used to playing against. Used to be playing against each other in the old days. We'll see how they do here. I don't know, man. It feels like it should be Ents with a 2-0 potentially, but perhaps Alliance can surprise.
I mean, perhaps they can surprise, yes, that's kind of the sort of sentiment, but I'm just kind of, I have troubles when it actually comes to thinking that's going to be the case. Just for looking at the games they've played, right? It's been a lot of red. It's just not been really all that amazing to them, or for them. But they have been playing some fairly decent teams as well when it comes to, like, tier 2 and 3 teams, so it's not completely unforgivable in that sense, but it's not really inspiring confidence in the current form, which always going to be a big thing to look at in these sorts of situations, and in any situation actually in any game. But for the video here, we've got Mirage Inferno out of the way, and we are going to be starting off with a little bit of
Train. Let's go. Okay, Alliance, ballsy pick. Ancient next makes sense. Ents is currently best map, I think, by statistics, given that they've only recently started to pick up some slack. And then we have the ban on Dust. I'm sure you're going to be happy about that. And we should be seeing a ban on either... okay, Anubis banned as well. Hold up, Ents. They're cooking a nuke? Really? That's a bold choice. I mean, I guess they want to take their chances rather on nuke than on Anubis, but... maybe they think that this doesn't go to 3 maps. Maybe they think they take this in 2 instead. It's Train and Ancient, 2 great maps for Ents, and... well, great. That's an overstatement.
Yeah, no. Train, a combined 0 out of 5 for both these teams combined. Neither team's yet to win a game on it.
I was about to say, I was hoping that Ents might have won Train, but then I see that it's actually not even... close. Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be a mishmash on Train. It's going to be a crazy one on Ancient, and then we have Nuke for the 3rd and final if it comes down to it. Ooh, how are you feeling about these vetoes?
I'm alright with it. Now, there is one thing that kind of gives me hope for Ents, and that is... that is that Ents, they have Finnish blood, and there's this, there's this Finnish blood and Train being historically good for Finnish people as a whole, and there is this, there was this artist Kari Tapio made a song, Juna kulkee vaan the train goes on. It was pretty big, it's, you're like an anthem almost. So when it comes to my doubts, when it comes to Podi as an opera, I think here is kind of where you can pop off, if ever, right? A Train, Finnish blood, gets things going. I would love to see that, just for the sake of keeping Finnish cultural impact alive here on Train. That would be a big thing to do, to see. But I'm still just confused and conflicted the entire way through about this Train pick. Now, for Alliance, I kinda maybe see the idea and reasons behind it being like they've played Aurora twice, or they lost both games. They lost against another team called Leo, not as well known. But they've also had their struggles. They've still not played in about a week or so. They've had a couple of days off to practice maybe as well, but they've been still playing it a lot, so I really am just a bit worried for what they'll be, what are they really going to be cooking here on Train, and what have Ents really been cooking as well, because neither of these teams, or more specifically Ents has not been really playing as many maps, right? About half as many as Alliance in recent times. So that gives more time for practice. Then we kind of went over the individuals as well. You have SDY putting up numbers. You have Kaspersky putting up those numbers. And Nathu is a very solid player. Glaive, who has, 1 in 15 games he pops off as well. So when it comes to these things, you really have some massive potential on the Ents side to pop off. But it's not like we can, again, say that Alliance does have that exact same thing, because absolutely they do. They have very solid individuals, all performing to a degree. You have Era kind of ties red. You have Plessin, who's been playing for a long time as well. And similarly Twist as well, who can, but maybe not bring those numbers immediately. So you have the potential there. But to me, all bells currently ringing ends as we're getting aboard the train.
Well, we'll see if that train is going to work as we go to a short technical break, unfortunately. ENCE has some issues to resolve. We'll be back when we know more. Thank you for listening, and we shall return. And we're back. It took us about a good 20 minutes, but we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the CCT, we can say round of 16 here. Starting off, of course, in our first map on Train between ENCE and Alliance here for the third match of the day. Series 17 continues. With me is Nexus, which cheers myself over. We're going to be watching quite a hefty one. Alliance T-side to start a bit of a B presence, but going back towards Pop and finding Porty.
Into it we go with the first already being found. Glaive, camera frozen, but still dynamic on the server. He's moving. Not on the site itself. SCY has lost himself as well, while Kaspersky wanted to with the dual Beretta's headshots already popped back. Try to keep this in man advantage. Nearly being brought back by Era. Push into connector. Putting the pressure on, making the retake more difficult. But the first bomb needs to go down. Big step of the round and how it will be played out. Upe one more for him, and it's suddenly just one last one to be remaining. Dealt with. Glaive is gone, and we are good to go. We're here with the first round and picked up by Alliance. It's all 5 frags well split between Upe and Era. Take it back into their control, into their pockets.
Yes, they do. And Train, now a sad map with rain. I'm not a fan, not gonna lie, but looks better, perhaps at least as it used to. Alliance, good start. T-side, always difficult to play. One of the most difficult T-sided CT-sided maps to ever have graced our graced our presence. And right here, we're going to be seeing a decent default. You just take control of upper Pop. You take control of upper halls B. Kind of keep yourself collected. Keep an eye out on Ivy. Make sure nobody can flank you from that far away, and you're pretty much just kind of waiting out the clock a little bit. Force buy for ENCE. I like the idea here. They're kind of gambling on the fact that it might be a pop stop, but through main instead, Alliance will approach.
A intriguing force buy for sure, I'll say here for ENCE, but holding judgment. Short answer, not a fan, but we'll see what this round can still do with the first one.
Good
Found a well-timed smoke coming into main as well. Denies the rest of walking in. And again, now that round starts to look a lot better here. We've only got about 35 of the clock. You have to make your way shift in toward the B side. That's got to make even more noise when they decide to drop down. And ENCE already have 3 players on B. Natio and Glaive, they've got a good setup. Kaspersky can come up with the upper drop as well. Able to assist if Natio gets into trouble or Glaive gets taken down here. Depending which way the contact comes first, there's 1 or 2. The mowdown continues, and ENCE are making this force by work. It's completely pushed Alliance back. Not a single soul to be lost here for ENCE.
You speak too
Until
soon,
I say that and Natio's god, but they're gonna hunt down Arrow as well here. Last man. Go with a limit to live, but does not have a choice.
Not a lot of damage regardless. A very good force buy that actually ends up winning them around, and these are the rare ones, folks, don't forget that. Train, as I said, a difficult map to play for the T side, and starting with the pistol was a perfect setting for Alliance to really get themselves situated. A bit of an unfortunate turn of events, and a series of unfortunate events, in fact, bring them now down to, holy smokes, that is a lot of utility for ENCE into main as Alliance on a force by themselves. But we talked about Train in the past, and what we said, and what I think everybody's pretty much saying is, well, main control is now key for the CT side, and that's why we see such a mass amount of utility being thrown at it from the get-go. I mean, it's always been, but even more so now with the remade Train, as Pop Dog is unsustainable to hold for long.
The Pistols trying to fight back here in the first contact. Comes from ENCE having pushed up Pop Dog. As a point of contention on the map where a lot of rounds might also get be decided in terms of which way do the T side decide to rotate, or does that cement themselves direction towards B in this in other cases as well. But here, It's going to be the play toward A. You've got contact from main. You've got a couple of players already here as well for the CT side. It's a very, very simple 1-2 peek the or CT side. And it's around with only one remaining, one casualty. And it's done.
It is done.
Same as last round, kept pretty damn clean for ends. And for the CT side, now they're off to a good start here.
Yes, they are. It's a recovery that perhaps we didn't immediately expect, and it brings them a chance to keep themselves composed going in the next few rounds, the ones that will matter most, coming up soon. And here we go, another eco. Not much to be said about it. Not much to be done, unfortunately, if you are Alliance. You take your risk and hope for a reward. Oh, HU, SDY, Glade. Yeah, easy cleanup.
Very
easy. No problem whatsoever.
So, Economy's allowed to now build up our ends. Alliance, it's on to them now to start making a difference early on here for terrain. Right, you kind of put it historically CT-sided. And so far as well, right? Limited numbers and such for this map itself, but it is still keeping as a CT-sided map. It's about like 55 CT win rate, 45 T win rate on terms of rounds. So, it is kind of kept up that, even with the changes, even with it being less claustrophobic nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. It's still a difficult map, one of the most difficult maps to play, regardless of how many changes they will make. But that's what makes it that much better, right? That's what makes it that much more exciting, at least in my eyes, I'll say. And I hope that they don't change it further. As we see round 5, it's going to start off towards a B, take Alliance.
Utility goes down. First one is Natu, expected to be up towards upper heaven, whichever you want to call that, catwalk at one point. Nowadays, unsure. But Alliance plays in a position, already having taken the entirety of the site. The floor has belonged now, or now belongs to them. Zentu have to come back to this one. It's not an easy setup to deal with. You have one in upper, you have Twist, expected to be closer towards Popdog as well. And Kaspersky with 5 HP will get away. Zenzu decided to call it quits in this round. Pack it up, it's time to leave. You'll get at least one more on your way out. But that is going to be the second for Alliance. Now, right, you want the pistol.
Yeah.
You lose these couple of rounds, but you're still getting these rounds already now that T side. 3-2 is not bad here to start things off. Same as it would be if it's 3 over ends. Now it's Alliance first to the board.
Oh, absolutely.
You're getting things up and running. You're showing you're not going to be a pushover. That is a very clean execution as well to them. We've got a good start coming out for Alliance, as well as ends, right? Both teams can contest for the early beginning here. It's pretty much to see whose economy runs dry first, and we'll see kind of the how the round and half sort of shapes up from this.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. We have to see this real gun round now for Alliance, and of course the test of Metal for, as you said, ends, seeing how they handle the pressure. And we've seen Alliance play the default now a few times, trying towards that upper halls. It seems like they're going to be fighting for Popdog pretty early on, which I suspect is to be expected. And then obviously moving on towards Ensa's side, we saw a bit of a setup towards Popdog itself as well with Glaive, and I believe it was Natu with the MP9 next to them. But the end result is nonetheless the same. The round potentially on one or the other side, we're about to find out.
So, continuing. Yes, it is going to be now Alliance with... I'm not sure if that flash was meant to be there, right? If it is, that's very sick, right? If anyone's peeking in from upper, he can swing with that flashbang. And I imagine that is the case, right? He doesn't have to turn. Anyone else looking at him full blinded, maybe they catch a kill, but still at least gives him a chance. An advantage in the fight itself here, but... doesn't lead to anything. This, however, is pretty standard right now from what I imagine Train to currently look like. You have the gap smoke for outside. You've got more as well in terms of getting this control, and Bob Dog, right? And they kind of have to respect that smoke from the early beginning of the round. You kind of have to try to play around it. So, you take away a little bit of time. First contact eventually comes. SDY going down.
This is going to get a little bit heated very soon towards B. It's down to that first contact, and Glaive and Potty both find one for themselves. That's massive. It pretty much breaks apart the hope here for Alliance to get onto site safely and get something done as Natu and Potty add on top of it. That is effectively all there is to this shenanigans. Round is done. Bit of an unfortunate turn of, a bit of an unfortunate turn of events, I'll say.
Yeah, I was a little bit, I thought that was going to go differently. After the first one, I really saw a different way. But Alliance, the play towards B, right? You're obviously, I see the way they're kind of trying to set up that round. You have one man. I'm just going to go ahead and commit to calling it Olaf now, outside of A main, walked out.
Oh yeah, that's Olaf, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see any other way to call it anymore. Like,
no,
it is stack.
Olaf.
Nah, that's boring. This is Olaf.
No.
Yeah, you had a twist there, survived until the end of the round. Right, we've seen this already multiple times on this map with different teams. You have a B hit, you have one man looking for Olaf to catch rotations, catch him in the back. Because it is a very strong position. So, depending if that round actually gets Alliance a bomb plant, Ents will have to rotate. It suddenly gives them a chance to get things continued. And let them build up for that post plant, play the late round instead. But not working out. An AK saved, and here Twist lost his life, and it's handed over back to Pleasant. Problem is, doesn't have any armor. A punch.
Yeah,
great, but Kaspersky dead.
Standing in that corner was a little bit foolish, but at the end of the world, at the end of the day, we are going towards I before Alliance, and they seem to want to break onto the A site. I respect that. The problem is, how are they going to do this when Potty is expecting a little bit of aggression? Now, he is turned towards main, but with Glaive watching his crossfire, he's about ready to turn around. Does he? Yes, he does, and he is ready to engage. Glaive holds his line. That's enough. Era now, probably what? Saving? Or does he peek pop? I mean, he peeks pop, right? Not saving the M4. He's got 3.5 in the bank. There's no point to save. But a 5-2 start for Ents is looking really good. By the way, I just want to mention now, and I might have, it might have slipped my mind if you said it yourself already, but Glaive is currently 14-1. That's not something you see very often. Well, right? These are donk numbers. We're 8 rounds in, he's on 14 kills. That's...
I mean, yeah. I did say he's going to have like 1 in 15 where he pops off. I'll say. Currently, this seems to be like that 1 in 15.
It's a shame that the Lions have that one day where they get absolutely snapped to pieces. Wow, Glaive. I mean, I realize that now this is pretty massive, but nonetheless, Alliance...
He's just silently crept up to 14 in, 7 rounds, and we're just kind of... we're just here.
We're just here. 7 rounds in. 14 kills. My man does not care. As Alliance... Well, we'll see if they care about winning. They need more than 2 rounds, that's for sure. 4 to 5 would be very much appreciated, I think, from their side. We'll see if they can get it, though.
So let's continue here with the 8th round. Time is ticking. And again, I like how much as well the new train lets you actually play the B site more with not just one player.
Yeah.
Because you have to kind of play for that A main control. Pop Dog's not as easy to take on the T side either. Or I say not as easy. It takes you longer to run out if you want to rush it. Let's put it that way. So, you are able to make these rounds where you take control of a main, you throw in your Molotovs, your smokes, and then you have your CT players just rotating back towards B to assist it, and suddenly a round looks like this. You try to walk in from a connector, a little bit of AD, jiggle, hide, and then decide to swing off your teammate, and all is good, well, and handled. It is 6-2 on Enz's side. And the boys are looking good. Natu picks up a couple of kills for himself as well here.
As they are.
As well on these anchor positions, and that's kind of what I mentioned as well from him in the pregame, right? In Mouse NXT, he was a very, very solid anchor, right? In Mouse NXT, he was playing a lot of these like very similar teams as he's right now here against Alliance as well. He was putting up like 1.10 ratings pretty much consistently for his duration there, yeah, in like anchor supportive roles. It was a team that functioned incredibly well. And I'm happy to see that he can again continue that here as well. There's a couple more people who take more space here than you could argue Mouse NXT had. But it doesn't really mean that he's stopped all the too much in terms of these fragging capabilities. For now, we start off. Body getting contact, not finding anything from it. Kaspersky. Oh, is he gonna be spotted? Is this a cheeky headshot angle? No.
Doesn't look like it.
I was thinking maybe you could have seen his head from the left side of the, or left grate. But nonetheless, whatever the reason, it suddenly let Alliance have 2 players low on HP. Kaspersky down to 1 on himself as well. But ends. Glaive gets contact, it goes away. Molotov dropped. Excuse me, now that's Molotov. That's a smoke right there. Dropping util back and away, and ends. They're playing heavily toward that A side for now. And Alliance still figuring out how do they want to approach this. They've got 1 smoke. In my years of experience in Counter-Strike, you just throw that B and you hope for the best.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I would usually,
Yeah, you just throw it down random and you hope you don't get mowed down.
Pretty much. Pretty much. There's no in-between, unfortunately.
Oh!
At least not that I would know.
Okay, okay. Time to cook. Let's go. Kaspersky, what do you got here? 1 HP. Running at you. You've got teammates suddenly as well to assist you in the bomb while it made its way toward the site. Only in the form of a dead man. The round is done. It ends very quickly, taking that away. And guess what would have helped there?
Good question. A smoke. The answer.
I mean, they get that entry, sure, I get it. And then Kaspersky's now swinging immediately onto them as well. But then it's just 3 players right in front of Alliance. They keep continuing to push forward. So, hey, it is what it is, but that is 7-2. And like we kind of said, they had played 2 games on this map, both losses. Alliance, 3 games played, all losses. It is very much a unknown quantity in terms of who's going to be really coming out with a bigger and better game here. Alliance with a couple more days off since their last train game, I'd imagine, at least. Helps in that regard, ends having played their most recent, just 4 days ago, 13-5 loss against Zero Tenacity. So, in terms of what you've done wrong, I'm sure they've gone over it. But we'll have to see how much things will now continue to look. Glaive is still 14-1. 3 players around him on A. 1 getting contact on B. That's Nathio fighting himself the first, and 1 he needs. Well, Glaive ups his stats 1 and 2. The spray is magnificent.
No, the miss
shot! Error! That's gonna cost you! That's gonna cost you! Suddenly, there's Nathio at the site as well now, assisting Glaive. Time is thankfully on the side of Alliance as well.
Oh, this is gonna be nasty.
But it's a 2-on-2, and it's Alliance who have to unravel this one. Glaive is expecting this, yet to die more than once. Here's his second. Twist delivers it, an arrow with 1 more to go. Will recover this one, despite their best efforts to give it away.
Oh. That was a little bit too close for comfort. We almost see an end here to Alliance, as Glaive is allowed to steal 2 away with Era missing a crucial shot, but in the end, course correction and number 3 is achieved. But it's a 7-3 scoreline still, so right now Alliance have a lot of work ahead of them. 7-5 would be very much feasible first half to work with on the T side. And I think that's what they're going to be aiming for. Let's see again. A control going to be contested with a little bit of util early. Good molly on Upe. He's heard, but he still finds 1 for free. Burning in the molly though as Glaive patiently waits. Uses his 400 IQ brain, and that is going to be a 4v4 now.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a free kill.
Buddy.
Oh,
no.
no. Bless
I was
him.
going to say he's going to have a hole in his head, but not anymore, apparently. Pleasant instead misses shot and takes 50 HP.
Absolutely.
That was a missed shot, and one that might cost him, but it will be brought back by Twist on the second attempt. But he's still down. SDY second up. Here's the surprise. Twist is down. Once used to be a master wielder of the AWP himself, but not going to be able to best one today. Again, brought back a side contested. SDY as well. His AWP now down as Nathan alone. Up against the two. I like the positioning here. In case they decided to go away toward the B site, he's going to have fast rotation from Pop Dog. He's got contact, however, on A. And Avid now picked up the bomb. Now he has that B side all to himself. Nathan's got every single piece of information he can ever want. A ladder where he's going to be able to watch for anything he can, or any pixel angle on A. Avid, who wants to play this one. Mind games added to this, and Natu not moving from A. There's a Molotov. Deploys it, goes with it, not going to overcomplicate it. Keep it simple, stupid. That's the way to go, and Natu. For the clutch, 1v2, what do you got here for the last one?
KISS is the best acronym I've heard in a long time. And honestly...
Oh no, I'm afraid here. Smoke kit, not planted for Avid.
Yeah, this is not looking like the greatest after plan. Might have overcooked it a little bit, but I think he might still be in the know-how the timing, and I don't know what Nate was thinking they're going towards Con. I guess he was really worried about the plant, but at the end of the day, Avid cooks himself a good old steak, as that brings the W to his team. That's going to be a pretty massive success in my eyes, as we get ready for round number 12. 7-5, like I said, a great halftime for the T side if they can achieve it. 8-4. I guess still acceptable under the circumstances that we find ourselves in on train, but surely after such a glorious start, you're hoping for more. 7-4 ends. Lost by, well, it doesn't matter because it's the last round, first half.
Oh, 7-5, 8-4 makes a hell of a difference, though. Kaspersky will trade for the first. There's Potty. Not Potty, excuse me, SDY. Getting confused with the Opers myself. There's Potty. Here's SDY again. And here is ends yet again for another round toward the end of the half here, it seems. A very quick ending to this one. I like that Alliance at least changed up the tempo toward the end. I don't like the result. Doesn't look all too pretty, but for the end of the half, we know at least that ends are looking for that 8th, and they probably will be getting it, unless... Nothing unless. No. No unless. 8-4, very solid, and a masterclass of glaive. You go back in time, man. Astralis, this map, they were pretty damn good on it.
Yes,
like, this Fisher right in his back pocket in terms of maps that he would love to play. May not be the exact same version of the map. A lot of people are unhappy with the changes being made here. But it still plays vaguely similarly. More aggressive nowadays, and that's kind of just Counter-Strike as a whole. I mean, that's a whole different debate as well.
I was about to say, it's basically the whole of Counter-Strike.
If you stop, like, you have the whole meme of you stop moving, you're dead. Like, you can't... Yeah, like, that's as well a thing.
But that's a fact. That is an absolute fact. And right here, the moving part is going to be happening towards B. There's a lot of movement in upper, and there's going to be a sweet peek by Upe, but he misses the chance. Gets absolutely clapped by SDY. And Someday Young truly, as Pleston is trying to hold the line, misses a few, but he is able to shut down Kaspersky. Secondary players joining the fray now, and it seems like the CTs might have this under control for a second longer, though no, Potty just closed it out. What is happening? How did the CTs not get a single kill? The damage is insane. But the flanks, or rather the kills just don't work. Potty is accurate, and that is the finish, man, and you knowing that the round is over. Oh God.
Oh no!
Oh, Glaive.
Oh no!
That's unfortunate.
Trust nobody.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what his resume is, trust nobody. One man to go, they know where Twist is. This should be an impossible situation.
Yeah.
And it is. 44 kills for him, and right, we've said, right, Glaive, 17 kills. I mean, Potty's only died 3 times.
Yeah, that's
just
also
now
another...
as well. That's kind of crazy, just to put it out there as well.
Yeah.
But, for the pistol itself, it's Potty who takes this one. It's not even an end, it's Potty. It's his round, it's his game now. Zoning out for the game. And giving attempts away, but Alliance unable to take this one. And lets Ends now run away with the first round of the second half. And I like as well they're taking this time out here. Because what happened in that first half? Ends, they lost the pistol, they won the force bite. They want to make sure that Alliance don't do the same here. Also a beautiful entry from SDY.
Oh, yeah. And Upe had perfect opportunity to try and play those corners, right? If he had hit the first headshot, all of a sudden he might be able to stop the attack, give enough time to his teammates to rotate over. Though, unfortunately, nothing like that ever happens, as that is a fictional reality. Now we are in the real one. A 9-4 pistol lost. It means Alliance has to make up for it on the gun round, and with an eco obviously in play, it's about to be 10-4. Ents predictably at a bit of a bit of an advantage, and obviously big thanks to Glaive for having such a meticulous score in the first half. But here, Ents waste no time, rush out A. They don't care about those pistols. SDY checks the corners. That is going to be 10th confirmed. At this point, if Glaive doesn't get a single kill in this map remaining, it doesn't matter. He's already done what he needed to do.
Doesn't get a single kill. There's 4. Boom.
Yep. There's 4 more. Mr. Worldwide. Or more like Mr. Only Headshots almost. Glaive, 21 kills. Dude is...
Fact-checking.
Ballin'.
Fact-checking.
420.
He's got about, I think...
A 40% headshot ratio?
13 headshots. I think all 4 of those were headshots. So, 30 headshots.
Yeah, so that's higher than 50%. Hello. That's like 60% almost, right? 62, 60.
I think a bit above, probably, but someone else can do the math. We don't care too much. Twist, he doesn't care about Kaspersky either, because he shuts him down and ends.
This is the gun
we
round.
said it toward the end of that first half. I liked Alliance the last round. They tried to change up the pace. Here, Ends is already going for that faster pace as well. They've got Glaive. Walk through Ivy. And he's going to be making his way sneaky beaky like into CT spawn, and he's going to have himself a round in the palm of his hand.
This is ludicrous. Glaive, they're going to go
and
B
that's
here.
a
They have to go
about
B.
to happen.
They have
the
to
only
go B
one
here.
to defend it.
Glaive, will he knife? Oh no,
He's
I
just
love
playing
this.
patiently as well.
I
He's
love
letting
this.
his teammates get in position first and then go for the backstab, because Upe's not going to move. This is the position to play from. Now Glaive gets that information. Is anyone else here? Answer is no. Upe, take a bow. It's messy, but it's still the B side taken.
Glaive,
and
let's go,
Alliance
baby.
don't even know how he got there. Because there's not been a smoking Ivy in about a minute.
Yep.
He's just been chilling.
Oh my god, this game. This is amazing.
11-4 is the score. No chance this goes Alliance in this game. But you need to pop off here, but it's around where you're looking at 11 to ends, your economy in shambles. You gotta save.
You have to save. You absolutely have to save. There's no doubt there. And I have to say, Glaive, masterful performance here. As we said, he is definitely the big, the big brain of the team here, and the way he plays there, disregarding the fact that he misses a few bullets in the end, he does his job beautifully. And if it wasn't enough to have 24 kills, he adds 2 more on top of it. And yeah, this is pretty much map 1 done. I don't see Ents losing this one, unfortunately. And to be fair, Alliance had a bit of a rough last few weeks, let's say. More specifically, also the fact that they lost against Ents Academy a week ago. So there's that. Another factor to perhaps keep in mind.
Keep it in the family to keep winning.
Yeah, exactly. Keep winning.
Little brother did first, here comes the big brother.
Oh no.
Insult to injury.
Yeah.
Keep kicking them while they're down kind of mentality. Pleasant on the ladder, it's not going to be seen, but Kaspersky spots the head of Twist. And that's what happens when you let him see you. You're gone, you're dead. Hoddy with another one at the CT side, at least do see the pressure here being a good idea for them. But it's one by one that they keep swinging into it, and it's one by one that they keep dying. Map point to ends just like that, and now remember about a year ago, we were talking about this, more realistically an hour ago, that ends have a very possible 2-0 in their hands.
Yes.
Or on their hands, and yeah, I'd I'd say that's kind of currently showing.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. I mean, ENCE is currently on the winning streak. They've got everything kind of lined up for them. It looks like they should be pretty much capable of securing this first map. And with Ancient coming up next being one of their best maps, I have zero doubt in my mind that they will continue to perform above and beyond what we'd already seen from them. And right here, it's no different.
Yeah, that's one. That's a trade for Twist. Does that really help too much? I don't think so. Because he's all caught in the open, and ATO finds his 12th. And ends they're about to find a 13, with only 2 remaining. Watching for the back line, yes. Will at least find Avid still 1. But the round...
Oh boy.
About to be done.
And to think that it starts with Twist entering, right? To think that Twist is the one that sets it up, then Avid adds on top of it, and Alliance have everything going for them to a degree, and Oop is still left in a 1v2. Well, in Slovenian we say Oop as in hope, and Upe would be hopeless almost, even though we might not say exactly that. This is a hopeless scenario almost. I mean, it's a 1v2, you're going up against Body who's in the smoke with a knife. I just want to say how crazy that is. Like, what?
I like it. I like it. Even if he doesn't get him anything, it's just funny. Confident. And a debatable greatest IGL of all time, Glaive to close out this first map. 26 kills, 5 deaths, over 5 KD, 5.20 KD. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'd say that's a damn good setup for ENCE.
You're happy about that.
Absolutely, and I think ENCE will be very happy about that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that was one hell of a showcase here. Very quick one. After a half-hour break, or a half-hour tech break, we had this map start, and less than 25-30 minutes later, we have the map ending. I'm not even sure how quickly we came to this point, but I guess a lot had to do with Glaive having, what, 26 kills, 27?
26 kills.
In any case, 26, yeah. In any case, what's up next, Nexus?
It's Ancient, but before that as well, we've got something, and it's the analyst here. We've got Alan, who watched the entire game, and his thoughts, probably very similar to ours, but let's hear it straight from him as well. So, take us through what happened.
Yes, indeed. Wasn't expecting to be here, but, you know, here we are. It was a fun game. This is actually the first game of Train I have covered with the reworked version, so I was unreasonably excited, given the stakes between these teams, to watch it play out. It was really fun. I like to say I was focusing on exactly what's happening between the teams, but I was actually more focusing on like how the map plays and seeing all the different angles and seeing all the different stuff. So it was actually really fun to watch this one play out. And obviously, when you got somebody like Glaive on the server, you just know that he's going to give it so many different looks. And it was really fun to see that. Yeah, that CT side was brilliant from ENCE. I think Glaive was 16-1 at one point. Historically on Astralis, when they played Train, he played reasonably similar positions, kind of aggressively on outer with Dupree, in and out Pop Dog, in and out main. He looks like a fish to water on this current iteration. He was having so much fun playing in and around the reworked kind of Pop Dog area. Lots of good rotations. They seem to react really well to different situations and use the new opportunities afforded to them to get information. I thought the double AWPing from ENCE works brilliantly as well. Of course, historically, Train was always an excellent double AWP map, but in this newer version, with particularly the reworked kind of areas around Ivy and the back lanes, it was less known how well the AWPing would be, but certainly in the last 3-4 gun rounds of that first half, I thought the AWPing was brilliant. I thought SDY on the secondary looks pretty good to me. So I think all in all, despite ENCE not having much success yet on Train, I see reasons why they could be a pretty good Train team, and it certainly just looks like Glaive, SDY, Poddy, those guys were really comfortable. I think from the Alliance perspective, this map was a Hail Mary pick. They haven't won it themselves. They felt like they had to throw a bit of a curveball here in this veto. On the T side, it didn't look that bad. I mean, they had set plays. They were able to take map control. They had the executes, but I think they struggled a lot to get good map control without losing numbers. When it did go late round, I thought Ents looked more comfortable throughout this map. So that kind of wraps up the first half. There wasn't a lot Alliance could do with the playbook they had. Maybe if they hadn't lost second round and they'd converted that pistol, they could have had a little bit more going on to the CT side. But that second half, win pistol for Ents. Clean that up. Anti-ecos, they look good. First couple gun rounds, clean as can be. Glaive, absolute reign of terror. I think it was 26 or 27 frags to end the map with only a few deaths. SDY equally was brilliant. Poddy in there too. So that trifecta was excellent. And Alliance just had way too much to do. So the Hail Mary pick of Train hasn't panned out. Next up will be Ancient. It's actually a pretty good map for Alliance. A team that has actually struggled a lot in the last few months, or the last 6 months, to have consistency. They've actually played some pretty decent Ancients, so at least it's a fairly comfortable map. The problem for them is Ents seem to love this. If they're going to pick it into them in this series, there's clearly confidence. We know there's plenty of players on this Ents team that have been fabulous at Ancient in the past, especially SDY, to be honest. So I think all in all, Ents, they won the first map. That should have been an uncomfortable map. Ancient, they knew they were going to pick it. We know they're well prepared. We know they've got Glaive in the midst, behind them, helping them out. NKJ as well, coaching. So I think all in all, we should expect a 2-0 here. I think Alliance, they did their damnedest in the veto. It hasn't played out. And now going on to the second map, I don't rate their chances. I think Ents will look even more comfortable than they did on the first. Either way, that wraps us up for Train. That was fun. Next up will be Ancient. Quick break for us. And when we're back, we'll see if Ents can get this done in 2. We'll see you then. Map 2 up next here in this round of 16 game winner goes through to the quarterfinals. And guys, it feels like destiny now. There's going to be Ents. Train, a map we didn't think they liked. They looked fabulous. Glaive was an absolute mutant, an absolute Terminator. He was absolutely destroying them. We know Ents are comfortable on this map. They obviously picked into it, so they must be confident. Is there any reason, guys, to think that this won't be a 2-0 from here?
I'll keep it short and simple. I'm going to say nope. And that's it.
Okay.
Just no. Alliance, the form's now been great. The only game they won is against recently is GTZ. And that was overtime. Before that, they won a game against Sinners. A double overtime. I got nothing here. I got no belief, unfortunately. Especially after map number 1. It's not just that, you know, Glaive has a once-in-a-year sort of game for him. But it's the fact that we don't even really get to see everyone or anyone else needing to step up here. And it's still that easy. So, Ents, they kind of went into this one. Their firepower was, I'd say, above Alliance all in all. And that's Glaive's game somehow. We don't even need to ask anyone else to step up. And now for map number 2, you will ask anyone or someone else to step up as well. It's just got to get easier, in my opinion. It's got to be worse than Train. I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Is that possible?
I never say. It's always hard to go worse, but I think it is going to get worse.
Okay, I'm just listening here, man. I feel like I should just be a listener at this point. Damn, I don't even know how else to put this. I wanted to make a case for Alliance, you know. I wanted to be like, yeah, but, you know, we gotta be the devil's advocate here. We gotta see Alliance have at least a chance. It's Ancient after all. It's a map they've played plenty enough to at least have something set up. You know, you would think Era could pick up the slack, but missing those shots really doesn't give me a lot of hope. You know, we've seen a few opportunities from him on Train where it was just a straight-up miss, like a dead-on shot that you would hit when you would have the worst of days, and yet he still doesn't. So I'm just hoping that that's not going to be the case on Ancient, because otherwise, yeah, it might go worse than Train.
Well, that would be a bit of a spectacle. Sounds like the game is about to go live, guys. We pray, we hope for a closer map than the first, but we don't think it's likely. Ents surely set, guys, to do this in 2.
Yeah, no, I know I said. I always say it's hard to do worse, but I just got a hit at the bottom of my stomach saying it is gonna get worse. And if it is, I pray for Alliance. So, hey, at least they have the better side. They've got the better side to go off of. They've got a good read on the situation. 2 in main, hiding, although...
check them.
Oh my god, no, Nate,
Oh no. Okay, Avid.
Get clapped and back as well, Avid. 4 headshots. His round. Ents ready to set up, but he read with the heads are.
You know,
alright, maybe it's not going to get worse. Maybe it is going to be getting better here.
No. You gotta chill. You know why it can still get worse? Is because they did win the pistol on
Oh
Train.
god, I forgot about that.
But they lost so many after. It was like 7-1. So yeah, forget about it being worse. So far, it's no better, but maybe they, you know, if they don't lose the anti-force buy, etc., maybe we can talk about that being better afterwards. But right now, Kaspersky, it's a 1v3 now. I'm not thinking he's got a lot of options nor chances, but maybe. Isolating the duels is going to be the key priority here, and...
Oh my god, that's sharp. No! No! Way! He's done this! No! Goddamn way! You're kidding me! It's getting worse! It is getting worse! That's the finish! That's the mentality! You give him the SEMA, you pull the Mata from Malta, you take it away! You let him fumble it! Holy shit, Kaspersky!
What? What?
No!
Oh. Analyze this, Alan. Analyze this, please. What the actual hell have we just observed? I mean, it was one of the sickest clutches, but also one of the worst ways you could handle that as Alliance.
Avid gets a 4K to stab in heads because Kaspersky says, yeah, I can do that too.
Well, it's going to be another A play. It's going to be down to Mr. Uppe to hold this one on. I don't think there's going to be much to hold on to, though. The side is gone, and so is the round. Holy hell. I was like, yeah, they win the pistol, right, surely, but it's still not going to be enough. Well, now it's worse. Now it's worse than map 1. They didn't win the pistol. And they they were supposed to. How the hell do you bring that back? As Paulie and SDY trade off.
You don't. Upe's the only one who can make it happen here. Him holding it at least on the donut. It takes away the post plant from Ents, not allowing donut to be part of that, but now CT gone. That again brings it right back under their control. Yeah, we got nothing here, man. It's gotten worse.
I'm sorry, but it has gotten worse. But how the hell do we even like? I get it. We need to, get ourselves in check here. A little bit too excited perhaps for such moments. But in reality, the fact that you lose a 1v3 on a pistol, that you're supposed to win because a player of yours has pulled out a massive 4K that just saved your asses whole, and then you just don't even stand the chance. It's not even, if it was at least close, if at least the 3 versus 1 was close. It's not even close. Yeah, and what do you do, Alliance? Well, I think at this point you might just accept that you are a little bit out of your depth. It's going to be a 3-0 start. It's going to be great for Ents. This is T-side we're talking about, so keep in mind T-side having 3 rounds to begin. It really gives them quite a little bit of leeway in that stat padding, right? Not stat padding, but rather padding for the numbers. And Alliance, they better have one hell of an A plan, or an ace plan once we switch sides. Because otherwise, once we get the guns out. Man, they're confusing me. That's how bad this is right now. But in any case, should be 3-0 quickly without too much doubt or anything else.
So, for this round, what are we, what are we feeling here?
Nothing. I feel nothing. Alliance,
I feel the crossfire gets won.
Nah.
I felt wrong.
No chance. You felt wrong. Just like we felt wrong about the pistol. Kaspersky, best anti-cheat out there, man. Or antivirus. Sorry. There we go. That's better.
Well, anti-alliance right now.
Anti-alliance. Yeah, that could also work. That's a good one.
Although, his HP does betray him with Blessing getting up close. There's suddenly a weapon being picked up as well here. With the glaive being low, this is a very doable round. First one. Contact. With Native, the glaive will swing. 2 for 1 at the second scene as well, and they'll finish it off. Not gonna give them any more of a chance, just take it here and now. That's the 3rd round, but it's not for free. Obviously, that immediately puts the strain on Ents and their economy from the early game now. It lets Alliance to get a way into the game if they take this one.
Let's find out.
Let's see. Let's continue.
Indeed. This is the duel that's gonna, or rather the round that's gonna decide the fate potentially of Alliance already if we continue in the manner we started off on our first map of Train. I'm not keeping too much hope up, but perhaps... Listen.
Fair.
I am very sorry, Plesson, you had to experience that, but so does SDY, so at least Upe, fair is fair, trades off through smokes. As Leopard is under control of Ents, we see Alliance focusing their attention on middle. Perhaps they want to pull something fast off, take control and see if Ents is setting up a B split or anything else, as we do have the B execution, in fact, happening ahead of us. Glaive, burst out, the sacrificial lamb, and not even sacrificial. He instead puts Twist on the board. Lets his name ring out as the death tolls. Kaspersky on Avid, that is round. Era, first kill in the map, but last kill in the round, potentially. Shouldn't stick too long around. 4-0.
Simple as that. Now, I think this is the sort of, from that pistol, we go into that mentality, I'm going to that mentality of we're so back, it's so over. In just seconds, from having that thought of this is getting worse. At a 4-0 T side, it is definitely leading to a it's worse sort of sign at the moment. Hey, this is not supposed to be a T-sided map. Ends currently, they have a clean take of the B side as well here. Glaive finds an entry. He's the first one in. He's not supposed to get that on paper. Supposed to be a trade, but the CT side, they just had no one there ready. And when Glaive finally recognized, okay, site is clear, turns his site toward long, and then they finally decided to swing into it. It's a step behind for Alliance in terms of the setup, in terms of the sort of macro they make there in the decision. So I really need that immediately to be fixed, almost. Right, however they want to do that. Maybe it is going to be, as Ancient often turns out to be, you fight for mid control, you take Shelf, and then you start fighting for B as well at the same time. Or you have the, B around aggression as well. I just want to see something more comfortable here for Alliance. Because they have played this map, they know how to do it, they have their basics and fundamentals down. But they just got to deliver it right now against Ents. Give us a game, give us a show.
I mean, yeah,
a round like this could work out, man.
The thing is, they need the players. They need the players to jump in here and start doing that damage. Start playing those rounds. As Upe dies, so does Avid.
Nope.
This is not it, Chief. This is not it. Ed at the op, not even shooting once from what I hear. Perhaps he shot one bullet. No, he didn't shoot a single bullet. Now, finally, works out a little bit better. As we have Glaive on Pleasant. Nachu on Twist and Mr. Edda. Well, it's an end of an era here. Unfortunately, it is the era that dies, and that is going to be Ents 5-0. Another gun round coming up. Alliance, tactical timeout, obviously. Want to talk this one through? I don't think you have a choice. I just want to mention as well, map 1, Pleasant had 4 kills. That's just not even close enough to what you need in order to win a map. And the whole team, I mean, I know I singled out Pleasant just because he had the lowest amount, but the whole team below 10. Not a single player above 10. Or even 10 itself. 9 most on Era. We had Kaspersky on 6 kills, but he didn't have to do anything because Glaive did everything. And so did SDY and Poldy and A2. But Kaspersky here in the second map, you said it yourself. If it's not Glaive, somebody else will activate, and that's going to be Kaspersky now, apparently. Even Nature doing a great job, and I mean, not to mention Glaive still obviously doing well. And here comes another A push, and this is free kills for days. It's just lining them up like dominoes, taking them to, taking them across the aisle. This is... I mean, is Ents gonna stack into mid here and just break down the defense? Brute force this, maybe? We do have a little bit of lag on the minimap from what I can tell, a little bit of delay, but... Oh, spotted. Yep. Kaspersky, eyes like an eagle, like a hawk, finds Upe. And with that, it puts Pleasant now effectively on death row. It's only the smoke that keeps him alive. Good nade, might... Nope. Glaive just walks away. The only one that takes any sort of real damage. And Ents out mid, they go. In Cubby,
45 with the clock, it's man advantage.
Yeah. There's the molly. Oh, missed the molly.
That's a big Molotov actually been missing.
That is a big miss. Yeah.
Now let's Era as well to get
die.
in on this action. Not worrying too much about it. Pleasant still finds himself one. The advantage is kept on Ents.
35 seconds.
You gotta make a big run for it. Decide which one is it gonna be. Era, you jump at the box, he might be dead. Kaspersky is still being found out. A quick flick. Correction, but Nady has taken the space all the way on A, and now relies himself in CT spawn. He knows that mid is a pressure point. Alas, SDY planting a save from Donut, but I love how aggressive Naty's going here. The rotation, he's going to catch it off guard if they go through CT, and if not, he's got to be ready for this mid rotation as well, because there's Era, God, the second one spotted. The Frenchman looks to take this one by himself. That leaves it onto SDY now with an overswing, overextension.
Overextension, yeah.
So much space that SDY has had on this entire site, and so much time to prepare as well. Avid has to clear out a dozen different angles.
SDY, the nade is perfect.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Unfortunate.
that's round.
Exposed, naked and afraid, is added in the smoke.
Unfortunately not on an island and not with a TV crew to take care of you, but with a nade to bring the shrapnel levels up as well as the round to end 6-0. This is too easy, almost. And unfortunately for Alliance, it might prove to be too tough.
Would you say it's easy for ends?
I would say
Just
it's
go well
definitely
now.
simple for Ents and
Time to spam. Same for Upe, time
yeah.
to spam the smoke. Get something, man. You need anything here.
anything.
It might have to be from just lucky spams or starts, but that's not the way it goes. Far from it, actually. Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that this is going to be a very tough one for Alliance. And like I said at the start, I wanted to be the devil's advocate. Alan said it well, right? What are we believing in? What are we thinking? And, you know, the individuals on Alliance, there are a few perhaps that can still stick out and make a difference, though unfortunately we see nothing out of them as well. Twist is having a tough time at 0-6 currently. And nobody's doing that much better, to be fair, as well. On the other side, I mean, Ents is just strolling through downtown here. They don't care. They seem to be used to the humidity and to the mosquitoes of Ancient.
This is an Ents
Tactical
timeout.
Oh, yeah.
Bowler move.
I like it.
A massive bowler move. You know, some change is coming. Alliance, they will have to change something up. So, Ends, here's the question. How much do you want to kind of premeditatively adapt it to this?
Differentiate, yeah.
Are you going to be playing your own game? Do you want to try to outcall your opponent? Because if you... I mean, you have an IGL who's outcalled the greatest in the game at times. And was hailed as the greatest IGL in the game, so... Hey, I'm saying he can do it. So let's see what do we kind of come up with here for Ends. But I think the big point is we need to see Alliance fight back and right now. Otherwise, it's just going to make the end of the game look like what I kind of said, and it's going to get worse. Because it certainly has not gotten better. Fast B play. Twist in and out of the smoke. Lurk is down as well, but there's one and two walking into the smoke, and through it they go. Era as well, but the Flashbangs assisting plenty of them down. Pleasant's next to find himself one to go. At the CT side, they are going to find themselves the first surely from this one. A Glaive. A masterclass on trade, but that is far gone at the past. Finally, we're seeing Alliance on the board. And it was a change from Ents. And Alliance, they just played a steady setup on B. Gifted the first few kills, walking through the smoke. Plenty of flashbangs to confuse Ents as well. And not allowed to go in.
And Twist, instead of allowing this to be another round where it goes down the drain and he falters and fails, instead picks up 2 kills and puts Alliance ahead of the curve and finally starts, you know, kind of settling into perhaps a bit more of a comfortable position to find the last 4 rounds of the first half. A 7-5 halftime would go a very long way for Alliance, and I think it would be quite a necessary one, in fact, given that it is CT-sided. They've already lost the half, there's no doubt there, but losing it further will only make their life that much more miserable. I don't know how the hell that happens, actually, there. The trades there are insane, but somehow Ents comes out on top. Pody on 2 HP, by the way. Just want to mention that.
Yeah, almost.
I don't know how he doesn't die. Neither does SDY, but the smokes and everything. Oh, Nate, you.
Round 2 of aggression, Upe down.
Yeah. I think that's it. I think that should be enough for an 8-1, and eventually...
Oh, didn't see him. A shoulder was spotted, but Era quick flicking and tunnel vision not show. And they did not find him. So, you say this is it. Are we going to be taking a moment of silence for Alliance?
I have a feeling we might have to.
CT side, man, it cannot be this poor.
No.
That's a simple fact of Ancient, really. Unless you're, 2021 and 9 and you're playing Ancient, this is almost unforgivable in terms of how poor the performance is, right? They, that the Polish lineup did not win. They were like 0-20. Like, they had Vertigo, that was the 1-0. They play Ancient, that's 1-1 suddenly in the series if they play a best of 3, man. It's that sort of level right now where it's not going anywhere.
No, it's
One
not.
round where Ends change it up, right back to the same sort of default, and it is right back in their pockets.
Well, here goes nothing, right? It's down to the last few options as Alliance in 8-4 halftime again. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. The problem is you don't have the how do you call it? The privilege of having that. Maybe you need it. It's a must for you. So let's see if they can close it out with a must here. Starting off round 10 again. Control of elbow, of course, counter utility thrown across the board, and pretty well done by Plesson. Nobody's challenging him from plateau, from that shelf.
Again, it's a change for Ends. They are headed toward the B-bomb site. Not as fast as previously, however, still making their way here. There is nothing for Alliance in mid. They're playing this one as defensively as they really can, while getting the minimal information. Now, falling back even further. Some contact to be given just by the utility. You've got Avid as well, still in CT, right? He can throw that Molotov toward default. That'll slow down the bomb plan or whatever they decided to go for it. That makes the situation not as dire as it currently seems, with Ends on the bomb site. There is Molotov, but it's very, very late. It actually never goes. You weren't ready for it, man. Come on. You were playing passively. You're playing for the retake. Just have it ready. And a smoke mist as well. This is... Oh, man, this is going sideways. And
they have
look
to
at this, man. It's way too slow. Everything's gone south.
It's a 5v4. I know that sounds dumb when I say they have to save, but I think at this point they're letting themselves have too many errors in their plays and too many rounds. They are going to get closer, but it's not yet over as the defuse kit has to be brought to the side. They don't have the kit on them. There's no time.
Yeah, that's it, man. Too many missed smokes. Now the utility not there, and when they decided to go for it, there's just no time for this.
Yeah.
And even the retake itself, it looks poor. Like, look at the way they enter here, right? There's flashbangs game. Glaive is allowed to still adjust from those flashbangs. Finds the first one when he's supposed to be blinded if the CT side running him down. From a long and a short both, Alliance just don't run in. They had a player through short, but exiting from the smoke just never got anything done. A very, very poor map number 2 here for Alliance, and seemingly how they're going to be going home here as well in the playoffs.
It does look like it, doesn't it? A little bit of an unfortunate turn of events by all accounts, but let's find out. Kaspersky finds Upe. Round 11 is starting off on a bad note already, and it seems like it's going to continue on that bad note. Plesson, finally some return fire, but it matters not. Damage is done, and so is this game coming to a close. I mean, this first half, it's about to be 10-1, and then possibly 11-1. I mean, if that isn't enough to win the game, I don't know what will be.
What did I say before we headed into this one? It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah, you were right. You're the voodoo master.
I listened to my gut. And this is insanity.
Did you eat kebab last night? That your gut told you.
Although I
it's
would
gonna
understand,
get worse.
yeah, if I did, that would make sense to God, but no.
That would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? But yeah.
Maybe for some that is the food of the wise, but for me it's not. No.
I mean, it's a great thing to eat when you have nothing else to eat and you want something warm and quick and easy to consume, but your body will not be thankful for the next 2 days for it. Trust me, as a 31-year-old man running on 32 in about a month, every kebab I eat feels like I ate a cement block the next day. Trust me.
Oh, sure.
Yep. It's not good. But it's absolutely amazing. I still loved eating it, even if it destroys my body.
A toxic relationship with the food.
Toxic 101 toxic relationship, yeah. But jokes on the side. The joke, unfortunately, is more on the Alliance side, though. The joke is their current score, as well as their, well, they're ancient. It's just not there. It's not all there at all. And it's hard to see how this is going to get any better. As much as I hate to say it, as much as I hate to be this negative about it, the reality is, well, exactly that. It's the end of this.
There you go.
Best of 3 if we continue like this. Edda, good start. Something goes well at least to begin.
But it's
See
just
if they
something.
can
It
keep
is
that up.
CY who goes right afterward and body activated. It's an entry for Alliance. We haven't had a lot of those, have we? But as soon as ENCE decided to say, you know, boys, let's just go. Display the default and trade it out. It still is in their advantage. For the entire first half, we've now played 12 rounds for the entries, and 4 of those have only gone to Alliance.
Yep.
One round. 17 HP on Upe to try to steal this one back. He has the bomb dropped at least outside of B. Maybe makes things a little bit easier, but he's searching for the rest of ends for SCY and Potty, but they're going for the bomb. Upe's got to try to read into this one. Preemptively rotated, maybe even add a bit of confusion to this, right? If they still decided to go B, he might rotate it through mid. Or perhaps we'll see. But ends, they're holding steady, waiting for a reaction, waiting to see if Upe still lingers toward the bomb, perhaps. Seeing as the current positioning, ends are going to head towards B, and we're looking at that 11 as well here. The only thing kind of suggesting otherwise is the HP on SDY and Potty both, you know, half or less. But the same courtesy can also be extended to Ube as well, him on 17. Everyone has HEs, by the way, keep that in mind. So it's quite literally just one well-placed mouse, one click, and around is done. Or a very poorly one for Potty or SDY to drop it beneath their feet and take both of them down, but I doubt we're seeing shenanigans such as that, so to Ube it goes. Clutching up here. SDY waits.
And
rewarded.
There it is. This is...
Yep.
Yeah.
A quick one.
There's a very wise saying I've heard many times before, especially when I played myself. You know what they say?
If nothing's going right, just rush B. Something along those lines. Am I paraphrasing?
That's one option, but the other I was thinking more in the lines of skill issue.
Ah, a classic.
A classic, of course. We return the good old ones.
Tried and true, tested phrase, and it's very quickly become an instant classic as well.
It's about to become a classic.
It's not the oldest of sayings, but very correct, very effective.
Yeah, it's going to be a B hit. Execution is there. Molly deep, Molly long. So they got some info, some...
Ooh.
Thing
Okay,
to work
okay.
with.
Advantage again for Alliance.
Brother,
Continuing.
I don't trust them. I don't trust them until they win the round. I'll think that ENCE will win until they're actually out of it.
I mean, Glaive's got a kit here. If SCY picks off the even water display from Cave, it lets Glaive kind of slowly start walking in, or just like this, instead get pressured. And SCY at that point can't afford to go in anymore. Almost a chance there, but it required SCY to be the first contact, or to have gotten Glaive a successful entry there. But this is going to be a second round for Alliance. Surely it's not going to be like Train. It's a force spy. It can't be like Train, oh god. Music. I can hear it. Where's my brain saying things out loud?
Yep. It might just be your brain projecting the music, but
Manifesting
it is
the reality.
Manifest reality indeed here. Round 14, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one that could face Alliance's demons. Which is anti-ecos, of course. What else would it play? Will die, and so will Kaspersky. Well done. They hold on. They will steal the AK, maybe. Oh, Nature wanted to boost. I think he wanted to boost Hori there, but he stole an AK still, so...
Oh.
Surely not. Surely not like this.
Oh no.
They're going
last
through
round,
cave.
you're holding your breath for the round to finish. Here as well, same exact thing, but it's Twist and Pleasant. They have a 2-for-1 trade and set up here in cave. Neither going down makes things easy, and now to finish it off, SDY. You know, some do die young, but he's currently the oldest one alive. No more. No more. What's the ancient one in terms of the Counter-Strike little things you get at the end of your game? Longest one alive. Not at all.
Oh, this one... There's one shout-out I want to do to the good old days that actually... We talked about earlier how, you know, Twist and Glaive both played back in the day against each other. Twist still in Astralis, Glaive still in Astralis, Twist still in, I think, Godsend. And it actually... example is that the one highest peak in Glaive's career was against Godsend back in the day, against Twist on Godsend. So the fact that he does it again here on Train, and it's basically a career peak, is pretty nice to see. It's a nice little coincidence. But in any case, before we get off the beaten path, let's see what exactly is in store for us on the gun round. It's now 11-4.
I said it's gonna get worse, and now it's at least at that same level. Alliance, you gotta bring it back here, please. As much as I would love that prediction to be true, they've now got the second half at least started.
Yeah.
But they've given themselves no actual leeway in the game itself. That is a massive issue, in case the obvious cannot be
Yeah, it is.
restated here.
It definitely is an issue that's going to eventually have to be addressed, but... Alliance. Patience here is a virtue, and they do not wish to give anything for free. Glaive in a great spot to steal a kill. Oh, he spots the player. He's got an angle. He's going to have one or two, maybe. No, just the one.
Oh,
but the
no.
lineup for the secondary, it's
Oh.
going to be Kaspersky. In comes the big dog himself, as that is a steal for Ents. That's what it is. It's 100% off the next item you buy in the grocery store. That's what it is for Ents. Trade 1 for 3 of your opponents? Yeah, absolutely.
Kaspersky's not done either.
Nope, he's not. He wants more.
Well, this particular setup, I'm maybe not a fan of him going this aggressive. Does get the damage, but no kill.
He would not have
right?
been
He
checked
could have
otherwise.
assisted a little bit, or Kaspersky just not going as aggressive. They would have had a 2-for-1 here, but it's still not going to really cost them anything in the grand scheme of things, apparently. The round is done. It's 12 to Ents. And the final legs. The last chance, the last stand. This is not really the Finland versus Sweden match, but Finnish blood at the server party definitely feels a buff here against Swedish people. It's just an innate thing that everyone has.
You were saying worse, better, something in between. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
it seems
it's gonna
to be
get
much the
worse.
same.
I mean, I'll say
Yeah.
that first half definitely got worse. Here, if they don't win that pistol,
Oh, yeah.
it is still absolutely dreadful in the end. But it's very damn close to it nonetheless.
What is the most unfortunate thing for us here is that there's literally not much to work with afterwards, right? If you go over the demos of both of these two maps, combined you have a maybe of 16 rounds where there's actually something happening, but
Oh no.
in between that, not much more. Twist gets killed, it's down to the last 4. We could be looking at a 13-4 very soon here.
Back to
If-
back, man.
Yeah. Simply
Yeah, as
put.
well as you say, like couple of rounds only, or a handful of rounds maybe where things happen, and that's the issue. because things didn't happen for so many rounds on the Alliance and CT side, and when they did, ENCE just immediately traded them out as well on that T side. They did so damn well. But Avid, hello. He's also doing well. He had a very nice spray transfer, but it's not at the end of the round just yet. 2 remain. Hold on to the bottom side ENCE. They have a couple of pieces of util seal to make this retake easier. Final touches. Avid, third kill of this round now, needs to ace to keep this game alive, but he's being pinched, surrounded. Body. Oh, he needs to spot him. He only takes down his teammate as well in the process, but we are looking at the end as well here. That's the game.
Yeah.
ENCE celebrating back-to-back 13-4s, a very quick day for them. And quarterfinals of the CCT here locked in for them.
Very simple, very clean, and not at all troublesome at all for ENCE. Very quick 2-0 that gives us a decisive kind of result. Alliance, they are not yet ready for this apparently. I think that's the outcome here, or at least the outtake. Alliance, unfortunately, a little bit out of their depth, as ENCE just strolled through them casually. And I think Alan will join us here to try and break this down a little bit more in depth. And like I already said, there's not a lot of depth to it, is there?
Yeah, well, we jokingly said, how could it go worse? I mean, a one-round first half feels worse. It's not gone brilliantly. I will say that I felt like there were a lot more closer rounds. Train, the amount of rounds was just 5-on-3 early on. It was just no chance. This time there were more 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s, but ultimately the result was the same. I guess from the ENCE perspective, it was more of a team effort. It wasn't just Glaive bulldozing. So there's that angle. But yeah, I think you guys said it right. All in all, it's just different weight divisions, isn't it? This sort of series. Alliance, they played a good group stage. They've had a really tough year, 6 months. So just to make it out and into the playoffs is a result for them. But this felt like a step too far, didn't it? So commiserations to them. ENCE will emerge victorious. And no doubt, even if Glaive took this whole map off, he'd still get MVP for the series. So, fabulous day, given that he was calling as well. What more can we say? Glaive was fabulous today, wasn't he?
I think that Ancient as well, it was that round 8 where ENCE take that time out. They tried to change things up, going for a faster play, knowing that the winds of change are going to be upon them, that Alliance are going to try something different. That was the one round where ENCE said, okay, maybe we change the status quo a little bit. They get denied, it's a bit of a poor execution. And immediately they go back to those defaults, like you say as well. There's a couple of closer rounds where it is these sorts of maybe an advantage or two as well. Immediately the entry goes the way of Alliance, but ENCE, they have their players so well drilled into these positions that it was never really a challenge. There were situations as well where things do look very different, like there's smoke kills from Kaspersky running through lane to get to Shelf just to assist his teammate in a bit. There's so many of these situations where it could have gone differently had not like a kill or two of that caliber had been found. But it all goes to ENCE. They have their players in the positions, they know how to react, they know what to do, and it all just looks effortless in the end. With how often they kept doing it, how consistently it happened.
Certainly was. That wraps us up then for our third series of the day. It was Partisan that beat Fnatic, then we had Bait over Guns, Gun 5. ENCE have now toppled Alliance, and finally, guys, one series to go. Eklot Spirit Academy. Of course, save your big points, the pregame of that, but Spirit Academy, they've got a certain player on there we're all excited about, don't they?
Oh yeah, Kioske, definitely a player that we want to see more of everywhere. But I feel like there shouldn't be such a runaway result. There shouldn't be such a one-sided result, even if Spirit are stronger. That I think we can all agree to.
Probably. Yeah. I'm a bit hesitant to say it's not going to be... no way it's going to be as dominant, but I still think that Spirit as well have a chance at a 2-0. I said it before we head into this one, we might just continue with that 2-0 for the entire day. I kind of see a version of the future where Spirit Academy as well walk away with that. But we'll kind of get into that a bit later for now, because I just think, just to put it very quickly here, I think Spirit Academy's map pool just favors them very well against the Eclipse almost.
Should be exciting. Hopefully, Eklot can throw a bit of a curveball and at least give us a good series, a close one at least, than this. Either way, that wraps us up for ENCE versus Alliance. About an hour break, and then these guys with M&J will be back for Eklot versus Spirit Academy. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the CCT. I'm joined still with Nexus and Oversard, but you don't have Alan anymore, you got me instead. So I'm going to try my best to sound half as smart as he is, and we'll work you through this next game, Spirit Academy versus Eklot. And some interesting storylines here with this game. I think it definitely leans a little bit in favour of Spirit Academy, that's for sure. We'll take a look at this bracket first. Things are shaping up. I caught the end of that Ents Alliance game. It was very one-sided. Ents haven't super impressed me recently, but if there's one team that have impressed me even less, it's definitely Alliance. So no major surprises there. Nexus, I'll come to you first. What are we looking out for today in this series? Who are certain players to watch?
Well, that's a great question. Now, there's the obvious answers of, oh, Kioske, he's the next dog. Well, whatever, I don't care enough about that, honestly. I want to see more from the side of Eklot because I think they are about to get 2-0. I really think so. I think we're just going to have a whole day of nothing but 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and another 2-0, believe it or not. I think that's the thing. So, to me, the players you need to look out for, it's just Mikey. It's Mikey, yeah. I think Forsey as well. When he was on Sinners, he was steady. He wasn't the greatest on that team, but he was still doing well. I want to see that again, I want to see him kind of like fire up almost. So my two to look out for, Mikey, Forsey. If not, it's time to go bed. It's time to just take a nap and get out here. I think it's that simple.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. I have to agree, especially with Forsey on that AWP, having to face up against Alcaran, right? He needs to be hitting his shots today. He needs to be on form today, otherwise they will fall behind. Obviously, within this roster, two recent additions. They lost Kreese and Blitz to Sangol, so had to bring in two new players. And Mikey, I think, is a great pickup. I think, the fact that he's come back into this roster, he's always sort of played within the Czechia and Slovakian scene. Stood in for OG for a while, and I thought that was going to kind of be his ticket into Tier 1. It didn't end up being the case. He's back here now, but, he's been farming, he's been playing very well. The E-Live's a bit of an interesting one. I know that IGLs come few and far between, but, he's someone that hasn't always really impressed me all too much. His numbers aren't anything too fancy, so, it'd be interesting to see how he sort of slots into this roster and performs today and beyond, I guess. But over on the other side of things, Team Spirit Academy, I'll come to you, Oversard. Who are you looking out for here? This is a team that really excites me. Obviously, Kosuke is always there. Yeah, go and watch him. But who else needs to step up today?
Hit on the nail on the head there for Nexus, sure. But I think we would be wrong not to mention at least Kyosuke, obviously. But beyond just that, the beauty is that Spirit Academy have the whole squad working in unison very well. You got Mokujin, you got Saifo. They basically bring that support that you always kind of require on that side for Kyosuke. And then Alcaran obviously is an opera. If he's going to be hitting his shots, if he's not going to feel a little bit too out of place, out of mind, I think we're in for a nice surprise with Robo kind of building it all up together. I'm interested in seeing how Dynamo Eklot can take on the young guns that Spirit Academy seem to be grinding against stone to make sure they're as sharp as they can be. I mean, they have gone through the gauntlet and proved to be the better team many a time.
Yeah, they're a really exciting side to watch, especially when you factor, right, they're an academy team and they're all 16, 17, 18, which is exactly what you want out of an academy team. I feel like we've had so many academy projects in the past where you got players in their early 20s and it's like, it's not really an academy team, right? A lot of them sort of average age, older than main squads and whatnot, so it was always a little bit bizarre. But this team, I think, are really exciting to watch. My one concern is the ceiling that I think Spirit Academy are starting to hit here, with the idea that they're playing in ECL. There's nothing beyond that. Now, actually, interestingly, Eklot aren't playing any ESEA leagues anymore. I think that kind of makes more sense now going into the VRS system to ditch there's so many more tournaments going on. You kind of got to ditch the ESEA grassroots stuff sometimes. But yeah, for Spirit Academy, they're in ECL. They're VRS ranked quite high, so they're getting these invites to these events. But actually, if they win ECL, they can't go and play Pro League. If they get loads of VRS points, they can't go and play the major, right? So they've sort of hit this ceiling, or they're at least hitting this ceiling. And I don't know really where they go from here. Nexus, have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we saw what happened last time this was the case for Spirit Academy, and that was Don't getting called up, and they just now win a major. You know, that's the sort of thing. But you can't really do that at the moment. So it is a very interesting position where right now it is kind of like, but they're at that ceiling. It just feels like they're waiting for that call up, and then Spirit Academy kind of have to rebuild again. And seeing how the track record has gone, they'll probably get there again and again and again with the way and how much the talent, or how abundant the talent is in the CIS region. But for this current roster, I don't know. I think it's just it's like the next 6 months for the All-State Major. Until then, it's just kind of getting consistent, having these players activated and becoming more varied as a team. Because there is the thing that you are very reliant and setting up Kioske in so many situations that we saw this, Tail, if you can remember, remind me, was it against Fnatic, where you have Fnatic with so much experience that they can kind of just read into you and they can outplay you. They can counter that one playstyle relying on an individual.
We did that. That was the one. It was Fnatic Spirit Academy winners match, I believe, as well, that we watched. But with that being said, I want to add up here. You know what's the solution for Spirit Academy? What's the solution for the roster? It's a very simple one. You just got to think outside the box. No longer be Spirit Academy. No, become a new team. Like, simply put, you know, change the org. The players, if they feel like they can sustain this and go to a different org, I'm sure somebody's going to be willing to pick them up. The whole squad. Like, they have the 34th spot on the VRS ranking. Eventually, as you said, M&J and Nexus, as you concurred, we're going to have a problem because Spirit obviously won't give them their spots, and both teams cannot be on the same tournament at the same time, as far as I understand it. Or am I wrong? Please correct me there.
That's how it is. That's
exactly.
That's the ceiling they hit.
So the point is, once that is going to be, you know, once that is solved, you know, all of a sudden you got 5 men that can maybe take on Spirit in the near future. But the veto is more important. Let's go back to the reality. Train and Inferno. Let's see what's our first pick.
Yeah, there's quite a few parallels within the map pools of both of these two teams, so there isn't too much room for upset, but Dynamo Eclot's map pool is just a little more shallow at the moment, and when you factor in they've just brought in a new IGL as well, there is room to punish, and Spirit Academy have done that very well with the Nuke pick. It's a map they're very strong on, it's a map that Eclot have had absolute stinkers on recently, and definitely should go their way. So if they can take Mirage, they could get it done in 2 bites. I'm not sure what we're going to see third, though. There's a couple of options here. Maybe Anubis, maybe Ancient.
We're saved. We're saved. I'm dreading that Dust too. Josh, I'll let you in a bit of a secret here. Every single time we have a game, we have the veto, you know, about 30 minutes before. Mm-hmm. So I always look for in which position, which number is Dust 2. Is it in the pick or ban position? This time I completely forgot to look at it. And I was dreading if we're going to have to see it or not, because I despise that map with all of my goddamn heart.
I'll admit, I prefer not to spoil myself, but yeah, sometimes you can't help not to spoil yourself. So, we got ourselves Mirage first. I think it's going to be a good testing ground for Dynamo Eclot. Not so good, perhaps, even though it's their pick. I mean, Mirage, man. Okay, so let's get real. You're playing against Spirit Academy. Mm-hmm. Would you want to play Mirage against them? Opening map.
Nope.
No,
never. I don't.
Not.
I don't think I would ever want to choose Mirage. Even if I'm doing super well on it, I'm always going for that logical pick of, okay, I'd rather take them on a map that allows for strategy to win, not just pure aim, almost. So I feel like this is going to be a tough one. And with Nuke second, man, I mean, I have a hard time seeing how Dynamo Eclot take a W here.
I'm kind of with you. I actually see this sort of teed up as a 2-0. When you look at Eclot's recent results as well versus Spirit Academy, Spirit Academy have been fantastic. They've been winning the vast majority of their games, and the caliber of their opponents hasn't actually been too relevant. They've just been playing their own game, and they've been very successful. For Eclot, they've had a real disparity of caliber of tournaments, and they've beat the easy teams, they've consistently lost against the hard ones, and I think this is going to be another hard one. But without further ado, boys, I'm going to leave it down to you. Take us on to Mirage and, well, get things rolling.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
Emmerkeen Martin, I think, is full legal name.
Oh, I love it. I
would love his bank details. Well, yeah, he just opened them up as well. Just, you know, I feel like I'm gonna go live his life soon. I'm trying to get very thorough.
That is going to live rent-free in my head forever.
Closes his eyes again, falls asleep for about 10 minutes, I think. Sounds about right. I've been doing a little bit of research on him. Maybe should have spent a little bit of that on Dynamo Eklund as well, but recent form has not really been the greatest for them, so we'll see. Actually, no, it has been alright, but caliber of opponents definitely has not been up to Spirit Academy's par in most cases, and for the pistol round, it seems like it is a very clear-cut situation. Nubik, sure, he'll get one, but the bomb's lost in mid. There's not a lot of hope here, but he's going to try to make that hope a reality and then turn it into something else, but for now, it still is Spirit Academy. They're not going to give too many chances in this pistol, because they just take the fight right to them.
And the way they engage on middle as well, it kind of tells you what kind of a Spirit we're going to be watching today, how good they feel about this as well. I mean, it's literally the IGL, arguably the weakest link on the team in terms of firepower, right? I think we can all agree on that. And yet he stands on top mid and just takes that fight like it's no one's business. And yeah, it's going to be 1-0. Dynamo Eklund now forced for a full eco itself. No bomb plant means they're going to be pretty limited what they can bring out. But in general, I'm kind of interested in seeing if Spirit Academy pull aggression again. I mean, they seem to be eager to take control, so maybe that's going to be the key.
I mean, George literally asked the question, do you want to go up against Spirit Academy on this map? We both said no.
Oh, I did.
Close enough.
I asked. Yes.
Sorry, I just forgot. You sounded so British for that one moment.
Oh, God.
What? Just insulted. You sound so upset about that. It's like, oh, they're the ones with the belts here already. Saipo, 3 kills, low on HP. It doesn't matter, man. Like, this is the sort of treatment you're getting. It doesn't matter what you bring on this map, because Spirit Academy, they have the exact same and then more. You're just in for a rough time, unless you catch them an off day. Doesn't seem like it right now. And the 4-match win streak as well. They're currently in the, waiting for the grand finals on their LAN as well. Like, they're feeling hot. All in the same place. All, I'm pretty sure, boot camping at the moment, or I say boot camping, all at a LAN. So, there's no better way for them to take the series. All the reasons as to why they'd be picking this one up, they just keep piling on and on and on.
We do have a technical pause, by the way. So, unfortunately, as usual, Counter-Strike 2 still not out as a game. It's in its alpha stage. We need at least 2 more years of development to get to the beta stage, and then we're going to talk about pre-release and such. But fact and matter is a little bit of an issue, obviously, of TeamSpeak, so no problem, no biggie. To be fair, I played a game today, a game of Face It, and
I'm so sorry.
It wasn't as bad as you might perhaps.
No, I'm sorry you had to play the game.
Think. But yeah, there were a few moments in the game where I was genuinely confused as to how that was possible. But let's not dwell on that past. In any case, Dynamo Eklund, I don't want to continue because I lost the game, so now I remembered that that's just bad, bad memories. But we continue here in the game at least, thank God.
Yeah, back to Eklund, their hunting ground of mirages. If this doesn't go their way, it really is just the prophet of today, that being me, said 2-0, 2-0, and nothing about 2-0 for the forecast.
Looks like it's going to be raining all day long, and Dynamo Eklund, they at least take mid control.
They do. Spirit Academy, though, they're more than well ready for something like this as well, because they're set up on A. If the Dynamo Eklund do decide to take this mid control, they've got a ramp taken instead already. You want to take a little bit of that map control back in some way. Ramp aggression will do that. Makes that split, if it is one, a lot more difficult to deal with. And it is going to be a split. You're going to have a clash towards ramp. Mokujin, he's going down. Robo as well. That's 1 and 2 revealed with the bomb now shown. Alcarin in position, and he's going to have a cheeky place here as well on the site. There's two to just go aggressive on ramp. Currently hiding, waiting. They're thinking, what if he is still somewhere around here? Their live is just checking for it, but no one's going to fully clear this. He has the round in the ball in his hand. Just wait for the bomb, make a double kill out of it, and suddenly the round is started with the Saipo able to swing and one more from CT. waiting and waiting for his time to bite. That's the first one, and Alcaraz finds it. Detour, however, through connector will find himself one as well, but there's that second as well, with Kioske down. Now the round, it gets handled. Dynamo Eklot. A little bit of a lurk through mid. That's what is the downfall for Spirit Academy.
That's what it takes. That's going to be the round gone. Dynamo Eklot. Well played. First gun round that they successfully convert here in their own favor, and perhaps we didn't expect it from the get-go, but it's a good sign for the near future, perhaps. I'm eager to see what they can muster up moving into the next. We should be seeing a backup from Spirit. Of course, that is going to be the case, as we can see right here. Makes sense. I mean, why not? And
This is
a re-challenge on middle.
Yeah, this is an interesting route to go aggressive in mid here. Or even challenge for it, with very little to go off of. That flashbang affects nothing, they don't see anything until it's a little bit too late. Robo does take plenty of damage, but also deals some of it back with the 4Z. But you haven't found anything to open up the round, and Icklod now just get mid control. And they're the ones with the util, they're the ones with the position, they have everything potentially locked in, unless some shenanigans ensue, and this is one of those situations where the shenanigans do begin. Smile through a smoke, Icklot are going to be a bit worse for wear to continue this one. Mad advantage, all you have to do is have trades set up and ready, and this is what Cypher and Mogujin do have on A. Only goes out, and not to Cypher, but doesn't matter. If Mogujin gets spotted here, it doesn't do anything, right? Palace player will look to trade for him. Cypher's gonna get another one. It's being set up here so damn well. And Icklot, they will fall to it. Not a single casualty, not a single L on Spirit Academy. No one's at the grave.
Beautiful recovery, honestly. It's a bit of a statement around like this, isn't it?
It really is. It's just a round that goes as well as it really could in that situation. It's that first aggression. Nope, nothing. And then you just have the site setups ready. Even if, like, they knew Icklot was headed their way. The Molotov towards default should have been too much for Mokujin almost to handle, right? Either pushes him away, but Cypher had his back as well. It could not go any better. Quite literally.
Could not have, yeah. And with that in mind, we see that the next round, of course, brings an eco for Dynamo Eklot. They realize they've still got some bank. They can capitalize that later down the line. And yeah, they're going to wait around here before we get serious. They have the Galil to help. I guess that's what they're going to be counting on for 4C, but right now, Spirit playing a rather careful game of cat and mouse. Hunting for that info, and soon Alcaraz could be in trouble. He's still very much exposed in con. Goes wide swinging under. No molly, nothing to cover, but nades are there, damage is there. Kioske continues to hunt. And I think Mikey gets the kill. Yes, he does. Mokujin back to back, 2 versus 2. We've not finished the job on short, as nobody checks Cypher. That is going to be the round effectively gone.
I think an AK just flew into bottom mid. Just flew off his hand and shot it a couple of times.
And that's the stability of a player like Mokujin or Cypher, right? I talked in the pregame how these two players, they might be support players in mind, but they're anything but when it comes to the individual quality of each player. And Cypher right here, he plays his cards well. He knows that short might not be checked. They should have had eyes on it. They didn't. And he abuses that. And now, how do you do this, 4C? You're gonna have to drop down. You can do it silently if you can, but I don't think we are gonna have the luck of that, as 4C is now realizing, well, there it is.
Yeah, now here's one thing you're gonna be seeing as well a lot on this map, and it's Kioske aggressive on short. Right, he's the sort of player, I've mentioned this before when we had him on Mirage. He's not content with 1 or 2, he always goes for more. This is a weird round where he does kind of back off a little bit. But he's always willing to challenge. And he is going to have his teammates ready to assist as well from all around, right? Or connector, window, what else might you have, really? So you have Kioske, the first one to go aggressive, probably grabs the advantage, and then you have his teammates to kind of clean up when he goes down. So you're just going to keep seeing him disrespected to be aggressive. And Dynamo Eklot, that's something they will have to figure out a solution to. And I would imagine they at least have those ideas, knowing what they're up against on this map, and knowing the sort of game and individuals they will be facing. And if they don't, then bye-bye. As much as we talk about the Spirit Academy, they are built around Kioske to perform in these big situations. You don't shut him down, you're in trouble.
You're done. Yeah, absolutely. And it's
Let's see it. What's the answer?
Well, maybe Forzy's all. It could be the answer here. Could be the solution. We do have a very fast push by Mikey through middle, I believe.
Yep.
And he will
There's
be
that
caught
good opening as well. No
midway.
one's faulted.
Rushing B. Sypho misses his chance. This time the defense falters. It's going to be down to Kioske to hold the line. He spots 2 crossing. Now goes for the secondary, but he finds him. Nubik as well. They all peek the same window, but nobody checks Kioske on short. What is happening? Mistakes were made, and Dynamo Eklot lose players.
I asked the question, how do you want to deal with it? Their answer was to try to ignore him. Pretend the boogeyman's not there. If you can't see them, he can't see you.
It's just a dream. Well, Forsy might make a dream happen, though. Hold up. Never mind.
Too much pressure, and Spirit Academy. Another round being picked up. And this really is just turning out to be kind of almost the expectation for me. Right? As much as we don't want, or as much as I'm not giving Dynamo Eklot probably the respect they deserve on this map, you're going up against, man, like, a Spirit Academy. 2-time winners here at the CCT. Ended last year, back-to-back, winning it. Nearly winning another one at the start of this year as well. And they haven't really stopped it all, right? The way Josh as well put it, they're kind of hitting this peak if they gotta figure out what they want to do as a team, because they're getting those VRS points. Like, give them a couple of months. Maybe you'll see them either shift to a new organization with the amount of points they'll keep racking up, or
I think
they'll be
that's
picked apart with a couple of players and then rebuilding again. Right? It's just like a ticking clock, pretty much, that they have on them. After the major, what's happening? That's like my big question.
Why does it have to be a ticking clock? I think I want to see this team continue playing together for at least a year or more. So just change the org. Change, or, you know, make your own org. At least see what you can do with that. You'll get the invites, and then it's up to you how much you make out of it, right? So I feel like, I know it's a tough choice, but I feel like this might be the right one. Detour finds Kiosuke. We're in a 2v3 after plan. Dynamo Eklot have made their way onto A site on an eco, and they will successfully convert an eco into a win. God damn, that's good. And
Mikey delivers 3, and that's what you want to see from Eklot as well. You asked, who do we highlight, or I think that was Josh again, that then asked, who do we need to see from Eklot to stand out? And it was Forsy and Mikey I pointed out to, and that's around for Mikey, right? When you compare the stats, Kioske does... Well, does go way above Mikey still, but he is the biggest performer for Eklot. Forsy right behind him as well. You have to have them alive to be able to do anything. Especially with the big performance that Spirit Academy as well have. But to go back to your point, I think the reason why it is like a ticking log is that major, right? For now, this shuffle, this roster change toward the end of the year, start of the year, whatever it was, that depends on your outlook. Right, they're kind of lucky in my eyes that no one gets picked apart from this team. It feels like teams maybe are waiting to see if maybe they'll stabilize a bit in terms of individual form, give them a bit more experience, because I really just think that summer is where things will either implode or they will, and they'll be picked apart, or it just is them kind of going rogue almost to a different organization maybe. So, alas, the ticking clock, I think that is it. Summer, at that point, I feel they'd proven themselves if they keep things up the way they currently look to be. Kioske's hunting for this.
Kioske can't jump!
Very lucky. Kioske's missed leg day. Gonna make the jump. Forsy can do the P250 justice here. But still a bit chase. Robo will find him, drops down, and that's 2 versus 2 suddenly as well. This was not supposed to be this way.
Nope.
You live by the pistols, you might die by them as well. 30 seconds and Mokajin 2 to find. Crosshair placement, good. How's the shot? The first one not great. And the bomb has been picked. It can make its way towards B through jungle, through murder hole. And from short as well. Nubik will cover for this one. It gets a little bit hairy for an eco. Not Eklot do come away with it.
A little bit too close for comfort, sure. But at the end of the day, it's round done. And with that, it's A third one for Dynamo Eklot. Hello and welcome to the scoreboard for real now. And this is a much more competitive interaction between the teams than what we saw in the first series that we watched between Alliance and Ents. There's a lot more pressure and definitely closer calls. We do have round 9 though, starting with a full buy for Spirit Academy. It's going to be full execution on A. Mokujin, meanwhile, realizing, oh boys, it's coming A, he's calling now. Good nades in counter. But is it enough? Mokujin is about to die. He gets caught with a molly on balcony and underneath, and that means the A side is free for the taking. A second caught on stairs, that's Alcaren. All of a sudden, Dynamo Eklot seem like a titan in their disguise. I mean, this is not looking too solid for Spirit all of a sudden. This retake should not even be happening anymore. It's a 5v3. You have no business even staying close.
Smartly so, they do back off. Right, it's the economical strife that they're in, and with the fact they don't have an in the round. Right, damage, sure that some of it is done, but it's mostly unconfirmed. They don't have any actual reason. All the less as well, they don't even have kits available. Save their weapons, fight another day. Next round should just be a half by, I imagine. Right, surely. I've seen teams fully buy into these rounds as well, but there's no M4s to be dropped. This Might Eagles full buy in the next round. You still got a good chance at this one as well to deal some damage. You gotta go aggressive, right? We saw the very first round of the pistol. USPs and up mid they went. Might be seeing something similar here as well in terms of that attitude at least. Bring the fight to Eklot. In a round where you don't have that much and you have very little to lose, considering, most likely, you're going to be able to buy that next round, unless they force here. I say you just go fast up mid, see what happens. Get a flash or two, throw them over from A, be ready to support, and bada bing bada boom, you might have a bomb down in top mid. Well, with Eklot as well picking up a little bit of pace, you do know that they are going to be having ideas of their own. And currently now successful.
So far, it's looking good. I mean, Dynamo Eklot, it is going to be a bit of a mid-stack again, mid-play. Let's see if they're going to push out with a smoke. Window is smoked. There's the top mid smoke. There's another flash. Smoke into Molotov. They have upper and lower B control. Ooh, nice timing here. Robo opens up the smoke, or rather is opened up for him. Mikey gets caught in the crossfire. And that is a problem. All of a sudden, the E-Live has to play this for contact, and he will see one, but no kills. And you said it yourself, Kioske, he's going to be one man to go towards short. One man to try and win it all by himself. He's certainly trying. The Molotov is too deep. It allows him to stay in the corner. And I'm not sure they'll double-check that corner before they enter short. Surely they suspect somebody's there, though. They know he likes to play that spot. And Eli expects it, takes the fight, will win it.
Where's the spot, though? That's one thing we said that Kioske is often going to have here. He'll take those fights, but it will be cleaned up in most cases. Now, dies with the smoke and a flashbang to him. Doesn't even try to slow them down and just gives them a straight avenue towards B if they choose to go. Now with the Nubik still clearing towards A. This avenue becomes opened up as well. Detour finds the next one, and the round comes to a close. But here's the thing, you can still go for this, right? You have a confirmed buy in the next round. Lost bonus, I think, is hitting max? Is it 4 in a row?
Alcaren has no Kevlar, though. Come on.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 in a row here at least, but yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Alcaren does not have Kevlar, so
Yeah.
sure. Means Dynamo Eklot, they're suddenly going to be allowed to build up their bank. It's 4 rounds in a row, 4 survive here as well. And they've tied up the scoreline. So rainy day funds, all secured. The game is officially on.
It is. We continue. Full buy coming up, the Spirit. They're going to have to bring their A game to it. I wonder if they continue that mid presence, by the way. That seems to be the most egregious way of losing rounds so far.
Spirit or Eklot?
Spirit.
Sure.
like the
Yeah, I
solo
can see.
aggression
Yeah,
from
just-
Kioske, it feels like it's just a bit much, right? At least put a few more bodies there next to him if you want to pull that.
That's currently my issue as well, right? With Kioske so often being that one to get contact, being the one to start things off, it's something that Eklod, like we said, need to find an answer to, and they are finding that. They got the answer, but here is the response finally a couple of rounds later. Comes back out, the T-side in a little bit of trouble is Mikey. Molotov does not, thankfully, go as far as it's needed to, so he'll be able to live it. Take away another player. Robo is down, and Alcaran got as well on B. With Kioske, keeping on a peeking for a shot. Wants to take away the B side while on A, yet again. Oh. Back-to-back rounds, Nubik has found himself a free bomb site. This time a few kills comes off of it as well. With one man spotted on a short. You would not believe who it is if I told you.
Oh man, who else?
Who else
I
but
don't-
Kioske?
Who else but
I mean, he
Kioske, of
survives
course.
that long while being pressured from a short, or B and A, or mid kind of all at the same time. It's slightly impressive, but his teammate's gone. Well, just makes it look a little bit less impressive in the end.
Yeah, we also gotta start talking about the fact that
Nubik.
Dinamoiklat are winning.
Yeah, I mean, that too as well. I was gonna say Nubik lurking out A twice and just finding the entries.
Yeah, that's another factor that obviously plays a big part of it all, but fact is, Dynamo Eklot right now are winning this map. They are,
Yes, they are.
doing a pretty good job at handling the pressure, handling the individuals, and I like what I see so far. I'm for sure pleasantly surprised by this current performance. And I hope they keep it up. There's a reason they chose Mirage. Perhaps we should have listened to that reason. As we have another A execution, Mokujin. That's
Yeah,
not
that is
gonna
an
work,
execution.
brother. Yeah, that's
One he
a
walks
counter
into
execution.
willingly.
Yeah. Walk under guillotine's blow itself. But
Said, hello,
Good
my
night,
name is Henry the
Alcaran.
16th. Or is it Louis? I can't remember. I think Louis the 16th, but
believe
close enough.
Louis, yeah.
Typho. He's trying to be the guillotine. We'll find one head, but no more heads will roll, they say, but now it's Robo who has to do it. And he's not able to. A simple enough ending. It's 6 rounds in a row as well here. This was 5-1 to start, by the way, just to remember.
Yeah.
Spirit Academy, they had the early initial start. It felt like Dynamo Eklod, they knew exactly what they were going to be up against here. Like, the game plan they have is solid. They still had the issue of having to acclimate to Kioske. You're like, okay, I know what I'm up against, but let me just go test it out a couple of rounds, see what happens. Then they had the solution, and then they got ready for it. And, yeah, you know, you just forget about the rest and the 75, you know?
That's well put. And honestly, I think the bigger issue right now that is accompanying Spirit Academy is that, yeah, you might have been winning at the start, but they keep forgetting apparently that you gotta keep winning at the end as well. And I think they got a little bit too excited at the start, and they were like, you know what? Oh, we got them. You know, we got them by the ropes. Everybody's kind of getting absolutely trashed. We can.
But not for
You know,
me.
we can do this. Yeah, exactly. Call an ambulance moment, and Dynamo Eklot seems to have played that moment perfectly, as they absolutely do not get trashed. They do not get destroyed as any other team would have been in their position. Instead, they're winning, and it's a 2-round difference they're winning with on a map like Mirage, where we ourselves were extremely doubtful and not trusting that they might, make something happen, but. Yeah, I so far I can't say I am not pleasantly surprised, and I hope they keep putting this effort in that they have so far done. Might make for a great best of 3 after all for the day, because so far we hadn't had many good best of 3s.
I mean, we had great in the terms that they were all quick. They weren't really drawn out in any way, but we've been missing that one great one. Where you do get that back and forth, where it's not one-sided, where it's not 13-2, 13-4, 13-4 sort of scorelines. It was a real game. With that, though, we're still waiting. Forzy apparently has crashed, so hopefully back soon. Maybe just restarting his PC all game. Not entirely too sure, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's round of 13, waiting for it to start. Will take a couple of moments. But, seems like he's back at the server at least. I hope all is good now. And also as well, I'll mention this again, but Spirit Academy currently at a LAN tournament as well, so they're all in the same place. Right, that... You always have that bit of a LAN buff, or whatever you want to call it as well, so you know your team is right there, you're all good, the mood is up. Even right now as well, we saw their camera for a little bit, it seemed like they were laughing about it, or laughing about something. So definitely feeling good. Same with Forsey, currently smiling, enjoying the game. But the second half now starts. Yeah. Pistol round number 2 of the series, let's see. Let's get it.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to enjoy a little bit of magic, potentially on the side of Dynamo Eklot to continue with their far near perfect performance. 6 rounds in a row is not easy, and they might get a few more. This pistol could be the indicator. Ladies and gents, second half, pistols live. And keep in mind, this is the map pick of Dynamo Eklot, aka we're looking at a very, let's say, very good map for them, potentially, even if we're not used to seeing them play. They seem to have set themselves up for this, as, ooh la la, here comes the A play. Not a single shot fired, besides a few through the smoke. Love it.
Just, trying to stay unpredictable on the CT side. Kubik has himself a duel, will take down Sypho. It's only Spirit Academy in the post one with the smoke style Fade, who are going aggressive for this one. Yosuke, one fouled. There's that second from Mokujin delivered. The aggression seems to be paying off now with Dynamo Eklot pulled out of position, not ready for the aggression. With the Alive and Vitor only left remaining, dropping down in style. Algren fighting one and looking for knife duels as well, apparently, but Mokujin brought a gun to the knife fight. Then no thank you, he'll take himself 3.
And there it is.
The round done.
Yes, it is. Round done, round finished. Spirit Academy will take the pistol relatively quickly and easily.
Both on their way. Wait, no.
Yes, they have.
Yes.
Yes, both have.
Yeah. I was almost gaslighting
Yeah.
myself.
Both have gone their way. Yeah. All is good. For a second there,
It happens.
Gaslit me
Gaslighting
almost.
yourself is just a classic.
Yeah, that's just the classic move. Right.
You say something like,
But-
wait, no, yes. And you're confused successfully.
You got me there, partner.
Stun locked.
CC'd. Round 14. Let's see if the CC works on Dynamo Eklot. As Sypho goes in for a few and, well, comes out with a few more. Mokujin helps. It seems like everything's going according to plan by the looks of it. They'll be able to clean up the force buy. This will be 7-7. And this is where Spirit truly begin to thrive, though. I think it's fair to say that once we get to that T side, it's their free will to exhort it across the map, and that's the scary part for me. Once you're starting to deal with Spirit Academy, and it's the true test of a team on the CT side, and in this case, the test for, of course, our Dynamo Eklot side.
Aww. Well,
That's unfortunate.
that's unfortunate.
Hope he's gonna be back with us soon.
We had some issues in our previous series as well. And Academy, I think Kaspersky had some issues, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they did.
A bit of
They
a
did.
bit of a break, about 25-ish, 20 whatever minutes back then to start off the series. But when it got started, it never stopped going. Done in about, I'd say, hour and 20, even less probably, for the actual maps in real time. So, quickly dealt with back then. Well, this is a different series, a different show, and it's one that's actually competitive. Granted, we've not seen much of the Spirit Academy on their T side just yet. Which, statistically, it's alright. It's nothing, like, impressive, just above 50% with 50.4.
Yeah.
So, it's passing grades and all that. Well, with plenty of experience. Like, 11 maps played in the last couple of months, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But if you actually compare that to the last 6 months they've played, their stats and numbers have kind of gone down a little bit on this map. The T side was a little bit stronger, back a couple of months toward the end of last year. Here they have now gotten a, gotten ahead of them, or not ahead of themselves, but they've been struggling to almost keep up that form, but that's saying very little comparing, oh my god, comparing to the fact they've still won 8 out of 9 of the games they've played on 8 out of 11 games they've played on Mirage here, so they're still doing well.
They are.
The numbers, they
Absolutely
always lie. They're never gonna be your ticket to a guaranteed result ever. Just maybe a guideline perhaps to go through. But we're still waiting for Forces right now. But yeah, I do think we are better off headed to a little bit of a break. Because we're starting to yap waffle a little bit. So
I mean, I let you have that all on your own, but I certainly can't keep you from yapping forever. So, or I shouldn't keep you yapping forever. As ladies and gents,
you're better to shut me up for a little bit. But ladies and gents, we'll be back with the game as soon as we have everything sorted. We're going to make sure Forsy's good to go as well. Hopefully nothing too long, but nonetheless, we'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on the stream. We'll be back any moment now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It truly was a quick one, and the yapping will not stop as we go into round number 15, tied up, ready to rumble. It's about time to see what the hell these two teams are made of, and specifically Spirit Academy. Dynamo Eklund, they've got their map pick. Let's see if they've got their win. It's about to begin here on round number 15. Kicking into high gear. As we are ready to enjoy a little bit of action in towards middle. There will be a bit of presence from the CTs towards Con as well, hoping to get lucky. And they might. Mikey, 4C, they do a few. It's not over, Nexus.
Nope. This just started. In Spirit Academy, with Sypho as well on 19. He is living in a glass house, or whatever you might want to say. Alcaran, one found. A couple more still to be deciding this one as well. Now, here's the thing. Sypho's gone ramp. He's going to have 2 players headed his way, and both have rifles. At best, Sypho gets a 1 here. Not even going to be spotting the second one, so Mikey's still going to have the trail before, so you got to be unknown. Or being an unknown in this one. Even if Mogujin now gets this first, second still needs to be figured out where he's coming from. But the position Alcaran holds, it does let Mogujin think there is something more to this ramp push. He deals with it. Alcaran takes care of the alive. AK's retrieved on the round. Albeit barely, will be pulled over the line by Spirit Academy.
That will be 8-7. We create, again, a little bit of distance between the two teams, a little bit of a problem perhaps for one of them. We'll see how they handle the pressure, but certainly this is going to get out of control soon. Dynamo Eklund, they need to start winning rounds sooner rather than later.
They got those 6 in a row.
They got those 6 in a row. We believe in those, and perhaps we should believe in further a few more. Let's see.
Yeah, Robot's just testing the fires there, apparently. Burning. Toasty, grilled almost. Mikey in connectors. Gotta be a little bit cautious with his bullets, right? Can only spare so many until runs out, potentially pushed as well. But Gyosuke is not gonna run through that smoke. In Spirit Academy, very similar setup that they have to deal with to the one that they also run on their CT side. And Nubicon short. You've got a couple plays though, a bit more aggressive. when it comes to connector control that we've seen on that first half. Barrel spotted, that's one, and Mikey nearly trading as well for the second. But that's 1 or 2, forcing... I mean, hey, he makes the job, he at least gets the job done. Takes another one with him before just immediately disconnecting. Guess half a second maybe makes that difference in this round as well in that case, but for the B defense... New big first one. Again, it's that same sort of thing you just had in connector. It's a bait and switch, it's two-man setups, playing in pairs and pack tactics. Second one's not going to be even found out on a Robo 1 versus 3. So despite Forsey just disappearing, pulling the greatest David Blaine act known to mankind, maybe even crossing the border to Chris Angel and Mind Freak territory, it's not going to affect the outcome of the round, it seems, unless Robo's got this magical 1 versus 3 out of his... not hat, but let's call it ass instead. Because surely not a chance. And he also thinks the same.
I believe it's fair to say that the chance here almost non-existent.
That is a great round.
It is. Robo.
Row your boat. Get out of there. Save that all.
Save that AWP for sure.
Gently toward the next round. And yet another pause will be had. Now, it's a bit unfortunate Forsey's having issues.
Yeah.
You know, it's always just, it is what it is mentality.
Not much you can do about it, unfortunately, and sometimes the game just
Counter-Strike
doesn't
and sometimes even the anti-cheat can be a bit of an issue, right? So with something that's not working because of your own setup and one file being bad and dumb and stupid and so many different things you have to keep in mind, but they're gonna try to work these out yet again. Now, I do think this time we just, we're gonna do as the Alive currently is doing. We're gonna chill out for a bit. I think we're ready for a break as well, so we will be back yet again, because we don't know how long it's gonna take. It could be a minute, it could be 2, 3, or 5, maybe even 10. Who knows? But don't go too far. We'll be right back with round number 17. right. Hey, ladies and gents. We're going to be coming back for a little bit here. Now, if we're correct, is MJ, you're still with us as well? Production, correct?
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to discuss now. Right, great, Josh. I wanted to discuss with you something. Now, we've been trying to make this happen for a long, long time. You know what I'm talking about already, right?
I don't know.
MJ and Nexus casting from peculiar places. When's this happening?
Yeah.
We need to get some sponsorships, man.
Yeah, if people are willing to donate or sponsor, we can hire a boat. We can cast from a boat. We can do it from a plane.
We had the International Space Station as an idea, but that's going to be a very costly one. That's like a stretch goal kind of thing.
Logistically, that'd be tough. We could get Bezos involved, though.
I think the bigger problem is our mental and physical preparation.
No,
I'm just built different.
Me and Nexus are peak physical fitness. We're good. We're cool.
Yeah. The Finnish guys are absolutely ready to take that on, are they?
Every day, I spin around in circles really, really fast to prepare myself for the G-force. And sometimes I even do it on a roundabout. So, yeah, I'm an expert. I'm fine.
That sounds logical. Yeah, that sounds somehow logical. Okay.
No way! Not again!
Whilst we're having a talk about potential psychologicals and physiologicals here, there's a pretty physical contact going on A. Dynamo Eklat have lost the round. It's down to the last. It's down to Elive and Detour, and I think it's fair to say they're not going to be in here for very long.
Yeah, Nexus, I think we're going to be, again, take a pause here for at the end of this round. So I think we could just keep Josh on board for a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's also true.
Getting the money's worth.
Now, could you give us like a little bit of a pre or mid-match sort of thing? Like, what's happening here? Beyond the technical issues.
Well, there's a lot of those, isn't there? It's kind of been a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Because Spirit Academy came in with exactly what we alluded to in the pre-game, which was super confident, very clearly, just better mechanically and everything with that. The pistol round was like a real testament to that. I think, Tio, you said that before, that like, they were super aggressive. Robo just sent it up mid. He found himself 2 kills. He had his second player there in mid supporting him, but actually stood on the railing looking down into underpass, which is just, it's like balls of steel. And yeah, for the first sort of 5 or 6 rounds, they were very crisp. They were very convincing. But they lost that mojo a little bit. They had a couple of unlucky rounds, and yeah, it's kind of now. I don't want to like read into things too much over like these last 4 or 5 rounds, I guess, because I think that for anybody, and actually, and more so for Eklot for sure, but actually for both teams, this stop-start doesn't do anybody any favors, right?
No,
especially if you're winning and you've got that momentum. Actually, having to then sit and for 10 minutes and sort of twiddle your thumbs really, really hurts.
Yeah, there is a reason why the tech breaks are, tactical timeouts are 30 seconds, and there's a reason why you want to have the break between maps as short as possible, is because players do cool down. People cool down, right? You get the initial jump, as you said, you get that adrenaline pumping, and as soon as that adrenaline sets down, you're going to perform potentially worse. Like, it is going to have an effect on your performance in the long haul. So this, I think, perhaps affects Dynamo Eklat better than Spirit Academy, because Spirit Academy were the ones that were winning, the ones that were kind of leading the charge and feeling better. Now, instead of that feeling, they have weight. They have nothing. They are just, as you said, fiddling their thumbs.
Yep.
That's what we're doing as well.
Pretty much.
I mean,
we just keep getting information, keep crashing. Was restarting his PC last time. Now we're still trying to fix these issues again. It's just so many things that, right, with everyone's, again, I'll just say this again, everyone's different setup, and someone's going to have a different thing, a different motherboard, and for whatever reason, that might be an issue. There's so many different things in these situations, like with an anti-G or Counter-Strike into compatibility, and so many, infinite amount of issues, pretty much. But most of the time, we at least have things, right? I'm sure that a couple of days ago, Forsey was probably doing just fine, but today, right, he's accidentally held the power button on for a second or too long, and now his computer's not working, right? That's like, you never know what these issues are.
Oh god,
it's the magic of how you try turning it off and on again.
Oh, please don't say those words to me. I've had enough enough of that experience in the past. Trust me, when your internet starts dying because there's rainfall outside, you're gonna
I
have a
can't
bad
believe
day.
that you even have. I've never had my internet
yeah.
cut out because of like weather or anything.
Oh
of the sort.
yeah, oh yeah.
We had
That's,
like record-breaking winds here a couple of months ago. There was a tree that fell outside of my window, literally like 5 meters away from it. I never even noticed. Nothing happened. No issues at all.
I used to have that because I had a 5G router, and it was up on a pole in the garden, so that was very much dependent on the weather. Like if it was a
I
bit
can
too
imagine.
windy, that was it. I was cooked. I was on ping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on 5G for a little bit, for like 2 days, and my building is so old and like the walls are so thick, the 5G was just not great. I couldn't find a good spot for it, so I just went back to cable, like fiber, like a good boy.
Yeah.
Because that's the most reliable way. for me.
Fiber is the best option for internet, honestly. Like, I've
I'm sure
changed
someone's
finally this
gonna have a
year.
different opinion. Like, actually, this is the better one. Sure.
No,
You're fine.
no. The cable is the most, like, I've found that the cable is the most stable way of having, because of upload and stuff like
In
that.
comes the British man saying we still use our wall sockets for
cables?
phones for internet connection. Good
Oh,
old-
I've seen that. My friend
yeah,
has
we had
a
that like
converter
15 years
for
ago here
yeah,
when I was a kid.
yeah. My friend has a converter for that. So basically, if we're on when we organize a LAN and there's some issues with internet, we immediately plug that into the outlet and like, okay, let's just run with that for now. But yeah, that's a temporary solution. But what I'm talking about is I changed to fiber last year during summer, so 2024
banging his head
August
against the wall.
September.
He's just chilling.
Usually asleep.
Yeah.
Meditating.
And best decision I've ever made because now I got 50 megabytes up, so that's great.
not
In
bad.
any case,
Oh my
instead
God,
of
what a gamer.
yeah, what a gamer, man! Finally, I can stream at a normal rate.
Josh, by the way, are you still living in the Netherlands? Just a quick question here.
I am, yes.
Lovely.
What's been the biggest? I already know. Like, how big of a difference has it made between the internet in the UK and the Netherlands?
Here, it's elite, but it's not necessarily. I'm not sure if it's a country thing. It's more me living in a capital city thing, perhaps. But my
See,
internet here
for all I
is
know, every single
wicked
British
sick.
person I know complains about their internet.
Yeah, but I think a lot of us caster people, sort of live in the arse end of nowhere. So it's kind
Same.
of. problem.
Hey, I don't speak for
You
yourself.
live in the
Oh, no,
one
I mean
city
in the
your
UK.
country, man. Come on. You have no other.
UK.
You have no other cities.
Like my parents back at home in the UK, my parents live on like an old vineyard. It's like just in the middle of nowhere. It's like just fields, and it's bliss. It's lovely. You want to come around for a barbecue or something, but it's not very good for
It's
the
now where
rice
we
peas
start
and
off our
logical
peculiar
outlets,
casting
yeah.
series.
yeah, pretty much. So yeah, that's sort of that. I've got a notepad out, Nexus. I'm brainstorming more ideas for peculiar places. I'm thinking maybe we can get the chat involved. If anyone
I've
has
got a
any
great
peculiar
idea. It's called a
places.
summer cabin in the middle of nowhere that my family has. The internet
Okay.
connection is not great in anywhere besides the tip of the pier, so you gotta
okay,
be
we'll
pretty
get
much toes
Starlink.
in the water.
All right,
Guys, it's fine. I got my phone. I got 5G connection on my phone. We can do that through USB
We
tethering
might just have
for
to do like
PC.
voice only or 144p, which might just be funnier.
Wonderful. Do a radio cast. Guys, I still have my Winamp. I can broadcast the radio signal. It's fine.
Oh yeah, this would be good. Everyone, we could just troll everyone in the local
Dude,
area.
it's
Look, what is
just
this?
local area trolling, casting CS into the airwaves. Casting Nexus fishing. That
I want to
would
ask
be
though,
amazing.
Nexus, before we lock this in, how many bears are there? Are there bears?
If there is ever a bear really spotted, even in the remote area of, let's say, 300 kilometers, it's always on the news.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah,
And you'd fight it off
whenever,
anyway, right?
Yeah, I could 1v1 a bear, don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm an expert.
Even with my broken ass arm, I could 1v1 it.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me just put that in my notes. Nexus can.
Like, there have been a
Bear
couple of
fight.
times where we've been
fight
at the cabin. We've turned
Oh
on the
my
news,
God.
and it's just been like, there's been a bear sighting in 500 or 300 kilometers away from this place that you're currently in. So it's kind of that.
And then
sort
you
of
go out
thing.
looking for it with your boxing gloves on.
No, not boxing
No,
gloves,
bare,
man. I go
bare
out with an
knuckle,
axe.
man. Bare
I'm
knuckle
ready.
fight. That's the only way to go.
Axe, and I've got a couple of darts on my side. I'm ready. But Josh, I think now it's time we hopefully bid you farewell. If we need you, we know
Yeah.
we know we will.
All
We're
right,
not
I'm
going
here.
to find
I'm
you.
here, guys. Don't worry.
Well, we're alive. We're back. It took us a while, but we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue the game, hopefully with more action and an uninterrupted action rather than anything else. As we go into round number 17. Well, hello there and hi.
Hopefully
What
we
are we
don't
watching?
go away into another tech break.
Yeah, please not. The game gods of this world, or Valve's game gods, please help us, Gaben. 8-8, Spirit Academy. Cool down, absolutely. It's going to be Forzy instead to find an entry. Beautiful start.
He's
Looking
back and he's not
fantastic.
forgot how to shoot.
Nope, no, he hasn't. Massive dubs so far. Let's see if they can
Ooh, hey, there you
take
go.
this. Mikey! Ooh.
Beautiful sequence. 1, 2, 3 shots them down, and Forzy's not to disconnect. Mogajin is on to him in a 1v5. There's one miss shot for Forzy. But Mogajin still has 4 players to go. He's not really taking the step out of Palace either, so he'll swing back into the AWP. Wins that duel, at least in terms of he's not died yet. And the keyword was yet. Now he's gone, he'll take another with him. But that is a wonderful round for Equal. And even better news, they're not going to be losing their player. We're now headed to about another tech break. And it will continue with the game, hopefully until completion now.
That is very good news indeed. And I do hope that we do finish these rounds in the game in a normal span of time without too many interruptions moving forward.
Ecos for Team Spirit Academy.
Yes, sir.
Not much. Now, remember when we were going way back when at the start of this game, we were saying that Spirit Academy are probably going to be looking at a 2-0 here?
Yeah.
Unless the individuals of Mikey and Forzy activate, that's what we're looking for. We had the first half as well. You had Anubik being a massive part of it. Two lurks out A where he finds the rounds, finds the entries pretty much. So, despite only having 13 kills, his impact is absolutely above, I'd say, even Forzy's easily. Who, I mean, yeah, still behind him in the frags as well. But still needs to activate a bit further. Mikey has been performing that triple in the previous round as well. Beautifully done. So you are getting to see Eclos at their best, I'd say.
I'd be willing to agree with you, yeah. It definitely looks like it, and hopefully they continue on that notion. As I said, it is their map pick, so if there's any map to showcase what they're made of, this one would be it. As we're going to kick off again, Forzy this time super aggro into Apps, and he's able to steal away at least one. Oh, counter aggression is pretty damn good. It's going to be Robo through short. The timing here is not going to be perfect. And it's going to be Kioske that brings down Mikey, but the E-Live brings it back to 2v3.
Oh, yeah.
Forzy does not miss.
He's showing us something. The ball's peak, the ball's buff, but not for 2. Or not for a third in this case. The Alive instead has to pop up for 1 attitude. The smoke kind of gives away what the first man was. A vague trajectory, but has Robo got further? Is he still sticking close? And what sort of setup does he have with Alcaran? This is the question the Alive has to figure out here. And getting contact, the shoulder for the first one. Robo swings a bit wider. That's the third for the round. That's Spirit taking this one as well. Decent attempt to hold it back from Forzy, but the problem is there's so many angles and so many avenues you have to look at, especially when you're alone and you have played from short apartments and they're just running, making noise. You don't know which way to look. A lot of things, but that's 10-9.
Absolutely a lot of factors, and it is going to be closer and closer. Spirit Academy, the fact that they're being brought to their 20th or more rounds is already a good sign for what Dynamo Eklot might bring up. Mikey again delivers the entry perfect. This is looking very solid on the side of the CTs yet again.
First minute of the clock. You've got the bomb towards B. You've got some tension in mid. And you've got Robo who's maybe figuring things out, right, with the Alcaran guard. it does complicate things a little bit, especially with this mid play, because Robo is only going to have so much utility he can throw here, especially if he wants to go up short, which I'm sure probably was the idea at the start of the round. So they are gonna figure this one out in a different way. That includes headed back towards A. Mokujin will find himself the first. And a 4v4 ensues. Now the map, or the space around the map, can be taken. The Cypher towards B, a rotation away from the site as well, with mid being a point of contact for Dynamo Eklot. They'll find themselves Robo. And out towards A. This is a disjointed round, to say the least, for Spirit Academy. Because they were given the avenue towards A. Cypher was very slow to take his space on B. And they don't find the entries on A either. So it just kind of looks poor in the end. This is outcome oriented in that sense. If they find another entry on A, if they don't lose Robo in mid, it becomes a difference of the round. There's pressure that Dynamo Eklot have to focus on. They're not going to spot the mana from B. Apps walking short either. So it's very, very much a round where this condition needs to be met for it to work out. And if it's not, it just doesn't look great. And that's kind of what Spirit Academy, almost as a team, embody, in the sense that you do set up Kioske so much. And such. That was one of the things we mentioned previously as well. So Dynamo Eklot, they have their answers. And I think they have Mirage in the pocket. I think they'll take this one. I think we are headed toward Nuke with Eklot up first. And I think we're also headed to Ancient after that, but
Definitely looks like it, doesn't it?
let's see what the pistols can do here to maybe change that trajectory or thoughts. Yosuke still thinking, still waiting. If he's not gonna spot this soon, he'll just swing for the stairs instead, but now seen, shot missed, and the round comes to an end.
12-9, huh? Spirit Academy, I did not think that they would have this much trouble trying to stabilize on a map like Mirage. And I guess we can be thankful that Dynamo Eklot have proven to be one hell of a tough cookie to crack, because this might just give us the first series of the day that goes 3 maps. Everything else was relatively disappointing, as we see from the final kill. The result is much the same as we'd otherwise expected, and yeah, not gonna lie, this is looking very good.
Timeout seems very, timely.
Yeah.
Alright, getting back to it.
Yeah. Ready to rumble, right? Let's get this show on the road. Let's see what exactly Spirit have in store for us. Or what perhaps Dynamo have to say about this final round, and perhaps finishing it off on a high note, winning the map.
I think they're saying this is not the final round.
No, absolutely, it's not the final round. Obviously, they've already lost it, but it's more like, you know, is it going to be a final round? Yeah, obvious. You got good eyes.
Thank you. Actually, they're very poor, and I need to go to the,
to the oculist. Or how do you call it? The,
oh god. Optometrist, I think. Is that it?
Optometrist. Optometrist? Maybe the oculist?
Optician, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not optometrist also, apparently. But close enough.
Optometrist, yeah.
I suppose that just depends. One's the occupation, the other is the study, so...
Fair.
Correct and also wrong at the same time, but hey, close enough. Spirit Academy, though, they're continuing this.
Shouldn't we just go to a glass-making factory and just get some glasses made? Shouldn't that be?
No.
No? Okay, never mind. doesn't hit as hard as I thought it could. It definitely bombs hard, but it's going to be round 23. I mean, 2 more rounds, it's not inconceivable here for Spirit Academy to make it to overtime, and I'm not sure I want to play overtime if I'm Dynamo Eklund, though. Given how well they've performed, perhaps that's not even an option. Right now, kicking it off again to high gear. Oh,
okay,
my man is so quick.
Out towards A, though. This is a full frontal assault coming out from the T side. First one, if they know it's going to be on default, then that alone takes away time. Lest the rest of the CTs rotate on over towards A. And suddenly it's not just one you're watching at stairs or connector, it's 3 CTs of Akelod making their stand. And I say, taking to this map as well. Because Spirit Academy, that's the issue, man. You got to be able to get that entry fast, especially if it is towards default, right? Because that is such a difficult angle to actually clear with being able to choose that fights towards Palace, Tetris, Sandwich, in whichever direction you got to choose us to. And of time, you've got your teammates there, and when you've had them entry, it's way too many for Dynamo Eklund already on the case. So you're looking at a clutch instead required to stay alive here for map 1.
Not sure it's going to be happening, though, let's be fair.
We were not familiar with Eklund's game. But they were very familiar with Spirit Academy. And that showed in the first half. It just took them a couple of rounds to acclimate to it, and when they had, 7-5.
And to be completely honest with you, like, acclimating to Spirit's gameplay perhaps is not as difficult as we might make it look.
It is not.
All you have to
do is actually just understand that Kyosuke will take a duel, and after, you just have to make sure you don't get traded. And that was pretty much what that short to duels were. They kind of evolved throughout. It was Kyosuke at the start. It was like 9-5, 9-4, whatever it was. And then just slowed down as soon as they figured it out.
And well, with that out of the way, map 1 is done. It's gonna be Dynamo Eklund. M&J, will you care to break it down for us and see what the hell perhaps Spirit could have done differently, or what Dynamo Eklund could improve on to make it better?
Man, I really wish I had the space to properly break it down. I'd do some sick dance moves. But yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a bizarre one, right? Obviously, we had that little sort of middle game segment because we were plagued by so many technical issues. But I think really the big takeaway is Spirit Academy coming out of the gates hot, as we expected them to do so. But whilst I do absolutely sympathise with the fact that, you know, there was all of these technical issues and it really sort of stopped their flow, and that's always a pain, and it gives you, you know, that opportunity to cool down a little bit, and that's a problem. It's not an excuse that you can just continue to use, right? Dynamo Eklund, it was actually in this next round, they find a really, really good opportunity. It was in that third round there, actually. It was quite messy, but they had really good map control. They took that early man advantage. They took advantage of that. Spirit Academy went for that A gamble, and Dynamo Eklund sort of went for this late mid lurk. And even though they then didn't find anything else in the preceding couple of rounds after that, it was the first sort of sight that we saw of Dynamo Eklund actually giving us something here on their map pick, giving us a structured round where, you know, they'd called something and it worked. And that was, you know, a sign of what was to come, I guess, because once they then got that next buy round out, it was better. It was more coordinated. The shots were still a little bit scrappy. A lot of these duels that we saw, we didn't see anything sort of crazy crisp, right? But the consistency was there, and they were just reading Spirit Academy very well. Mikey had a great map. Forsey had a great map. For Alcaran, you know, we need to see more out of him. I think both of you guys were calling upon it in the pregame for you know, everyone was expecting Mikey to perform because he does. But definitely for Forsey to step up to the plate today and sort of show us what he's capable of, show us why he's in this roster. He definitely did that. I think he had a very good map. Alcaran was no match for him, frankly, and he definitely needs to be going into map number 2 if they really want a chance of turning this around. Now, I think as the series goes, in terms of the vetoes, if there was a map that Eklund were going to take, it would be here on Mirage. So, you know, this was kind of a bit of a must-win for them. Going into map 2 and 3, things are going to be harder. There's no doubt about that. They're going on to Nuke next. It's one they have a really bad track record on. They'll be starting on the CT side, I guess, but still, it's a little bit sticky there. And then Ancient could be a bit of a coin toss as well. But yeah, we see the replay stopping there because that's where the technical issues started to ensue, and it all gets a little bit tricky from there because we're sort of playing one round at a time. And I don't know, it's tough to keep your head in the game, and it's unfortunate for both teams. But I'm hoping that the rest of this series goes on without any sort of further issues. I think 4C's issues have been fixed. I actually am quite surprised he put up a pretty good map considering he was the one having technical problems. And not only was he absent in a couple of rounds because he literally DC'd in the rounds after damage had actually been taken, but also I think anyone that plays the game will understand that if you're constantly disconnecting, you're always on edge, right? You always feel like you're about to DC, and it really kind of messes with your mental in your head. So the fact that they got that over the line despite the issues is pretty impressive. Now we're on to Nuke. I don't have super high hopes, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a short break, folks. When we return, I'll be back with the boys either side of me, and they'll be bringing you through that Nuke action. So join us in just 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We should be ready to go with map 2 in just a second. A little bit of a wild one on that first, though. We were plagued with technical issues, and my notes sort of met a bit of a... I guess they reflect that to some degree. One of my pages of notes just says, Nexus can fight bear, and then I drew a picture of a fighting bear. And look, he's holding a little Finnish flag.
Dude, you're actually really good at drawing. What the fuck?
Thanks, I copied a picture off Google. I did another one first.
I apologize for my French language, but what the actual hell? Oh, wow.
I did another one that was just a normal bear. Actually, I need to, like, maybe if I change the ISO on the camera a little bit, then you can see it better. I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, so there you go. There's the bear, and yeah, and then it just sort of divulges a little bit because we just had so much time to kill in those technical pauses. But honestly, I'm hoping that won't be the case here. We're ready to go with map number 2. It's Nuke. It's the pick of Spirit Academy, and they should be able to get it over the line, or at least they expect to. Take it away, boys.
That's some depth to character, huh? My man knows how to draw. Draw me like one of your French girls, huh?
Wait for a bear, or how you drew it.
Dude, if you tell me to draw something, trust me, you won't know what I drew. Like, it's gonna be like, I'll draw a house or a tree. Even then, you're gonna have trouble distinguishing it. But in any case, it's gonna be our second map, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed Nuke, the choice of Spirit Academy. Can they win? Can they lose? We're about to find out. The playoff spot awaits. Round of 16 here. And winner takes all. There are no more second chances.
Let's see how it goes. Now, let's out toward the A site. We're already good to go here out of the CT side. Also seem like they are not all too good to go, but at Spirit Academy they are. They feel like they probably would have liked to win that first map, but they had the position to do so as well, but just got outread at some point, and you started to feel a little bit upset about it. For map 2, now they're good to go, and they started off on the right foot as well. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Or 1 and 2 in this case. 3 being the bomb plant, maybe. But Eclot, I'm surprised they go for a quick save like this. Right, it's a 3 vs 5, you have a smoke and a kit. There is a world where you just could try this as well. No. That is not what they go for. Instead, they save it. Because they've got a couple of players with armor. That probably indicates a force by round of 2 as well.
Plus the kit and the smoke, right?
Yeah.
There's plenty enough to save there. And they might not actually save neither the kit or the smoke, because why is the E-Live...
Way too forward.
Yeah.
No support.
Or if anything, why don't you bait for him then, right? If you're in the far corner, just take a few pot shots, bait the shots for him instead of letting him die and then peek a fight. But in any case, technical pause. Who would have thought, ladies and gents, we gotta wait again.
Quite a sad situation. I really hope it's not going to be the same as we had previously, but we never know, obviously. Unsure. Currently, we don't have the information. I do think we actually do. No, we don't. Ah, never mind. Just player cameras that need to be turned on. Currently, you're seeing nothing but black for Spirit Academy. They don't want people to know what they're doing during the break here. Also, apparently, a couple of people missed Josh's bear. This is a skill issue. Should have been here faster. Should have been here before.
Dude, that is such a cool bear. I wish I could draw like that. I swear. I wish I could draw like that.
With
the
3 of us here, it's going to be a great show.
Instead of squiggly wigglies that I do. In any case...
Upside down stick figures. And you were told to draw a house.
Pretty much. Dude, stick figures. That's what I love most. In any case, it's going to be a sticking situation. Or a sticky one, at least. Dynamo Eclot, force by, lose this. And it is going to be a 2-0, possibly a 3-0 start again.
You know, I reckon you could draw a very accurate Josh just because you draw a stick figure.
So what? Each stick on the figure is about 10 kilos, right? Total of about 40, 50, something like that.
Something like that, I think.
I mean, let's be fair. You and I, we're big men. We're pretty freaking tall and pretty freaking big. And, yeah, we can't compare. That's for sure. We don't fall into the stickman figurine, that's for sure.
No, we do not. But that's fine.
But that's also fine.
Yeah,
that's also
you're part
fine.
of the Central League here in Balkan region. I'm a Finnish man. Life is what it is. But right here, we've got 40 seconds. We've got an A play. And you have a Spirit Academy. A bit far away still in terms of Sypho. He'll walk in, he'll find one, back turn of the second one. They'll know, hey, attention, coming right up. And right down they go. For round of 2, the saving couple of plays on the armor is not that great, but the Alive gets away with an AK. Now with 40, however, removed, I do suggest the save. Perhaps, but second player also tagged up here. The question is, do you still want to try to risk it with the biscuit? In this situation, that smoke in the kit would have been real damn handy for the Alive. But with not having those, forced to save an AK. Not the worst of things to happen.
No, absolutely not. That's for sure. A few exit kills, maybe Mikey. Oh boy. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. Alcaren might fall as well. In the end, he does not get caught, sure, but it's fantastic. That is certain. Third Academy, off to the start that we predict they would have. Let's see if they can keep at it, though. We do have ourselves the first buy, though it's going to be limited. We got a FAMAS. We're probably going to have a scout. Yeah, there it is. And there's a good chance we don't see a diffuse kit, which in fact we don't. So a little bit of cause for concern, that's for sure. Certainly not the ideal scenario here when it comes down to it. But it rarely ever is, so we cannot complain. Let's rather see what exactly is being prepared here for us, with Nubik finding one. The E-Live confirms on Kioske, but it's still going to be a 3 versus 3. The A site under attack and under threat. As through the smoke, you do not want to go there, E-Live. The IGL might lead the team, but not to death he won't, or at least he shouldn't. And we do see the attempt towards A for the retake. Will begin eventually. But, as I say, eventually begin, it does not. They save, round is done. And we continue back to normality. Round 4, we go back into the normal. It's going to be another bye, this time again with the FAMAS and the Scout. Unfortunately for C, he might have had a great first map, second map not starting so well. 3 rounds in, he's still at 0. But alas, a chance to remedy that mistake. We go to round number 4. Let's see what's headed for us in this one. We got pretty default setups overall, from what I can tell. Oh, good shot by Forsi. Second for Nubik, as it all comes together beautifully. And that is going to be the round done. Or is it? Alcaren might have more to say about that. Oh boy. Alcaren, don't tell me this is how you do it. Don't tell me this is how you make the comeback for your team possible. As we do see ahead of us, the most important duel about to begin. The E-Live and Mikey. Mikey, of course, the factor that will make this possible or not. If he dies, round is over. E-Live, He's just a connecting tissue. Mikey spots the player towards Hut, finds the duel. That's Robo to fall. It's a good start. Eli finds Kioske. The retake is on. They have a kit on Eli, and it's going to be down to Alcaren. He loses the duel, and that is going to be the round. Well played. Good retake as Dynamo Eklot successfully bring it back, and it is thanks to, of course, Mikey and, of course, Eli, both playing their part. Absolutely perfect in that essence, and that will also allow now for Dynamo Eklot to perhaps lick their wounds a little bit, recover their forces, and count their losses, as I think Spirit Academy are considering an eco. I mean, they probably won't play an eco, that's for sure, but they might be considering one, given their current setup that they are clearly running. And we do see the tactical pause indicating that right now Spirit Academy has other things on their minds.
So,
look,
what have we got here? With a 3-1 scoreline, the first round of the review for Dynamo Eklot. Finally getting things going. And now, right, is there a world, by the way, where we see a 2-0 the opposite way of what was the expected? Because I would like to imagine, yes, with how much we got surprised on that first map. But with a very lacking, I guess, scoreline or result track record on Nuke,
yeah,
I'm not too sure. But, your thoughts?
Honestly, it's hard to say for sure. Not sure, really, if I'm completely honest with you.
Here, though, on the A side, you've got some issues.
Yes, you
One
do.
that needs to be very, very amply dealt with, but both plays on Spirit Academy low, now just one remains. Down the vents, they'll know Cypher's headed here. But even a bomb planter may not be that easy. Oh, that is rough. Very, very rough. And the round. It does go the second one to what it did on Dynamo Eklot as well now. A wonderful start for them now, officially summoning the game, because it's not just one which you can often count as, you say, okay, they got one round, that may just be a fluke, but here now they got two. And suddenly Spirit Academy, they're out of money. So it's gotta be 3, it's gotta be momentum potentially for 4 as well. And we have a game.
Yes, we do.
But the problem is that Spirit Academy, they've got game on this map. First one, Forsey delivers. You said as well, he had a great map 1, slow start to this one, but the thing is, like on the surface, at the very like simple top level, or I say top surface level, that's the one, you may not expect the AWP to be that great on this map, but it is really damn good, especially when you go aggressive. I think that's where you find the most impact from it. That's an opinion. So many playstyles and whatnot, but that's what I think I see in this map being the big difference maker. If you have an AWPer who can take control, they will be a difference maker. Obviously, as well, to those who maybe know the game a bit more, have been watching for a longer time, and understand it a bit of a deeper level as well, they've seen how the AWPs can affect this map.
Yeah. They absolutely have.
I do want to see if we can get that, because we've had a couple of games recently where it has been kind of a topic, let's say for maybe off the top of my head, or something like Fnatic, right? You have Vermilov, who on Mouse NXT showed that he can be that sort of aggressive changemaker on this map. Now on Fnatic, he's really not been aggressive at all here. I feel like that's a bit lacking. It's like he's teasing us up for, because we know he can do it. Hasn't done it. So I want to see that now from Forsey, maybe. I just feel like it's about damn time.
I think it is. It is about damn time somebody steps up. Oh. Oh,
1-2, CT side, they're looking for 4.
They just ran out like that. Okay, I guess that's one way to go for it. Sypho finds Mikey. We're bringing it back, apparently. Spirit Academy. Mokujin on E-Live, and not yet all has been said, apparently.
Not
Pretty impressive performance right now.
for Eklot, yes. Spirit Academy, not so much. Forsey, I say you can be aggressive and you can be the difference maker, but not like that. That's a bit audacious. A bit too out there in terms of how to make that difference. Because now you just waited 5 seconds, the smoke would have faded, you could have traded with your teammates, played it together instead. But you've got a 1v1 with Detour and Alcaran on the other side. The problem is, Alcaran does not know about this, but he doesn't care. He'll still nail it, quick headshot at 1v2. And you really could have used another man on that one. Would have been nice to have the advantage like it was at the start of the round, because 3 versus 5, and Alcaran cleans it up 1 versus 2 in the end for him. And Spirit Academy, they're not going to bow down that easily.
They will not. At least not apparently, by the way. They've been setting themselves up. Dynamo Eklot far from winning this map just yet. And far from securing this W, but perhaps Spirit Academy might allow them that chance. We'll find out. We're going to kick off into a Force buy. I'm not a fan. I can't say I ever was, though. Eli on the op. Oh, excuse me, Forcey on the op. Might make a bit of a difference.
Let's see that ult. First one. Couldn't be any easier, could it?
Oh, hardly.
Crouching into the ult, but not even looking at him, so made the job extra easy. So, speaking of the ult as well, right? Forzi, getting things up and running for himself. Alcaran as well, 8 and 3. Wanting to be both part of the game. There's Forzi yet again. Looking on the shoulders, getting teased with it, but a third one still falls on the side of Spirit. A Force buy, not fan of it. I think we say that a lot here. But for this one, there's a bit more firepower in Eklot than you're used to in a Force buy.
Damn.
That firepower is centered around the AWP.
Yeah.
Is Mogic the dead man? No, missed shot instead, crouching beneath the bullets. Both dead and low HP, Cypher's dead, and last man also falls. Dynamo Eklot. Maybe just like that, you go ahead and take that Force by easy 3k for Forcey. Fourth one too difficult, but still close enough, eh? He'll make that. He'll have made the difference already, and that's all that matters.
Definitely looks like it, and it's gonna have to be an eco coming out from Spirit Academy. And their recent losses, well, their most recent loss, I believe, was against Fnatic, right? I think you spoke about that earlier as well. We mentioned it.
Yeah, that's just been like the recent example where I feel like the lack of aggressive AWPing, or consistent AWPing at least, has been an issue, and Nuke has been the one we've seen a fair few times from them, so recent example.
Well, we're about to find out what example there will be. Moving into round number 9 here, with those Deagles perhaps showing one example. Just get finds Forcey, Mikey replies, Robo, Alcaran, gone.
Good support. Bad swing. Mikey, USP chasing the pistols. That's not really great. I thought, like, they had a 2-man setup there as well. The assistance came from there live. But Mikey still felt the need to go more and more aggressive. Knowing that Deagle's on the other side. Felt like at least a close enough call with the USP. Just a headshot, but did not suspect himself to be the victim. Where is... Hold on. Where's the alive currently? Lobby? Squeaky? All the way in lobby. Okay. So, on site, Nubik. Wait, and wait. He'll get himself around. Delivered on a silver platter. 1, 2, 3. Beautifully done. Previously, his full name, Nubik. Nothing like that. Experience at this point. Been around for a fair few years. I think like Entropic was one of the first teams we saw him in, maybe. At least one that immediately springs to mind.
That is a throwback, by the way.
Yeah.
That is a massive throwback.
It's been a long time. It's kind of puts things into perspective for how long some of these players will have been around. They're live especially. I feel like I remember hearing his name around the same time we heard about Frozen the first time, but it was like 14. So I feel like I've heard of him for a long, long time. There's a lot of experience even on him.
There is, but the experience might not be enough. Let's find out if Spirit Academy have what it takes to pull to a 5-5, or will it be 6-4? And Dynamo Eklund, I mean, hell, if they can somehow create a potential 7-5, maybe 8-4 halftime, that would be one of probably the best possible outcomes they could ever have hoped, and possibly the best chance they will ever have to maybe win this series. Sypho, good for one. Forsey though,
That's a very clean swing for Forsey.
It is.
Double scope, swing it into it, and an AK just spraying at him, never even hits a bullet. Well, big one from Mikey being found. Noticing they're thinking of coming back towards A, or at least the upper side. Forsey look down towards the hell beneath. And what might be found? Bomb goes down on A, cannot be stopped at the moment. So it's really down to if Forsey's awake. He's looking in the right direction! Oh no! Sypho's not going to go up with that! A bit over the open, he's not going to try to take that chance. Lets him live, that keeps Forsey at least on his toes, makes a retake a bit more difficult, adds a couple of layers to it. There's one, there's two, Sypho got it, no more layers to it, it's just one. Bubble to be burst, Robo down, the round done, 6-4. Dynamo Eklund, another one being picked up here for them.
Dude, this is looking fantastic. I cannot lie. This is looking absolutely fantastic by Dynamo Eklund. I did not expect it, and I am happy to see it. I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's always a good day when I am, because it showcases that there are so many more things that we can find out and learn. As right now, Dynamo Eklund, I mean, hell, their CT side, it's holding up to snuff. You know, it passes the, how do you call it, not the vibe check, but rather the eye test right now. Yeah. And, hell, yeah, this is what I'm here for. 11th round, it's 6-4, Spirit Academy, their own map pick, barely having an impact on it. Say that's a pretty defining factor right now that's being built into this as Spirit Academy. Tech9's Galil stopped on all occasions.
You could almost say a surprise, but a welcome one. Here, Forsey on the site. Pressure from both sides. A bit stop shot before he goes down. Leaves the round to 2 versus 2 with the dust now somewhat settling, but there's more action still to be had. Robo, think it's part of the shoulder at least now has. Plenty of time able to escape. The entire map to explore and mind games now beginning. The play here for Mikey actually just might be go through the B site. If he's got any doors open, if he's got a window that's already broken, he could go up ramp to either catch Robo mid-rotation. But he's shooting instead. Playing the vents. If he's down at B, he'll go there quickly. If he's coming back A, he'll play retake no matter what. But Robo, at some point, will have to make noise. So, unknowns. Plenty of them. Dropping down, making sound. And let the retake begin. Up for a clutch. What do you got, Mikey? Shifting. Robo. Smelling it, but Mikey dealt it. Another round. Picked up for the side of the Eklund. They are not giving up too many of these for Spirit Academy. And this is not the expectation. Like you say, it's a welcome surprise. That's Dynamo Eklund. I think they've only won like 3 out of the 11 games they've played on this map. And it's not really been too great in recent times either. The most recent one they had, 13-1 against Aurora. They lost. Before that against Breezy, who, let's be honest, not really all that great in terms of even a team. They're not the highest caliber. A couple of losses against 9, Ends, Alliance. So it's not really been the greatest for Eklund, yet they're now fighting back and hard at that. Question, what happened to Spirit Academy? Where's that fire? Where's those individuals? Where is Kioske? We've yet to see him. We saw him for like the first 5 rounds on Mirage and then just...
Yeah. We know
disappeared off the face
everybody's
of the
only
earth.
human, so we should expect everybody to bleed from time to time, and even gods bleed. So let's find out what kind of a god spirit are made from, or rather, what kind of a god killer Dynamo Eklot are made from. As we kick it into high gear, into round number 12. Last one of the first half. I gotta say, it feels like it should be a 7-5, but I wouldn't be surprised if we still go 8-4, which would be absolutely freaking fantastic.
Dead. Look at this. Oh, wait, don't look! Don't look! Close your eyes! This is rated 18! Oh, that is violent! Not taking a shot, costing Mikey. Now it's onto a retake with man disadvantage, but the bomb still has been dropped. Detour has this control, but he's fighting for his life to stay in this one again. Multiple is going to be dropped. That's going to be at least fine time. Made it a bit more difficult for this one, but the bomb has to be retrieved. Keep that in mind. They're just going to try to buy time as much as they can. Flashing through. Detour guarded. One more to go. Again, jumping through the smoke. They just throw bodies at it. See if that works. The answer is no, Spirit Academy. They will take that 5th. And all from one man trying to do too much in Alcaran. His spidey senses tingling.
Wow, that was quite a tingle for sure for the spidey senses, but hopefully it's going to be enough once we go to the second half, as right now we are looking at one hell of a day, one hell of a performance from Dynamo Eklot.
I don't even blame Mikey. I don't even blame him. If he can get past the off, that's 2 kills he'll fight, absolutely, but he could smell something was the issue. There was not enough contact from his teammates, not enough pressure put anyway, so just do a quick check, turn left. And Alcaran saves the day.
Effectively so. He does.
Push up ramp. Alcaran gone. Last round's hero. Now a 0. Mikey as well will fight himself the second. And it suddenly all collapsed. 7-5. Robbo will try to make it at least 6 for his team. But is this enough? Round has been disrupted for Eklot. Another one being taken down as Kioske.
We're saying disrupted for Eklot. I feel like disrupted for Spirit Academy, perhaps. This is an 8-5 second map start of the second half. This is an insane showcase of what the hell Dynamo Eklot are capable of, and hopefully they can contain the beast within, because this is hella impressive. Not gonna lie.
This, by the way, I'm pretty sure is the first pistol that goes Eklot's way, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the first pistol that goes their way, yeah. Out of 4 pistols, they've lost 3, so that is for sure true, and perhaps Josh can confirm that for us directly, but I'm fairly certain we should be right, at least.
We might hear the voice of the British god at some point. Alright, think so probably is his answer, so that's what his notes say.
If the notes say so, then it's definitely so.
Surely would never type anything incorrectly.
Would never lie, right? Would never,
We talk about gaslighting yourself. Maybe you're going crazy enough
us.
to type incorrectly just so you feel a little bit silly when you look at your notes again.
Maybe
And
I'm
then
the
you just
crazy
forgot.
guy.
You never know. But 8-5, 9-5. On that grind, looking for bread. Dynamo Eklot, they're looking for quarterfinals.
This would be a massive pickup for them if they do. And they will find the 9th.
Hello. Bye-bye. No Zeus.
Robo stands no chance.
No seagulls to be heard on this coast. It's a river. Not even the coast. Cedar Creek. The safest power plant out there, apparently. That's the motto they have up. If we can get perhaps eyes on it. Whoever goes into garage, there's a little motto beneath the little thing there as well. And that's not true. This is not a safe plant, by the way. No, there's a lot of terrorist action here, man. Counter-Strike, why would you lie?
Why are you lying to us, Counter-Strike? What did we do to deserve this? I don't know. But apparently something. And while something is happening, it's going to be a bit of a B play. I like the idea. Let's see if it's going to work.
Maybe is the answer.
Mayhaps.
Per. Per.
'Perchance. 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 'Perchance Well, jokes on the side.
I would never joke.
Serious business here.
I'm always
Serious round. Very important round, in fact.
You dress business casual, I'm only business.
Ah, you're not the business in the front, party in the back kind of type of guy? Okay, fair.
No, it's more like business up top and business at the bottom.
Only business. Well, let's see if only business works here for Dynamo Eklot. They're going to try and business this one out and see if they find any financial solutions for their
I like the
troubles.
pacing for the round as well. Knowing that this is a weak buy for utility in terms of Spirit Academy, it's just a default, waited out, utility is gone, and you have one Molotov remaining. You've got a play to be set up through main. Kioske is going to be in the smoke, but you've got also more attached to this in terms of ramp approach. Sifo, God, does not get to go down. Not the way he wanted. But it's still turning out to be an A play, perhaps, as well. You've got plenty of attention ramp. You can go B, you can go A, but you got to decide which it is, because 20 seconds remain. Go faster, start going quicker. Mikey, his round here. Do or die, make it or break it. One more still on site. You gotta check for him as well, but he's still covering for vents. You got Alcarin on site, will be dealt. A losing hand in a second. No, there's no time! There's no time!
Oh boy.
The bomb gets dropped in the middle of it. The one kill Alcarin needed, he gets it. You have got to be kidding me. Spirit Academy, they are lucky with that one. One more second, it's done. It's a different round. That might be an olive branch extended now to Spirit Academy. May not be a steady one, but at least one they can run with here. Before Dynamo Eklot get too much. But they know that was their mistake. That was supposed to be their round. It's not going to stop their mental here. It's not going to stop their momentum.
We'll find out.
But Spirit Academy, man. Now's your one chance. Before it gets too late into the game. This is your map pick. Start acting like it. But it's Dynamo Eklot instead. Look at the confidence as well. They're just running outside. W, W, W. And shift W for Nubik. And rewards. First one for him in the round. It's a 5-on-3. Spirit Academy, man, they're just outpaced in this one. Last round slow, now just run at you. And they're not ready. 2 steps behind.
Left A. Yeah. The thing is, A side has been completely, basically forgone. So this is it. This is a save. I think they have to save. They don't have heaven control. They don't have main control.
They don't have control.
They, in fact, do not have control, yes.
Even that smoke, it's meant to draw maybe attention towards it. And maybe if someone wants to go swing to the MP9, but it just seems like wasted utility almost. Right, Michael's got 1, but he'll know, yeah, they're not tried for this one. Ten to 6, they fumble 1, and right back with another one, with even more confidence than the previous round. What a game. You were thinking it's going to be 2-0 for Spirit Academy, and should not have been any too difficult one either, but...
Dude, it absolutely should not have been anything close what it is. Like, I hate to say this, but the performance of Spirit Academy on average is uncomparable. Like, they're just that much better. Compared to, of course, their counterparts here. But Dynamo Eklot, somehow, somewhere, they were hiding, they were playing, they were preparing themselves for this day, for this engagement. And this round of 16, though, Mike, he gets deleted.
Bye-bye.
And let's see if the deletion continues here.
You know why Dynamo Eklot is playing this one better? Because they're out-reading Spirit Academy. We had the same conversation against, or with Spirit Academy or Patavision in the previous CCT, or the one before that, I can't remember. It was that when you have a team with a bit more experience, a bit more patience, you can out-read or outplay Spirit Academy simply by not letting them activate a Kioske or having a good read on how he plays, because that's how the team plays around him. And so far the series have shown us exactly that. They figured him out. He's barely had impact. He's barely had any kills. I think he had like 10 or 8 or whatever he had on Mirage.
I believe so, yeah.
And
Not long.
let me just double check this. Okay, 12 kills on Mirage. He was the second least kills on his team. The only one beneath him was Alcaran, who's now stepped up massively for this one. But Kioske right now at the very bottom, man. He's being read. And Dynamo Eklund, they have a wonderful game plan, which are showing every single round almost. I'm super impressed.
Likewise. Likewise, brother. I am very much impressed and beyond happy to see them in such a light as we have. Dynamo Eklund losing players, though. Mr. Robo in a perfect position right here.
Surely we're not going to see a clutch here.
Nah, no chance.
Time's too low.
No shot, right?
Wait.
No shot.
No. Okay. Alright. That is another round for Spirit Academy.
It is.
Given a little bit of life out of them. Now, I want to go through one more thing before we as well kind of just continue. Or continue with the game itself.
Yeah.
Remember when we were at the start of the game, we were kind of talking about Spirit Academy, potential future for them?
Yeah.
There was that thing I mentioned, right? I see the next 6 months as the time where they have to kind of solidify themselves as individuals in the team as well, almost kind of gain a wider experience. They can now start to change things up as much as they can, because they have a one playstyle that has worked out. Now is the time when you have teams looking at you, trying to study you, because you know that you're going to be playing against them at some point, probably. So, your playstyles are figured out. Now is when you go into the deeper end of the strat book, and you start trying things out. Become more varied, have different approaches, just become a solid individual, a stable individual. So, I feel like that's the next couple of months for Spirit Academy.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it just feels right to me.
No, that's a fair assessment, I think. You said as well.
Oh, no,
there's a good chance
detour.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that is no detour. That's
So
straight up massacre.
If I may, you also said there's a chance that we could see, other teams pick up the pieces. Maybe
I think the next major is the shuffle, because this time it's incredibly lucky no one gets picked out.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. And like I said, I think that's also one reality that perhaps Spirit Academy have to be prepared for, because, keep in mind, these guys are friends. These guys have been playing for a while now. They might not like the fact that they are splitting up the party in a way, right? And even though at times that's exactly what's necessary for the individuals, they might not want to be willing to do that. But those are all the might be's and the maybes and everything in between. So let's go into the what is. And that is reality. Unfortunately, it's quite cunning and it's quite harsh.
Oh, I was going to say I think Dieter said at the bomb here, but no, with the kill. Mikey will find the kill means the bomb will never get a chance to explode.
This is it?
11-7. This is the end nigh.
I mean, there's no more money. This is 12-7. If they force buy, it's possibly GG.
You know what they say, no money, no honey.
No money, no funny, no money, no nothing. Absolutely, there is nothing without money. And in the game or otherwise, unfortunately, we live in a world where transactional value is based on on whatever monetary thing you... I don't know. I'm just yapping at this point. I'm yapping it completely out of this world. I don't know. I just went above and beyond there.
You tried.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta take the L here.
Yeah, I take that fully. I take responsibility.
Currently, Spirit Academy, they're up against that exact situation. This round needs to work out, and they've given the M4 now to Kioske. Get it going. Show us what you got. We've been waiting this entire time. This is the round. Outside, utility goes through. Robo with a 5-7, though. This is dangerous. One tap for the headshots. That's why you were afraid of them. That's why you should respect the pistol. And Kioske with the third one. He's activated as well now. Dynamo Eklund immediately being put under pressure. Shot not connected. Lets him escape. Lets him leave. With Forcy and Dictor, I think, also having to leave with this one. You don't want to give away any more guns. You can try to take those away or at least deny, but worry about your own economy first. Get the hell out of here. This is a Spirit Academy denying 12, keeping the game going.
They are denying 12. They are denying the chance to close out
5-7.
2-0 just yet.
Better than an M4.
Oh, absolutely. Better than an M4. Wait, though.
At close range, in situations. That's a $500
fair.
investment and an unfathomable return from it.
That's. I think that's a fair assessment, though. Yes, that is.
Thumbs up to Spirit Academy.
Is it enough?
I feel like we can go back to Josh's notes and quote him. Maybe, probably.
Maybe, probably, never, ever.
Unsure at the moment. Too early to make a call. Oh, this is a great evening we're having here.
I mean, we're enjoying ourselves, aren't we? That's the
Yeah,
whole
we are.
point of this shenanigans. Like, we just need to have some fun and not have a care in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit
And so
Academy
do
is
the
not having
teams,
fun.
hopefully.
Someone else has to have it for them.
That is fair. That is fair. Spirit Academy is having a pretty tough time, to be fair, but hey, maybe they make the comeback possible. It's definitely still on the table without overtime. Good start as well, finding this first kill. Very slow approach towards the outside. I'm not a fan of how Dynamo has slowed down as much as they did within the last few. Realizing, or not realizing, but rather maybe knowing that these kinds of slow approaches are the ones that cost them rounds. So
You need
do
to
they
check this.
check main or Gathers? Rather, they do. They find Kioske. They know he likes to play in that corner. He's not the only one. It's going to be Alcaren to play. Back-to-back for the frag. It's going to be Mikey going into main, and he needs to clear this fast. Time is running out. 27 seconds. They need to clear A. There's 3 players defending. This is a near impossible task. The molly is great, though. It's Burns. Mokojin. He dies before he can really do much. As a damage on... Take of damage on Forzy, but it's not enough. Sypho gets Nubik. That's massive. It's Mikey to reply, but the damage on Forzy, it's too great. It's round. It's 9.
Ah, but Sypho, if he just doesn't run, he might have had that one. Might have had it, but time pressure. Again, we've seen a couple of these rounds already being very, very close. Right? One of the first rounds Spirit Academy, or maybe the first one they won on this second half, it was because 1 second made the difference. The bomb was not able to be planted. Otherwise, that as well would have gone Eklot, so it was a Robo in a 1v3 or something. You have had Eklot play a couple of these rounds to the wire. This is another one where that pressure gets the better of them in the end. Not wanting to make those same mistakes. And Spirit Academy, given it the olive branch earlier from the 5-7 and such, not wasted the chance. Forzy and the orb to make the difference. I feel like we said this already in the first half, but how about the T side? What do you got?
Well, this might as well be the competition as in Rick and Morty. What do you got? Let's see. Dynamo Eklot. They've got the op. Forzy. Does he have the balls to go for the fight, though? He's searching for it.
Yeah, he
towards
does.
Red and Kioske. I think he gets a free kill here.
Yeah, it just depends. Oh, well, it depends when Kioske wants to swing. That's one, but it's not the target he was looking for. Forzy lives. Robo trades, and the round ends. Casualties just one. That's an op as well to be given to Alcaraz at the end of this one. Or the start of this next round. Unless Mikey could have thrown it out of the map, actually, but instead he'll die with it. Kioske will take it and Spirit Academy on to 10. Double digits. And I honestly want a map 3 here. I want a map 3, just for the game to continue, because we are having a good time here. Some of these rounds, not the greatest and all that, but I just want a third map. Now, Josh is, wondering, saying, no, we don't. No.
Third
Time
live,
with you
but-
boys, man. We're having fun here. we just want to have fun with the boys. We're now seeing Spirit Academy activate, slowly but surely as well. making a bit of a comeback. The first time out of Eklot.
You know
And
what?
do
I'll
or
ask
die.
you a question. I'll ask you a question and be honest. Would you
Sure.
want to see a third map if it was dust?
Hell no! I don't even want to see dust. I leave. Josh can take over. I'm out.
This
You
is
gotta
going to be
embody
round
Finnish spirit.
number 22. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another buy. I don't know what is up with the force buys here, but Dynamo Eklot, they've been kind of steadily trying with these kinds of investments, and again, they'll have a Tech 9, they'll have 2 Galils. This is very limited in terms of firepower, but hey, maybe it kind of makes sense. Maybe the EA execution here works. Let's find out. Spirit Academy, absolutely ready to take them on. First contact is going to be happening towards, as far as I can tell, probably A here, right?
Yeah, it is going to be
Molly.
another layer to it, however. It's a ramp approach. Sypho isolated, needs to stand here for the forward. Added probably 2. But a trade, a man and a half down. Not good enough.
Lurk.
Oh no, Mikey. Finds himself the back of 1 and Mokujin. And the A play comes right back for Dynamo Eklot, dropping down. I don't think Kioske made sound. Maybe he did. But nonetheless, he'll have a chance. Lines up the first one. A second question mark as well on the map. We'll know. Was not alone. This one still comes down to these lurks, and outside the Alive finds himself the back of yet another one.
And they know about the guy on site. They know about Kioske. So where does he go? He goes CT vent, unspotted. Check now. Let's see if they expect him in CT vent. They'll Mikey in main.
What?
First contact is
What?
good for him. Kioske just runs out.
What?
And Robo, I mean, that...
Why?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is round. Done. He live. He will die.
Okay, just to make sure.
Oh,
to make sure. Now, I'm not opposed to the fact that he's challenging. Why is he running?
Yeah. Neither do I know why he is running there.
He just must have felt like the aura of the Alive in heaven wanting to swing him. That's the only explanation I have. That's just pure aura. And executes another one. It takes 12 to Eklot. Map match and series points. That could have been played so much better. They're just getting caught in the back, not once, but twice. First in mini, second outside. And Spirit Academy, like we said before, they are playing this 2-3 steps behind. Wonderful game out of Eklot.
And there's another factor I want to talk about. Another factor that's been a big one for Spirit Academy that we haven't mentioned a lot. I intentionally avoided talking about him. But Kioske right now, a total of 20 kills between the 2 maps. That goes very much against what we are used to seeing from him. So that's another reason why Spirit Academy are struggling as much as they are.
Yep.
Kioske actually,
Eklot know how he's playing. I 100% promise you they've been studying
They abuse
him.
that. Yeah. They abuse
Mirage
that.
showed that to me. It just took him a couple of rounds to make sure they know how.
Yeah. By the way, big
And-
ups to Elive. Look at how he's chilling every single round.
Every
I love
time we have a
this. It's
camera
just-
on him, it's not in live. He's just chilling, stretching back.
He's absolutely alive. As round 23, and it is one of those. It is a do or die moment, unfortunately. Spirit Academy, aggro outside. They try to counter this. I love the close corner. Oh, Alcaren spotted. Lucky that he does not get seen. That smoke is perfectly positioned for the lurk.
We talk about aggressive outside opers as well. That is a situation where it could have made a difference. Now it's Psycho.
could.
He's playing at the other extreme for this
no.
angle once, but he's struggling to find that opening.
Whiffs
These
that
are
first
allowed
player.
to just easily waltz in for the trade.
They know about Alcaren and the op. They know he could be lined up in hell already, so they don't want to take the chance.
There's still more to this than that as well. You already have a man down secret as well. It's not around where you're looking for these lurks and backstabs for Eklot, but it's a straightforward one. Mokujin, he's about to be stabbed in the back.
Lucky to be alive. Lucky to be alive. They did not see him walk in towards control room, but surely they'll
2
check it,
seconds.
right?
1, 2.
Yep.
A dead man. Not yet. A trade will
Traded
be
off.
coming through as
Noble
well. They're going to
falls.
pressure him. Shadow advantage. A second for Mokujin. Imported as all hell.
No!
But sent right down to the afterlife.
And where's the opper? Now that's the question, the $1 million question. Where's the Alcaren? They're going to go up A. Look at the call. They've made the call. They're like, you know what? Let's pick up the C4. Let's just go up A. And that's
Oh, but a
exactly what
retake.
happens.
Not happening.
And Mikey already on Hut. This is a perfect position with the AWP. Alcaren, no defuse, no smoke. Hope is gone effectively. I think we might be seeing a 2-0.
This was not the expectation. However, it's been made a reality. Alcaren from the vents. And down he goes. Eklot, a game and a half from them. One that was not expected ever. But are we surprised? Yes. Are we pleasantly surprised? Hell yes! They showed a wonderful game here. They outplayed, outread, and outdid Spirit Academy at every single front. And didn't even let them have a game.
Yeah,
What
and I
a
think we can all
goddamn
agree.
game. Now,
Yeah.
13-10, back-to-back, and they even keep it at 2-0. We don't even talk about Ancient, apparently.
Nope. Doesn't
damn, now-
get to be the topic of discussion.
Yeah,
I wanna
let's
Josh
bring in
here.
big man Jay. Big J. What else
Jay.
nicknames are we going to be getting from him? Hey.
Look who's
Dark
not
Tilt.
here then.
How we doing?
Unbelievable. Unforgivable. Now he's really red as well. Look, he's all embarrassed.
Josh, you're a bit muted right now.
Josh, we can't hear
Ah.
you, brother.
Stream could hear me, not you guys. Yeah, I'm a lot of things, boys, but I'm not very big. We're still working on that one, but we'll
Tiny.
get there. We'll get there.
We'll
Yeah,
workshop that.
I'm little Josh. But yeah, a bizarre one, right? I think we were all expecting to maybe see a 2-0. Definitely not in that fashion. I was seriously impressed with Dynamo Eklot, especially there on Nuke. They showed some real resilience. There was a couple of real stinker rounds, especially the one where they, I think it was round number... No, I didn't write a number next to it. Man,
Describe the round.
It was the first buy round of the second half, right? So it would have been like round number 15
3
or something.
4.
Yeah, of the second half, right? Where they
Yeah,
kept
second
3
half.
players alive and they fumbled it.
time
They
ran
didn't
out,
have
right?
time. Yeah, they didn't have time to bomb
ran out.
pod.
Yeah, that's
I
number
was-
3 of the second half.
I really thought that would shake them up. Yeah, I really thought that would shake them up. I thought that was going to be like they'd go into that next round, they'd lose it, they'd be frustrated. And bear in mind, we were talking about like thin margins. That's where I thought this game was headed after that fumble. And the fact that they sort of hold true, yeah, it was right that round there on the replay. Yeah, the fact that they sort of hold their nerve and come into the following round, actually quite convincingly taking it, just showed some real resilience for me. I think they were fantastic. But it has to be said, Spirit Academy didn't look like themselves, did they? They really didn't. There was a lot of mistakes. Alcaren actually had a really good map too, which was a nice sort of breath of fresh air from him because he had a bit of a stinker on Mirage. But Kosuke was absent, right? Just completely absent from the series. And, you know, again, as you said before, Tio, everybody has bad days. You've got to cut him a bit of slack. There's always a lot of pressure on his shoulders. There's always a lot of spotlight on him. But as the star player, you can't go missing like that. I tell you, who didn't go missing, Mikey. MVP of the series. He was absolutely fantastic. 120 ADR. No surprise he was the player of the match because, yeah, he was a beast today.
Yeah, he was kicking
My
ass.
man's gaming hard. I mean, the dude had, 43 kills we can see in total in 2 maps. That's pretty impressive. I believe 20 on map 1 and 23 here on map 2. And as we discussed this, you know, when your own is not performing, when your hero is not there to show up for the team, then somebody else has to step in. Unfortunately, on the side of Spirit, nobody really did. I feel like Robo did a lot, tried a lot, and we had a few attempts from, I believe Sypho as well had quite a few beautiful moments here and there, but generally speaking, there was just none of that magic that you were used to seeing, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty straight up loss, and I think even, you know, Nexus, you said it well, the preparation from Dynamo Eklot must have been extensive, because that's how it looked.
I think we just saw glimpses of it on Mirage, right? It's one of the first rounds where Mikey has like a Desert Eagle. He takes short after Kiosk got 2 or 1 or whatever, and just 1 digs him. That's the round I was like, okay, wait, they know how to play this. It just felt like a round where it was like, oh shit, wait, they got it, and then they just started rolling, and it was just one of those games. They absolutely earned this victory, right? Obviously, everyone's gonna have off days, like we keep saying. But this is one hell of a day, nonetheless, for Spirit. No, that did not by Eklot. Getting themselves a position now in the quarterfinals. Going up against 9 Pandas, 500. I am looking forward to seeing how far they can make it.
Yeah, let's talk about the standings a little bit. I want to discuss this just a tiny bit, at least. Like,
Sure.
look at the 9 Pandas 500 matchup, right? This would be a matchup that 3-4 months ago we'd say, okay, why is that even in round of 16? Maybe 9 Pandas eventually here and there they made it, but
Yeah, they've
in
had
general
rough
now
rounds.
these. Sorry.
they've had their ups and downs, right? They have like a couple of months where they look really good, usually like before a major kind of stepping up. But not right now.
I think 500 have been pretty crazy recently. The climb that they've made, yeah.
That's what I was saying, right? Just the fact that the climb that both sides have been making, and 500 especially, like there's a legitimate way I see them get into the semifinals now. Like, I'm not even kidding here. I feel like Spirit Academy, before this loss, we were all thinking, okay, Spirit Academy semifinals for sure, right? And it's either Bait or maybe Sashi. But this changes everything. Like, this could change the whole landscape of the Final Four in the end.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm with you completely. I feel like Eklot, they did fantastically well today, but I don't know if they're going to be given those same opportunities as they go deeper into the run. As you say, 9 Pandas and 500, two very formidable sides. But yeah, just generally, the bracket's shaping up quite nicely. That Fnatic Partisan upset was definitely another one that I think was a little bit of a shocker for some. But things are heating up here in the bracket, and you love to see it. No second chances when it comes to the CCT playoffs. You have your 1 best of 3. You've got to show up on the day. There's no excuses. There's no lower bracket or anything like that. So that's Spirit Academy out. And yeah, I mean, it was a really, really good day for them. And I wish them the best of luck against 9 Pandas or 500. I think if they give us what they gave us today, they could definitely make that one competitive. I think that's all from us, though, unless either of you have any closing remarks.
My final thoughts, if I may,
I'll let you
go after Nexus. My final thoughts would be, I enjoyed seeing Dynamo Eklot again after such a long time, and I truly hope that this is the level of gameplay that will be consistently with them throughout the tournaments that we're going to be doing for the near future, and I just hope this is not a one-off thing.
All
right.
right.
I'm with you. Nexus?
Yeah, my thoughts are a little bit different. I just kind of want... Final play, Josh, let's make this happen. Okay, you want to be peculiar places, someone, reach out, we'll do it. We'll make it happen.
Please.
Space station,
Please.
That's the final goal. You know, maybe 3 years in the future, we'll try to make that happen.
Guys,
But we'll
how
build
about,
up to it.
Yeah,
how about a train to start?
All
Train
right,
could
guys,
work.
On a train.
yeah, Theo just loves terrains. Not limited
Yeah.
to Counter-Strike or miniatures, but, you know, he loves his terrains.
There is. I'll tell you what is good. Literally just down the road. I'm not even kidding. 3-4 minute walk away. Next to the train station, there's like an old train yard, and there's like a really fancy old train that's been converted into a hotel, and you can stay there.
See?
And I bet we could cast from there. That could work. So maybe
could work.
maybe Tio's cooking with something there.
Maybe.
But yeah. We'll build up to it. That's going to wrap things up from us tonight, though. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow with more CCT action. So get yourself some rest, but join us back because we'll be waiting. See you all soon.